arms. Do just what you want. You're the one I trust. I belong to you, and I'll always be around when I need some loving, baby. And I'll never let you down, let you down, let you down. I'm your song, and you're playing all my melodies. There's no one else, 'cause baby we got chemistry. You give me feelings that I never knew. This heart of mine will always and forever belong to you. You and me were meant to be as one. The universe has known it all along. Maybe this is where our story starts. Maybe it was written in the stars, written in the stars. You will be forever, yeah. You will be written in the stars. You will be forever, yeah. You will be. Take me to your heart, take me to your soul, never drawn apart, 'cause I belong to you. Be my guiding star, 'cause I need your loving, baby. And never let me down, let me down, let me down. I'm your song, and you're playing all my melodies. There's no one else, 'cause baby we got chemistry. You gave me feelings that I never knew. This heart of mine will always and forever belong to you. You and me were meant to be as one. The universe has known it all along. Maybe this is where our story starts. Maybe it was written in the stars, written in the stars. You will be forever, yeah. You will be written in the stars. You will be forever, yeah. You will be written in the stars. You will be forever, yeah. You will be written in the stars. You will be forever, yeah. You will be written in the stars.
Actually think of me as less than you. Just wish that I knew how something like that could happen. Maybe it's just in passing, 'cause nothing is everlasting, no. But like really though, how do you know that I can overcome all of the obstacles? She just looked me in the eyes, said it's gonna be alright, 'cause I know that's how it goes. The only thing we know is that we change. Nothing's ever gonna stay the same forever, forever. No, I won't, 'cause no one ever does. You just have to learn to trust whenever. As blue as the sky above you, it's true that it won't end this way. If you lose and get sad about it, just know it's gonna go away. It doesn't make sense, 'cause I'm the same forever. No, it won't get slow and never does. You just have to learn to trust whenever. As blue as the sky above you, it's true that it won't end this way. If you lose, then get sad about it. Just know it's gonna go away. As blue as the sky above you, it's true that it won't end this way. If you lose, then get sad about it. Just know it's gonna go away. I'm telling you that there ain't no other way. Pack your bags and then you will go away. I'm not gonna be begging you to stay. Said maybe if you asked me yesterday, I would handle this differently. Things are different, I'm a new me. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. So even if you're asking, even if you're asking, 'cause I do what I do, and it's time for something new, yeah. Gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go. Sometimes giving up can make you grow, can make you grow, can make you grow. Don't wanna be stuck in a spot, telling you it ain't what I got. Don't wanna be stuck in a spot, 'cause I don't really like what I got. So I changed it, bit by bit. It's not ungrateful, just being helpful for me and you. 'Cause we gotta go our own way, gotta go our own way, yeah. This was not a good stay, gotta go our own way. 'Cause I do what I do, and it's time for something new, yeah. Gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go. Sometimes giving up can make you grow, can make you grow, can make you grow. I don't appreciate the chase. Now there's nothing here for me, yeah. I gotta go, I'll fly away to a new space. You know, I don't appreciate the chase. Now there's nothing here for me, yeah. I gotta go, I'll fly away to a new space. 'Cause gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go, gotta know when to let go. Sometimes giving up can make you grow, can make you grow, can make you grow. Sometimes.
Hello, welcome to the Mature Topics Podcast, the People's Podcast, the show where we have real interesting conversations. Tonight we have a special show, and I just want to salute to all the people in the building early. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, thanks for checking me out. Like I said, this is the People's Podcast. I got Launch Pro coming through for sure. I know she's coming with the heat, with the flames, wifey with the fire. And tonight we're gonna have a nice conversation. A nice conversation. So let me introduce these topics. So as you can see on top of the screen, the first topic is, should we date for love or should we date for purpose? Right? And I'll get into that. I'll break down exactly what I mean by that. The second topic is, let me get it up on the screen so you can see. And this is a question, a very interesting question. Are you dating your parents? Hmm. And is that a good thing or bad thing? A lot of different angles we can go with that. So back to the first topic, purpose of love. We actually introduced this show on the last podcast, episode 6, where we talked about um is it better if a father spends time or spends money with his kids, which is more important. So we unpacked that. So tonight, I think tonight's conversation will be very polarizing. So I do want to qualify and give context like I always do. Hopefully the people that's joining the panel uh, catch this breakdown, because I'm normally repeating myself a couple of times, but that's okay because this is the People's Podcast, and we want to make sure everyone is in the flow of things, right? So when we're talking about, oh, we got Launch Pro. Hello, Launch Pro.
Hey, hey, what's going on?
Not much. We just getting ready to get this cracking. I was getting ready to give some context. I already told the people what the topics are of tonight's show. Topic number one: date for love, date for purpose. Where's my floating banner? The world. So yeah. First topic is, should we date for love or should we date for purpose, right? And the second topic is, um, are you dating your parents? So get ready to give some context, but also I would like to say to all the people in the building, definitely feel free to donate and support the show. Cash App at Koron Pierre. And if you do want to join the panel, the link should be in the description. Are the links in the description, babe, on Facebook? I
Yes,
hope
they
I
are.
hope it's there. Okay, so I got to put it on YouTube. So the link is in the description of this video. If you're triggered, if you feel bothered by anything we want to say, or if you feel like you want to add some flavor to the conversation, no problem. I got the link for you right there in the description. So let's talk about it. Let's see. So let's start off with the first. I want you to, being that you're I already kind of we did some homework already. You told me that you're for dating for purpose. I want to break down uh what dating for purpose and love is, giving it context. So that way when people come in, they have an understanding of what we're talking about. So when we're talking about dating for purpose, what exactly do you mean by that?
Dating for purpose is essentially dating someone with the with a strategy, right? We're dating someone with a strategy. We're not just dating someone who is cute and fun or charming, but instead with whom we can also build a life with, a potential partner, finding a potential partner who has uh, goals and similar values that reflect yours,
Right.
and ultimately speak to longevity and long term compatibility if you were, in fact, to entertain this person as your official significant other. So that's essentially what dating for a purpose
Right.
means. And
Okay.
that can be as far as the purpose is concerned, again, we're not just dating because of how someone looks,
Okay.
um very superficial characteristics like how they look, how they smell, how they dress, they probably have swag. We're not dating someone for that. We're also not dating for someone's potential per se, but rather their plan for their lives.
So it's not looks, it's planned. So like would arranged marriages fall under that umbrella?
Absolutely. Arranged marriages do fall under the umbrella of dating for a purpose, or rather, being with someone not because you love them, but because they are compatible with your goals, your ambitions, and where you see yourself for the future.
Copy. Copy. Okay. So that's very clear. Because I wanted to make sure we was talking about arranged marriage because we spoke about arranged marriage. We spoke. Are you also would hypergamy fall into that category as well?
Hypergamy actually does fall in line with dating for a purpose. Dating for a purpose can actually take on different complexions, right? Based on the individual's motive for dating in the first place. So there's different
Mm,
reasons why someone can potentially say, you know what, I'm dating for a purpose, not just for love.
copy.
Hypergamy is one of them.
Copy. So salute to the people who just joined on YouTube. If you're interested in joining our conversation, topic one tonight is dating for purpose or dating for love. The second topic is are we dating our parents? So we got the context as to what dating for purpose is. I'm gonna break down what dating for love is. So in America, we have what can be considered love marriages, or we look to find someone who we like, who we have strong feelings for, who matter to us. That's just the culture that we have in America. So yes, it may come with it definitely is based on certain conditions, but the love that's cultivated doesn't really have the strict standards that an arranged marriage would have, because an arranged marriage means that there's some sort of typically there's some sort of culture behind it, right? That helps organize and structures it. So with love marriages, you don't really have that purpose tied to it in terms of things that bind people together, such as like marriage. I mean, I'm sorry, like money or like hypergamy or arranged marriage and things like that. It's actually trying to find someone who you are compatible with and you actually care for romantically, and looking to establish yourselves as a couple. Well, first you date, right? Then you hopefully you commit, and then hopefully from there, hopefully that turns into a marriage. So that's what we mean by when we talk about dating for love. Actually trying to find someone you can actually grow and develop chemistry with, right? Trying to think what else. Is there anything else I should add to that, or is that a good solid foundation when
That's
we talk
definitely a
about
great, solid foundation.
right, right. Now I know people are gonna come and try to say both of these things overlap, and they can overlap, but right now we're talking about just uh the purpose of dating, the introduction, so to speak, right? Was it arranged by your parents? Was it some strict a hypergamy or something like that? Or was it just compatibility? You found someone you liked and then it turned into a beautiful relationship. So we can unpack it from there. Like I said, if you just joined the YouTube, you want to join the panel, you don't have to get on camera. Um, but you can come and you can speak your mind. This is an open panel discussion. Just want to salute to the couple of people in the building that we have early checking us out. Salute to you. Thanks for supporting the show. Changing the banner up. So, do you want to go first? How do you want to do this? Do you want to go point for point until people jump in here?
I think that you should definitely proceed with your presentation.
Okay. Well, my present. Yeah, I did say that I can literally talk for an hour. Let me let's see. So right now we're talking about love relationships, right? So should I put some stuff up on the screen? Well, you know what? I start like this. So as Homo sapiens sapiens, uh, biological organisms that seek to reproduce as a species, The goal typically in evolutionary biology, when we talk about that, is for you to raise viable offspring, for first you to reach the age of reproduction. Secondly, have babies and get them to reach the age of reproduction, right? That's just the goal. The basic goal of nature is to get you from that point A to point B and to keep the species going, passing on your genes, things of that nature. So unlike any other, oh, we lost Launch Pro, but I'll keep breaking it down till she gets back. She probably just took a quick break or lost connection, but I'll keep going. So we don't really have any like there's no need for life to go beyond that point from a biological perspective. Like once we reach the point of reproducing, having kids, and getting our kids to that point, we don't have to live to 190 years old. So us as human beings, we created a system through evolution of marriage, which is a principle of bringing males and females together with the purpose of reproducing and carrying on the species, and actually it has done as well, because us shifting from different types of marriages like polygamous type marriages and other types of uh, uh, you know uh, relationship styles where we reproduce, the shift to monogamy has actually helped. It's part of the reason why our population has grown tremendously in the past hundreds of years. I believe the population of humans less than 100 years ago, I think we was only had a billion people like in the 1920s, the late 1800s. You skyrocket to now we're approaching 7 billion, or we might even surpass 7 billion people. So part of that shift and growth, and it's a lot of things that led to that. But one of the ways we organize this whole reproduction process is through the institution of marriage, and monogamy has helped get us to that point. So now, when you talk about monogamy, you have different forms of monogamy, right? You have form relationships that can be formed through arranged marriages, or through purpose, right? Some sort of cultural thing, some sort of family standard, classism, things of that nature, right? Or love. And I want to get into love, but I'm not sure what happened to Launch Pro. I guess she'll be back soon. So what I'll do is I'll jump into a slide, right? And basically, what I'm gonna jump into, I did a video on this a couple of months ago, and it's what is love? No, actually, this was last year. What is love 2021 update? I updated myself because I felt like my old definition of love was outdated. So let me get my slides on the stream so we can see what I'm talking about. I know a lot of you guys are visual learners. So I cited this from Catherine Wu. She's a PhD. She wasn't a PhD when she wrote this. I believe this was her part of her dissertation or something like that. This was in one of the Harvard University publications online. So just give me a second. I'm gonna pull it up so you can see it, and we're gonna break it down. So let me jump into my files here. What is love slides? Do, 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 do. So we'll start with the first slide. And for some reason on StreamYard, it always takes me forever to get the hey launch.
Hey.
So I'm not sure if you heard my
I did. I was listening in. I just wanted to make sure that the other components of our live were inclusive of the link, the StreamYard link.
was it?
So, yeah,
Let me see.
there were a few spots that I had to cover.
I don't think the
Um,
YouTube has the link. I'm trying to figure out why. Let me try putting the link in the YouTube again. Um But what are your thoughts on what I just said about I went through the um evolution pretty much, how species are designed to produce offspring, to one, reach the age of reproduction themselves, and then provide then create offspring to reach the same point in time. I think the YouTube
Um,
doesn't have it. I
that's
gotta.
that's that scientific fact right there.
Yeah, and then so then I was saying, we went to monogamy. Well, we went into marriage, and there was different types of marriages or relationships that people would get into throughout history, right? To
Hmm.
reproduce, to manage this whole thing. So hold on, let me I'm on the YouTube now. I gotta add the link. Sorry to my YouTube people. I'm pretty sure there was some people trying to jump in there too. The link is now in there, so you might have to refresh your browsers if you're on the computer, but it's definitely in there. Sorry to my YouTube people. But yeah, definitely feel free to click that link. Right. And so marriage is a way of organizing the process of reproduction. We do understand sexual selection, right?
Hmm.
Um, so we have to, choose mates, and we have in whether it's arranged or whether it's based on not just arranged, dating for purpose or dating for love. You have to go through these, this mechanism, or this is the mechanism we chose to, you know, have reproduction. So I'll share my screen. I'll jump into the definition of I'm gonna talk about the scientific definition of love.
Okay,
Is that cool?
definitely.
All right, so let me just I see you on two devices. You want me to add the other one?
Yeah.
Okay. Salute to the other Launch Pro. That must mean your phone is dying.
No, I'm just doing my background executive producing, baby. You don't even have to highlight me right now.
All
I'm
right,
just
cool.
shuffling between two devices to make sure that all of our people are engaged.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Salute. Oh, I forgot. I always forget to shout out the Mature Topics podcast group. I think we might have to put a link to that in the description too, like to people who they want to join the group.
Hmm.
The group is popping. The group is definitely growing. Definitely, if you want to join the group, we'll put a link in there so you can check that out. It's definitely lit. We have some great, commentary, some good people in there. Definitely, definitely look to check that out. So when we're talking about dating for love, right? Let's define what love is, right? Now,
Okay.
babe, you probably salute to the people on IG. I didn't forget about you, but if you want to see the presentation, definitely get over to YouTube, click the link in the bio. You'll be able to check it out. So, when we're talking about what love is, right? Love is a set of emotions and behaviors characterized by intimacy, passion, and commitment. It involves care, closeness, protectiveness, attraction, affection, and trust. Love can vary in intensity and can change over time. It is associated with a range of positive emotions, including happiness, excitement, life satisfaction, and euphoria. But it can also result in negative emotions such as jealousy and stress. So, love is a set of emotions that comes naturally to us. It's part of how we relate to each other, especially when we talk about on a romantic level, right? So, I'm gonna jump into the hormones really quick. So, these are the three categories of love, and we basically what we're doing here is we're categorizing the different hormones of love. You have lust, attraction, and attachment, right? So those are the three categories. Uh, Typically, lust comes first, then attraction, then attachment. Like that's kind of like the phases of how people meet. So when we're talking about dating for love, you're going through these processes, right? Now, when we're talking about testosterone, right? That's the chemical, that's the hormone that men uh you have. And typically, Launch, are you there? I think I lost Launch again. We'll get her back. Salute to all the people that's jumping in right now. We talking about love. And I'm trying to get my notes here so I won't butcher this. But what we done, I think she's back now. I see you executive producing over there, jumping in and out.
Mhm.
Salute to you. I'm going through the different hormones now when we're talking about what love is and
Okay.
why we date for love. So we know testosterone and estrogen, right?
Yeah.
Then so now when we get into the attraction phase, the dopamine, how you say that second one? The nori. I'm bad with pronouncing stuff,
Norepinephrine.
right? The norepinephrine, right? And the serotonin, right?
Mhm.
So the testosterone and the estrogen sort of is what like drives us to, to copulate and
Right.
reproduce. The dopamine and okay.
Norepinephrine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. Dopamine produced by hypothalamus is a particularly well publicized player in the brain's reward pathway. It's released when we do things that feel good to us. In this case, these things include spending time with loved ones and having sex. High levels of dopamine and a related hormone. How you say that word again? Nora.
Norepinephrine.
Yes, I'm not doing it. Are released during attraction. These chemicals make us giddy, energetic, euphoric, and even leading to a decreased appetite and insomnia. So you gotta be careful with some of these things because just like the like I said in the previous slide, love has its positive emotions. It also has its negative emotions.
Right.
You have to really be aware of what's going on and what normally happens in healthy relationships, love relationships. You typically have more positivity, more strong positive feelings than
Mhm.
negative feelings, right?
Mhm.
So we have to understand these processes and what we go through. So now when we get to attachment, these two hormones, oxytocin and vasopressin, these two hormones are what helps give us that the feelings of monogamy and wants us to stay together. So just by understanding hormones and how to get these, allow these hormones to be produced and experience these things, you can actually gain some positive. It's like you can actually kind of like trick yourself, not trick, but you can activate these hormones by doing certain things in your relationship. And
Mhm.
people who have healthy relationships, they are able to activate these different hormones, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Hold on, let me see if I should go further. Let's see. Uh, I think I'll take it down for now. If anything, I'll revisit this
Yeah.
just in case more people come in because people might join the panel late, and you know how that goes.
Definitely.
That's why I like to like wait to before I pull up any points. So I see you sent me something. You want me to put this on the screen?
No, those are. I'm just. Don't even pay attention to that. I'm just
Hey,
doing my thing.
I'm micromanaging everything over here. I'm
I
trying
see
to
that.
make sure we are definitely lit where we are. So my argument for bringing up this whole love thing is that we have to be aware of what love is,
Mhm.
and we have to. We got Neek in the building. Salute to Neek.
What's up? What's up, man? How's everybody doing?
Hey,
Hey
Nick.
man, it's going good, man. We just on here, just you know, it's a little debate, not really a real debate. Because the topic is dating for purpose or dating for love. So she's saying,
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. I saw that on my right, right. I had
yeah,
some.
right,
I had some material prepared, but I mean,
okay,
I was like when you sent it, I started thinking about the topic, and me and Sherry were talking about it a little earlier, and we had some disagreements as usual.
hey, me and Launch had disagreements, and we're together. she,
Yeah.
she's, she's taking the dating for purpose side. I'm taking the dating for love side. So I was just breaking down. I'm not sure if you how long you've been on the live. If you saw it, I was breaking down exactly because we know understand love is a set of emotions. So I was actually
Mhm.
breaking down the hormones and how one could take advantage of understanding how these hormones have influenced us and using it to create more positive experiences when when you're dealing with a love relationship. So that's what I was doing just now because I'm taking
So
the
you were
love
saying
side.
like like men and women, their hormonal changes and their fluctuations, how you could manipulate that basically to take advantage of.
Yes,
But
yes.
in what direction? But I'm saying, what would be the motivation of manipulation to what end? Like
No, well,
to
because okay, I'll
facilitate
give you an
love, to
example.
continue to love?
I give you I give you example. Well, yeah, well, to bask in it because all right, I'm gonna put this back up on the screen so you could see this slide right quick. I'm just gonna
I
leave it
might have
for
to agree with Lunchpro on this one. I
hey, look, man,
might
look,
have
you
to
know
side
what?
with Lunchpro on this one right here. Oh, let me see.
I gave lunch two powerful arguments to take me down. So
Ooh, okay, let's hear them.
yeah,
I
I
want to
gave her
know.
two powerful arguments, but she doesn't know I
She,
got counters.
you got to.
I
You
know, but
got
it's
to.
it's powerful arguments though. It is. It's powerful. So like so
Oh, these are
here,
the arguments? Hold on, let me see. Lust,
yeah, so
attraction, attachment.
right, right. So
Okay,
these are the hormones, right? And these hormones have specific influences on us. So lust
very
is
true.
testosterone and estrogen, right? That's what gets us going. That's what makes us
Oxytocin. Boy, that's dangerous.
exact. Well, it can be dangerous. It depends
That is
on how you.
dangerous.
Yeah, I know it can be. It can be. It can be. So I was just going through a small breakdown on how these three things embody what love is as a set of emotions. And I do understand that there is dangers to it. However, if you have more positive experiences in your relationship through these hormones, you can just tap into that. We understand that yes, there always are going to be some other things that could happen, but it's about having more positive exchanges over the negative exchanges,
But
and then
that's
you
not necessarily the case. Having more positive exchanges doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a successful relationship.
well at least it's not going to be negative. You know what I'm saying? At least it's not going to overall because some people have more overall negative relationships. So
Right.
what we're trying to do is, first off, all right. So part of my countering is the reason why love relationships don't really work out as much is because one, people aren't even aware of the hormones. People aren't even aware of why they. So they know that there was some sort of attraction in the beginning that brought them together, right?
Right.
Yeah, but why do they break up? Oh, we got Sherry. Oh man, we got a full house in the building. We got Sherry in the
Well, hold on.
building.
But your position
Hey,
is that you want your position is dating for love over dating
yes,
for purpose.
yes. For this, yeah. For the sake of the show, yeah. For the sake of the show, yeah.
No, I'm saying that's your genuine position. Or you just trying to
That
be
no.
devil's advocate.
That's
To
his
be honest, to be
position.
honest, to be honest, a lot of healthy relationships will have both. There will be a purpose there, and there will be love there. But for the
But
sake
but
of
the thing is, which is more important to you? Like everything
I
being
think
equal, when you're pursuing a woman, I know you're with Launch Pro, but I'm just saying conceptually, when you're pursuing a
right.
woman, are you pursuing for love, or is there a purpose of your pursuit?
I think love is more important.
And why is that?
Because the reason why I feel love is more important is because I think love keeps you together. I think
Can I
when you
give you a
have,
pushback though? Can I give a small pushback there, sir?
go ahead. I didn't unpack it yet. Go ahead.
If I may present an alternative reality.
Okay.
And it's based on what you said. It's based on these 3 points that you just bringed up: lust, attraction, and attachment, and the subsequent
Yeah.
hormones that do influence these things.
Yes.
They fluctuate. You can't build anything solid on a ground that's fluctuating because there's nothing to anchor it to. That's why you need bedrock. That's why I believe purpose is bedrock. You can find love after you anchored it into bedrock, but you need bedrock to anchor any structure you're going to build on. And if your love is like trying to build a mansion on the ocean, it's
Right.
one storm will knock your mansion over. Or on sand, right? I think sand is a better.
I'm gonna get into more. This is just like my first. I didn't even really unpack this because I could literally go through every single hormone and what it does. I don't want to
But
do that.
that's the thing. The hormones is the actual problem. Is that they're not that you.
No,
If we're gonna sorry.
it doesn't have to be a problem.
Okay, but
It can be a
think
problem.
about successful companies. They don't base their decisions based on how they feel, which would be subject to hormone imbalances, balances, spikes, peaks, and troughs. They based it on principles. That's how.
Yes.
That's how you grow a successful business.
Do
But
understand? I'm describing what love is. This is just my first point. This is not the whole shebang.
so
I'm
hold on, you're saying
describing.
love is a subset of hormones?
Yes, love is a set of emotions. I used
Okay,
to believe
that's
that love was
interesting.
this like philosophical kind of, you know, love doesn't end type of thing. I used to be the love doctor back in college days, and I had to
I
update
think you still
myself.
are, brother. I think you still are.
I believe that there's grace for all couples that want it, but if you're not going to work towards it, it's going to die. You know,
Okay, so
I believe that.
can I propose this to you about you saying
Yes,
that so love to you is visceral, right? Like it's a physical, measurable thing because of the the hormones that underlie it, right?
yes, yes.
So then how can you explain loving somebody at an incredible distance, like a child, the way that a mother loves a child, right? You can separate a mother from their child and they will still feel their children's pain. It's already been reported that some
Right.
mothers have felt the moment that the child has passed, even though they're not in the same space with the child. How do you, how do you, how do you quantify that when there's no physical contact, visual contact to even establish that information has been transferred?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm not sure about I'm not sure how you would test that, but what I will say is that the key thing to understanding these three things is that one, these are the three things that all have to be there for you to have a genuine romantic love relationship, and you have to be able to bask in, like I said, the positive, more of the positive stuff, because you're gonna have bad days, you're gonna have situations, but do you constantly do are these things consistent? Because these are the three things that not only bring you together but keep you together. So like you see that attachment, that the vasopressin and the oxytocin are the two things that keep us together, right? And there was a study done
Oxy,
on
boy.
there was a study done on the vasopressin, right? That kind of gave, this is why I say that it's more of a feeling type of thing, not just some philosophical type of thing, concept that we just, oh, love doesn't end and all this stuff. No, I'm actually trying to actually
The science of it. The science of it.
science of what's actually happening,
Right.
right? And there's only one other animal that experiences the vasopressin. I can't remember what it is. So we're in like a very elite class of monogamous animals, so to
Hey,
speak.
so like penguins that mate and they have their mate for life.
I could find it. It's one other
But
mammal that is monogamous. Got some comments in the back chat. Oh, salute to Trav. Salute to Trav. Trav says love. Trav is on my side, so you already know. You already know that we got
listen to me,
here.
Like, you know, me and Launch Pro have our back, but I'm on Launch Pro with this one, man. I gotta go Launch Pro's direction with this, brother.
You going with purpose. Okay. Remember,
Hold on,
now
where's Sherry? Is Sherry
Can
in
I ask you
here?
a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
Go ahead,
saying, can I
Sherry.
ask a question?
Mhm.
In any part of love, is there purpose?
It can.
But that's why they said love is selfish. Love's
Love
purpose
and
is
purpose
love.
in a relationship,
in a relationship
which
context,
is
yeah.
the construct, really. You can
Right.
have love, which is like the science of it all, the lust, the attraction, the attachment. And then you can also incorporate purpose, as well. So, according to Koron's view, he believes that a balanced relationship comprises of those two components: love as a science, right? As a science concept and reality,
Mm-hmm.
and then purpose, which would be like your goals, your aspirations,
Yeah.
the future. Yeah.
But do
Yeah.
we really
That
understand?
Trav says
Like,
beavers, coyotes are monogamous too. Salute to Trav. He
beavers and
backing me up.
coyotes.
Salute
Nice.
to Trav. Trav
but do
backing
we
me up.
understand that, like love, like what love does to the human psyche? Like, our default setting is self-preservation. Love completely rewires that.
See, but you missed the whole. See, this is why you got to come on the Mature Topics podcast early. I gave a nice description of why we have love. It goes back to evolution, brother. The
It
whole,
does.
Break it
the
down,
whole,
Karan.
yeah. But you're missing it. The goal of animals or any biological organism is to
Mhm.
one reach the age
Reproduce.
of reproduction themselves,
Right.
then create viable offspring to reach the age of reproduction.
Right.
That's the goal of all species. We want to thrive and survive. That's what
Mhm.
motivates us. That's why we come together. So that's why when I started this out, I read this long definition. I don't want to read it again, but I broke down why. I get what you're saying, but what you're failing to realize is that no species can survive if everyone is just selfish and working by themselves. You need males and females because we are a binary uh, creatures, organisms, species, whatever. We need male and female to come together. So the process. So what we did as humans, because we think we're so smart and so special and so whatever, we created these constructs of marriage, and we organized.
Okay, I see where we're going.
Yeah, see, I
I
will
see
keep.
where we're going, man.
I will
Like,
keep. So
but
go ahead. So so
Not gonna
so
go
so
ahead.
that's how it started. That's how I started. This whole discussion, because we gave a lot of context. Launch broke down because we're talking about dating, not necessarily. I know we talked about marriage in the description, but it's kind of like we're talking about dating. When you're out there dating, right?
But it
Are we?
all ties in. It all ties in.
It does. Like, and I told Launch, I think before you came on the panel, that the answer technically is both, but for the sake of argument about just like dating, am I just looking for a purposeful situation, like which could be based on hypergamy, right? Or some sort of, oh, we got Launch back. Launch, you doing the shuffle, man. I can't keep up with you.
Yeah, I just invited my parents because they said
Oh wow. Okay.
they wanted they wanted to jump into the dialogue, so I said I'll share it with them.
Are they?
Launch. We can't even talk regular now. Launch. We got to be very.
No, be yourself.
So yeah, so that's what we mean. Like, so part of the evolutionary process is people getting together. So now we're saying which way works the best. Dating for love. So that's why I started my first point, which is describing exactly what love is from a
Okay.
biological.
But
Can I ask you, right? What is the
Okay, before you go, I
what
want to
is
salute to Rita. Salute to Rita for watching on Facebook. Salute to you, cuz. Thanks for the support. If you want to hit that link to join, you can at any point in time. But go ahead, Nick.
well, based on what you're saying about the evolutionary purpose of human beings to further the cause of reproduction,
Yes.
there's no the love factor doesn't really factor in there. It's because you can just create and keep creating, and you will serve that purpose. You don't necessarily need love to further that purpose. You need love for monogamy.
I
You
disagree.
need love, huh?
But Nick, but this is what I'm doing. What I'm doing with love, right? Is I'm giving a biological, scientific definition to it. So this
I
is not even
agree.
an argument for love. This is what we do. This is what we do naturally.
Just saying, this is the qualifications to identify love in a couple. These hormones have to
Exactly.
be present in order for love to even have a chance of taking root. I
Right.
agree with you. I'm not
Right. Right.
disagreeing with that. But
Yeah.
for reasons of furthering the purpose of humanity's existence, that's not necessary, because we already have examples in our own lives of people who have served their purpose in that cause without committing to these people, and maybe one or two of those hormones were present, not
Right.
all of them.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Because lust and attraction was there.
That's all you
Not
need
necessarily
to
attachment.
further that cause. I'm sorry to Launch
Right.
Pro's parents. I apologize if that was a little crass. My
No,
apologies.
no, you good.
I mean,
Right.
so what I wanted to say about that is I feel like today in the dating market, a lot of people, both men and women, mix the feelings of love and the purpose together. It's
That's a
just
fact. That's a fact.
assumed that because you feel like there's this romantic piece that is that is love, then the purpose just will come naturally. But that's not what's actually happening. When it comes to purpose, people put that to the back burner when they're actually in something leading in their view to a relationship or further. And I just feel like, to keep them separate, more people are leaning towards this non-scientific love. They don't know what to do with the science of love
But
to.
that's why I agree with Koran.
Hey,
People don't even realize
Harry,
that's happening to them.
that's part of my point, huh? Who's that?
No, so I agree with you what Sherry was saying, because people don't even realize this was happening to them.
No,
The hormonal, the
exactly.
scientific part.
And this is why we have the dysfunction we have. And this will be my rebuttal to Launch when she tries to come with her little Indian stuff. We don't have, we don't
Well, hold on,
have
launch. I didn't even hear your
Yo,
stance on it. What's your stance on
Ron
it?
is hilarious. Hilarious.
because I gave her, yo, Nick, I
So
felt like I
listen, you
needed
know what
to
Karan
really
does?
give her
He
two
says
silver bullets.
he says to me, "Oh, I got 2 points for you, babe. I got 2 points for you." And then he says, the Indian point, make sure to bring up the Indian point and something else. And I'm like, as far as
You want me to pull that up right quick? You want me to pull up the Indian point? Because you sent it to
honey,
me. Can you pull it
you
up?
don't have to, sweetheart.
I mean, we're gonna be here for 5 hours,
I'm
Karan. You might as well,
Oh, no, we're not going to do 5 hours, but we're going to be here for a little while.
We're gonna be here for like 5. You know how we get there.
Nah, we can't do the 5.
Ron sounded mad panicky. Just
No, we can't do the 5.
Yo, Karan was freaking out like, nah, brother, nah.
But yo,
Son,
let's
nah, I
salute
got
Trav.
work
Trav just joined
tomorrow.
the panel. How's it going, Trav?
hey, Trav, what's going on?
What up, y'all? What up?
Salute, man. Thanks for supporting us tonight, man. I know the NBA draft is on, but we don't care about that. We rocking out tonight, Mature Topics Podcast. We having mature adult conversation tonight. So let's get into it. What's your thought? I know you said dating for love, right, Trav?
I'm gonna just share my
Yes.
perspective real quick. All right, as far as the purpose is concerned, I
Yeah.
truly believe that we should date. We should focus on dating for purpose, given the statistical failure rate, right, of marriages and relationships that are founded upon love solely. So
Fact.
American culture is one in which is based on, finding your love or dating for love. You have dating shows that reflect it, The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, right? Even For the Love of Flav back then,
Oh
Flavor
my
Flav,
God. Jesus
VH1,
Christ.
like that's just what we are immersed in, right, as a culture. But when you look at the data, it actually shows that 40% of marriages end in divorce, as opposed to, right, 40% of American marriages end in divorce, as opposed to less than 4% of arranged marriages ending in divorce. So that makes you wonder, okay, let's look at arranged marriages and what that entails. It actually focuses, there's some similarities, right? Forced marriages are very different from arranged marriages. Arranged marriages constitute families coming together. Most likely, the two people knew each other for a very long time. The families knew each other for a very long time, and there are significant compatibilities as far as religion, principle, value systems, and ideals and goals for the future, right? And parents know that. They have that wisdom to understand their child, but they also have the wisdom to understand how their family interacts with the other said party or family, and how that could gel together for the best benefit of legacy building, right? Wealth building. Forced marriages now are one in which, you know, there's no choice. You have to marry. The woman is often sold for maybe 10 goats, right? And she's forced into a marriage for a financial benefit. But in most cases, a lot of people tend to conflate the two, arranged marriages and forced marriages, as if they are the same, but they are not. The similarity between the two, I guess, could be wherein some couples within arranged marriages might not feel forced from their families, but they still do feel the pressure of, you know, having to live up to the expectations, because it's a bit heavier, right? It's all about how to procure a successful marriage, have children, build business, build wealth, come together to, you know, manifest success as a couple. It's beyond just, you know, dating for love. When you factor into the equation, right, just in the Black community itself, and I understand that Koron and we've had discussions prior to where we decided that there is no Black community, but for the sake of just dialogue here, right, because I just want to cover that base before he jumps down my throat. So, you know, for the sake of this discussion, let's just talk about people of color, people that are of African descent, right? African American people in this country. When you look at the divorce rate, it is off the charts. When you look at single mothers, it's off the charts compared to, I believe, 12% of single mothers who are white. Our rate is 45% of single mothers in America. That's ridiculous, right? So just look at those facts and those numbers based in and steeped in the idea that you should date for love. Obviously, it's not that successful. And as far as arranged marriages are concerned, the reason why I chose arranged marriages to reflect what I mean regarding purpose or dating for a purpose, again, it reflects not just, you know, partnering up with someone because of the attraction, right? How that person looks, how that person smells, how they dress, you know, their swag, their appeal. All of those things kind of tap into or induce a chemical response, right? As Koron had advocated earlier. All of those characteristics actually lend itself to inducing the dopamine secretions, the serotonin secretions, the oxytocin, right? So that aside, let's really look at the individual. Is this person's mindset compatible with my mindset? Beyond just the superficial aspects of, oh, I like how you look. Oh,
Physicality.
I like how you speak. Or, oh, you sound like you have, you know, like your head on your shoulders. You know, all of those things could be kind of adapted or perceived through, you know, the five senses. But beyond that, what is this individual actually about? What is their family about? You know, what's their family background? Those facets, those aspects actually matter in other parts of the world, like in India, like Karan wanted to mention, in different parts
I
of
knew it.
Asia. Pakistan, right? Africa as well. Let's mention Nigeria. Let's mention Ghana, where arranged marriages are very prevalent. And again, the success rate is also high as opposed to just dating for marriage. Dating for purpose kind of implements not just, the two individuals, but rather the community at large, right? The community at large, your religious affiliations, your business affiliations, right? Your social affiliations. All of those things are coupled into the broth of what would be that relationship and the success of that relationship.
Right.
So that's the reason why I personally, given the stats, given the idea that, I've seen just with my own eyes, which is anecdotal, right? I've seen people, fall in love. Like that's what the old adage is over here. Like you're falling in love as if it's something that you can't really control. And oftentimes you probably can't control it because you're at the mercy of biology, right? Biological response. But if we can
Yes, we are.
separate, our feeling impulses and really focus on implementing more logic as far as who we build families with, and put that as the precedent, put that as the highest priority. I think that we as African Americans in the US, as well as other verticals across other demographics across the nation, would also see a significant increase in marriage success.
Yes.
But that's not going to work in America. The environment is not designed for that. I agree with you 100%. I agree with what Launch Pro said.
Don't jump on my bandwagon now.
1,000%. But the environment is we're living in an environment where it's all about instant gratification.
Calm down, brother. You jumping on my bandwagon now. Now you on my side.
No, whoa. Nah. I'm not on your side, Koron.
Wait.
I agree with Launch Pro. I support that. I'm just saying.
To the point of Launch Pro, when she said pressure, there's nothing wrong with a little pressure. Actually, that's how you get diamonds, to be honest. And
absolutely.
To be fully, completely transparent, we was just talking about this, Meek. We were just talking about this. What did I say that I'm going to do with Isa? Isa will be a product of an arranged marriage. She is going to. I'm telling you, what I see out here, I don't want her paired up with in my close surroundings. What I see, I would be in great contact with the parents of whoever she's going to be with, as a suitor for my child, because I want her to be able to be a part of something that's for the greater good, like having more children and building wealth, generational wealth, and people who are supportive of that, families on both ends. So when it comes to one conversation I had, I was in an Uber share from here to the city, right? And this older lady, she was telling me that her husband had just passed away. She's also Indian. Beautiful lady, great spirit, energy was amazing. And she was telling me how they got married, and her parents, it's so funny. She was just like how, she just saw him in passing, because this guy, he was ready to look for a wife. He had been to America, got his, degrees and everything like that. And now he was ready to bring on a partner. So he comes to her aunt, and the aunt's like, do you have someone? And he's only looking in this specific area because he knows that this area is known to have these kinds of women who are wife material, versus where he's actually from, where they're basically like city girls. So although his family was like, oh, maybe you should take one, not his family, but some of his cousins who were helping him to look while he was here in America was like, oh, why don't you take one from here? He's like, no, because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking specifically for this countryside, very small population. Gets to her, finds the aunt. The aunt shows him a picture. He's attracted to her, right? This is good because she knows his family and he knows her family, or his parents know her family. So he's like, all right, cool, set up a meeting. Sets up a meeting, and while they're setting up a meeting, the mother is cooking, and the daughter is helping her to cook. That's her who I'm talking to, helping her to cook. And they make these things, and she serves them. And as she serves him like formally, the way that they would guests when they come into their house. And then she's like, all right, we'll go upstairs now. So she goes upstairs, and lo and behold, the parents are sealing the deal for her downstairs. The guy is really totally into him, whatever. As it turns out, he's not a bad, her parents had her best interest at heart, that he's not an ugly guy. And, that's still the deal. They grew together. She loved him from the time that they actually started, going on. They did go on dates, even though, but it was basically like this was what it was going to be anyway. Saved her from being promiscuous, saved her from giving away the most valuable thing that she has regarding her body as a temple, and put her in position. Like, she's here in America. She would have, all of these other things. She grew a life with him. They had 8 children. All of these, and it was just such a romantic story. Now, do you hear some horror stories? Yeah, you do, but those are not that big. That percentage is probably, I don't know the statistic on that, but a lot of people who I personally know who are a part of arranged marriages, although I never asked how they met, they all feel successful and happy, especially when they look at what's going on over here. They're like, they wouldn't trade it for anything. So, I don't really think that. And I've been a part of the love factor, and I would probably say if I could do it all over again, I would have loved to have come from a culture like that, where my parents valued my future and pairing me with and making such network with other people that they know very well how that family's values and morality is, that their son would be a perfect match for me.
Right. Just to add to your point, Sherry, Unique was saying that he agrees with the idea of dating for a purpose, but it can't necessarily translate or be applicable to American culture, right? But the truth of the matter is, if we look at, let's say, for example, African Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
83% of them identify as Christian,
Mm-hmm.
right? Of that 83%, 75% have attended church for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to raise those figures to then bring it back home or tie it to my experience in the church. A lot of there's a twist to arranged marriages that happen in the church, and it's not called arranged marriages. How does this happen? Well, let's say Samuel has known me. We've been going to the same church, right? Since we were kids. We're in vacation Bible school every summer. We're attending AY after the church service on a Friday. We go to each other's houses on a Saturday for lunch after church. I'm speaking about the Seventh-day Adventist way, right? You're essentially growing up with this person, but they're not your family. Well, Samuel and we're going through puberty. We're still very active in the church, but now it's like, whoa, he's cute. He's kind of cute. And whoa, Launch Pro is she's beautiful. Look at how she's growing. Look at how she's developing. Our parents already know each other. In fact, they go over each other's house. They're on rotation. Oh, I'm gonna do lunch on this weekend. You do lunch the next weekend. This is exactly how it happens. Next thing you know, right? The parents are identifying that their children like each other. It's beyond just, oh, Samuel's coming over for Saturday lunch after church, right? But rather, there's some attraction there. Samuel is also, graduating from high school, okay? And he's going to, let's say, Georgia Tech. He's from a good family, right? He's college bound. You know what? Launch Pro, Samuel is a good catch. Maybe I can talk to his parents and you guys can go out on a date on Sunday. Let's arrange for an Olive Garden date on Sunday. Like, this is how it happens. Next thing you know, Samuel and I are dating, and then we're married 2 years down the line in the same Seventh-day Adventist church that we've been growing up in. it kind of
Mhm.
happens like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the church really is the perfect integration for arranged marriages or dating with a purpose. Really
But
diving
babe, that
into.
sounds like a love marriage
I think
though.
that's you
But
said
Neek,
what?
get
Sorry.
up in there. I want Neek to get up in there because I know he has a lot to say. Let's go, Neek.
That's not a love marriage, babe.
Listen,
That's
Come and
not a
help
love
me out,
marriage.
Neek.
That's an arranged marriage because the families know each other and there's a tie with the community at large, which is the church community.
I feel
Right,
like
but
That's
that's
they
what
made a
used to
choice to be
happen.
together, so that makes it a love marriage. Arranged
That's what
marriage is
used
a
to
choice.
happen. They're not doing that anymore.
You
they're
see, you
not
understand
doing.
what I'm saying, babe?
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm gonna be
but
honest
Lawrence
with
Pro,
you.
you're suggesting something that is it's a longer process. It does happen, but along the way of that process, there's a lot of variables. There's guys who come in between that. I
Mhm.
know that personally, that they're men. Yeah, she might be grow up with, like you said, Samuel, growing up with Samuel, and then Tyrone over here started a basketball team, know how to seduce. There's a lot
Mhm.
of variables. The Indian
Right.
culture is in a vacuum. There's shame
Right.
involved. There is restrictions involved. There's a lot of, it's very precise and specific. You could consider it a scalpel. Like, you
Right.
know, so and so is looking at you, you know, leave all the other boys alone because this guy's from a good family. The parents, like you said, know the nature of the family, they know the culture of that family, and it's in line with their culture. So everything is nice and streamlined. Forget about love. Love will come later. Right now, this guy is going to provide, protect. He has a reputation that is admirable. This is where you should go.
Mhm.
And the daughter, they will listen, they will follow because they want to continue the reputation of honoring the family. And that's how it should be, because in our youth, we don't know enough about ourselves, life, to make these major decisions. Our parents are supposed to be the gatekeepers of that. But in our community in America, why this can't function is because we don't have family. We
Mhm.
don't have a nuclear family. We don't have a community to guard this. Me and Sherry were talking about the violence amongst young black men because there's not enough fathers to check that energy. Because
Mhm.
there comes a point where the young man no longer hears his mother's voice with the same fear. Her
Right.
her hips don't hurt no more. You need a man to come knock his little ass out and be like, boy, I said clean up your room.
Right.
And then that energy gets reduced and checked. But if it goes unchecked, I can see I completely understand the violence in our communities. I completely understand it.
Right.
But back to what Launch Pro was saying, like, as far as the Christian church, there's too much pandering going on. Everything is about, forget about the negative you did. Don't worry about connecting it. Don't worry about fixing it or doing this. Just keep moving forward. God will find a way. There's no strategies here. There's no strategies in the church anymore.
Yeah, that's
There's
a
no
fact.
there's no nothing that, okay, I sinned. What do I have to do to get back right? There's none of that anymore. I touched church again just to see, and I'm just like, this is just marketing. This
Mhm.
is marketing. I don't feel fed. I don't leave with something that I never had when I first entered. So I don't. I agree, Launch Pro. Back in the day, absolutely. Now I don't see that. And men have
Mhm.
left the
Mhm.
church, I'm pretty sure you know. Men have left the church. Only place 7 Days Adventist because they live in a bubble, and
Yes.
religions like the 7 Days Adventist, they kind of kept their traditions. But outside of that,
Definitely.
Christianity, forget about it, man. Catholicism, yeah, that's not gonna work here.
Right.
I also want to add, like in America, right? We have a changing tide. Marriage is not as it's not that it's not valued as much. It's just that it doesn't have the same. Um, um,
It's not valued. It's not valued.
no. It is valued because a lot of people still want to get married, but
Yeah,
I
but
think
for
because
what?
I think because more people are moving away from religion or becoming less religious, and they're having a more liberal, open kind of lifestyle. People aren't looking to get married as much. But definitely millennials are not getting married as much as the previous generations. That's a fact.
Mhm.
And but at the same time, we do have a large amount of people that want to get married, and we also have people that after they get divorced, they get remarried. So part of
That's
my
not a
whole
large
argument,
percentage, Koron. That's not a very large percentage of people. And when you get
oh
remarried,
no,
the
that want to
chances
get
of
married, not
divorce are
not
even
that get
higher.
married, huh?
I said when you get remarried, the chances of divorce increase.
Right, but I'm just no. But the point that I'm saying is that people are giving their honest, fair share of
Did
marriage.
you say when you get remarried? When you get remarried, the divorce rate increases?
When you get
I,
remarried, the chances, the likelihood of another divorce increases.
Mm.
I have a stat here from Pew Research. If you want me to share it, I can. It says
Yeah.
that 4 in 10 couples are saying "I do" again. So like they're it's like people, they want successful marriages. It's just that I feel like part of what Neek was saying, and that was part of my rebuttal to launch, is that we don't have the culture, nor do we have communities that represent American values as a whole. We're America is a basically a collection of communities with all different types of purposes that all just work together. But there is no one American way, right?
That's
And
a
the
fact.
American default way has been you have the right to do whatever the hell you want to do. So you have the right, like we made in 1960, whatever that day was. I put it up on the last show or the show before the last show, where I talked about how interracial marriages became legalized, and from then it start going from there. So we're starting to get a little bit more. I don't want to say fairness because the world is not fair, but just the opportunity for people to kind of like establish themselves how they want to establish them. I'm gonna say it like that. Even though we
You
still
know,
have a long way to go, but because of that free for all, this is why we're having the dysfunction that we're having. So my argument tonight is not that we need to not have love marriages. I think that we need to establish, as an American collective or Black American collective, standards that we all can, agree to and move from there. Because we're not in India, right? Um, Arranged marriages is crazy. I don't want to even go there. I can. The history of arranged marriages is not pretty and is not roses.
let's go there, brother. Let's go there. Take us there.
Because not, you know why? Because I'm team monogamy, man. I mean, I'm objective. I'm not biased, but in my
Yo, I'm
opinion,
gonna have to challenge you, brother. I'm gonna have to challenge you on that, brother.
team monogamy.
I have
You're
to
not down with
challenge you on that
monogamy.
little bit right there, boy.
You're not down with the team, man. You need to get down
Say
with
it
the team.
again.
Right now, if we had
Oh,
like
you breaking up. Hold on, you breaking up. Say it again.
right now, I said, look, if we had to have a monogamous team, right, and we have different players on the team, right, arranged
Okay.
marriage people are like they're the superstars. They're the Michael Jordan of the team. They got all the
Okay.
stats. Like Launch said, 2%, whatever the divorce rate was. It looks
I
amazing.
follow.
So I can never tear them down because look, they're a part of my team.
Listen, globally, 55% of marriages founded upon love end in divorce versus less than 6% globally that
Facts.
end in divorce for arranged
Facts.
marriages.
And
Okay,
there's a reason
we're on
for
the
that,
same,
Karan. There's a
we're
reason
on
for
the
that.
same team, but most marriages are love marriages. So it's not really fair. Like that's not really a fair compare. Like,
That
and then
is a fair comparison. That is
look
a
at
very fair comparison. One is strategic, the other one is on a whimsical, it's on a flawed basis. Love is not something
like
that you can, it's not solid enough to build a community.
no, okay.
Because sometimes I'm
Look,
not gonna love you. Sometimes I'm gonna be
check this out. No,
mad.
I'm not saying to build a community because we
I
do know
disagree.
rules. We need laws. We need rules. I'm not saying that. But let's see, I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. And even though I gave Launch the silver bullet, we have to dating, right?
Baby, you
Because
did not give me the silver bullet, okay? That was a
Yo,
part of my research.
you coming for launch
That
hard,
was a
man. I
part of
think
my
me and Sherry
research,
gonna
and
take
it
a
just,
back seat on this one.
like
This
we've
ain't
been
got nothing to
discussing.
do with us.
We've been discussing this from since last week, and I already had this information. And then he comes to me like after the fact, "Oh, babe, I have 2 points for you." I'm like,
But
in
hold
my,
on,
in my head,
Lawrence, let me ask.
talking about
Let
India
me
first.
ask this because we're talking about this, right? But well, let's define what we mean by a marriage, right? Like, what do we mean? Because we're saying the word
Well, we can get
marriage, but I don't
marriage.
think we even have discussed
We're
what do
talking
we
about
mean by marriage. Because marriage is not about love.
see, I don't want to
The
talk about
very
that.
essence of marriage, it's about duty, it's about commitment,
Right.
it's about,
I agree with that.
it has
Marriage,
nothing to do with love. So
marriage.
if you're gonna use love as a basis to found, you already flawed. It's
Wait, hold on,
already
thank you.
wait, hold on, man. You saying a lot. First off, I do agree that you need because marriage is a business in America, so you have to have
Exactly.
certain things in order. So
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
I'm
hold on,
not
hold on,
ignorant
hold
to
on. I'm
And it's
talking
a
about
business
across the board, not
internationally
just in
too.
America.
Oh,
Across
okay.
the board,
I live in
universally,
America. All right,
marriage is
international,
about duty.
Yep.
no problem.
And
Look, no problem, no debates
and
there. But we're
social
talking about,
mobility.
Okay,
but we're talking about dating. So
okay.
when we talk about dating for love and dating for purpose, like you can establish those things later on. So first off, in order to date, right, it's a romantic stage of relationships with two individuals engaged in activity together, most often with the intentions of evaluating each other's suitability as a partner in the future intimate relationships. So
And that's a problem with
arranged
that right
marriages,
there.
but hold on, but arranged marriages, you don't date.
That's
Your partner,
exactly.
your
Because
partner is
dating is
already knows.
stupid.
It is because you don't know enough.
No, but listen, but hold on, but wait. I get it. I get where Sherry's coming from. And I'm not going to tell you what works for you or what you want to do with your own life. All I'm saying is dating in America is with the purpose to find a suitable partner
Right.
and just intimate relationships.
You got it. Mm-hmm.
The
But
problem
what
we
I'm
have in America, we have many problems in America, but the
man,
one of the problems we have in America is that we don't have, like I said, community standards that really represent, if you want to say black people or you want to just say American as a whole, we don't really have real standards for dating.
but that's the problem. That's a major problem,
For
Karan.
sure.
That's a huge Indian communities, Asian they have there's a standard.
There's a
Even in
rubric.
Japan, I was
Yeah.
watching a documentary in Japan about Japan's schools. They don't even have janitors in some Japanese schools because the children are supposed to clean the school, the very school that they learn in, chalkboards, everything. They have a
Mm.
standard for uniforms, a standard for clothes. You're supposed, even
A
down to
standard for
your
exercise.
underwear in Japan. I didn't even know it was this anal retention. Even down to your underwear has to be a certain kind of underwear if you're in school.
They're doing it
Mhm.
big,
But
but I'm
what that forms in the brain is a structured system
Structured
with which
system.
to filter everything through.
Right.
You
I
can't.
agree.
That
Which is
person
the
doesn't do
foundation of
chaos.
civilization, but it lacks in America. And as you were saying, Karan, America,
Western lights.
in America, it's a free for all. You can be whoever you want to be. You can do pretty much whatever you want to do. Um,
Babylon.
But this is my pushback to Quran,
that's a
right? This
fact.
is my pushback to Quran, is that the best ages with which to have children, I would say, in my estimation, would be 25 to probably like your early 30s, right? When you're the most energetic, you're in the peak of your fertility, the peak of your youth. Those will be the great time. That's when you have the most energy.
Right.
The development of human being is ridiculously slow because the brain is so massive, right? Compared to other animals. It
Mhm.
needs so much cultivating and exposure and at every stage to develop into a functioning adult. 18
Right.
years. And no
Right.
other animal on the planet could wait 18 years to develop or they'll be eaten by the
Slight,
jungle.
slight pushback. Slight
But
pushback. We did that. We did that. Because to be honest, all nature cares about, you get to the age of reproduction, we don't care about what happens after that.
No, I agree with you. I'm not. That's not necessarily the point I'm trying to make. What I'm saying is that
We made
we
that.
don't know enough. Like by the time we hit 25, we don't know enough to make a lifetime decision, such as who you should be partnered with. Who does? Like Lanfro was saying, your parents. They've
Yes.
seen you. They've watched you grow. They've watched this other woman across the aisle raise her children. They know the culture
Yes.
in that family.
Plus,
They
they've
can
been
make
there,
a
done that.
better decision for you than you could ever make at 25 about who you should be with.
Absolutely.
So therefore,
I can't argue
we got
against
it all
topic,
wrong in
man.
this country.
I
We got
can't
it all
argue
wrong.
against-
It has nothing to do with love. You can find love later. You can find
You
love
can
later.
grow to love, right?
You could grow to love too, because even with, at the end of the day, even in dating relationships,
You
you
could grow to love somebody
literally
you're not attracted
grow to love. It's about the introduction.
to, someone
It's
you're not.
about the initial introduction. Now, Karan,
You could
I
grow to
grew.
love someone you're not attracted to.
Say it again.
Karan,
You could
have
grow
you
to love
ever? All
someone
right,
you're
so
not
let me ask
attracted
you this
to.
No,
question.
you
Let
cannot
me.
grow to love a woman you're not
I'm gonna say
attracted
this.
to
I'm
as
gonna
the
say this.
man.
Hold up, I gotta push back on that. How many
Oh,
times
so
have
me
you
and
ever met
Lanfro about to
somebody?
get into it.
How
Okay.
how many times, right? Have you met somebody where it was like, damn, what the hell? But then after a while, their looks grew on you, and then you
Well,
started.
as
Because
a man, you
I
talking about men?
experienced this in particular. Yes, I have experienced this where it's like you meet somebody. Like, for example, I'm gonna pull his leg right now. Karan, for example, right? I'm gonna pull your leg, baby. I gotta do it. All right. When I first, so in 2011, you went and put up the presentation.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it back up there.
All right. But I
I
got
want
a
to know
point
if
to
this
make. I got a
testosterone
point to
and
make.
estrogen is
I
not
already
there.
know where
In
you're going. It's different.
2011,
It's
in
different.
2011, I met up with Karan, okay, on 42nd Street. And he was so happy to see me. I'm
Damn,
just
why you
laughing at
gonna throw Koron under the
no,
bus like yo?
no. Karan was so happy to see me that he was grinning so hard. Like he was smiling so hard. You feel me?
Mhm.
And I was like, yo, bro, like, where is his top lip? Because his top lip was like,
Yo, don't do that, Lawrence. Don't do Koron.
my baby,
I'm Team Koron
listen,
now. I'm
baby,
Team
no, no, no,
Koron,
no.
man.
My
I'm
baby
going
was,
against my original
no, no, no,
beliefs.
no.
She don't want
He
to go
was,
there,
I'm
Neek,
on.
because I got the
he,
silver bullet, man. She don't
listen,
want to
he
go
was
there.
so happy to see me.
Yo,
Okay.
just
And
say,
he was grinning so hard. Like I've never, like in my life, I was like, yo, like I've never had no man cheese at me like that. Okay.
well, what was the
And
problem, Lawrence? What was the problem with that?
what it was that I was used to men who were like aloof, right? And who didn't really exhibit that much exuberance. You know what I'm saying? So it was new to me. It was something that was different for me. You
Okay.
understand? So like from that context, it was like, yo, I actually grew to love that aspect of him where it's like,
Sherry,
when, huh?
Lawrence.
What?
There's
She was
differences
attracted to me from day
between
one.
men and women. Women
No,
have an
Nate,
innate
don't fall for
ability
it.
to
No, Nate,
overlook the physical.
don't fall for it. She was
No, I'm not
attracted to
falling
me
for it. I
from
already
day
know where
one.
this is going. This is not
No,
the
no, no.
first
I was
rodeo with this
attracted. No, no, no.
conversation.
Don't let her
No,
fool you.
we're not talking about attraction. It's more or less like
No,
I
that's what
just
we talking about. We talking about.
oh,
That's
I
literally
saw
Lodge.
you
We were
at
talking about
first sight,
attraction, Lodge. We were
okay.
talking about can you
All
grow
right.
to
Well,
love
and I
somebody you're
don't
not
think you're
attracted
hot.
to.
I'm not okay. So I can't speak on. I guess I can't speak on that per se.
Exactly.
Were you attracted to Quran when you first met him?
He was definitely like different from what I was used to. Like he
So
was
he
very
so he
tall.
was not your
He was.
your
I
typical
looked
guy.
at him like he was like a pretty boy because he had very fine features, long
I was
hair.
her
Like
type, Nick. I had
he
long hair. She like
he
long
had
hair dudes.
super long hair. You
Had
know what I'm saying?
dreads.
And I just never.
Yo,
Big
I need those
booty.
pictures, Lodge. I need that. I gotta see
Listen, his hair, like to me,
She was
you know what he
attracted
looked
to me.
like? He
She
looked
ain't
like,
grow
and
like
he gonna
that.
hate when I say this, but he looked like the Black Messiah. Like back then, if the Black Messiah, if there was a Black
Damn.
Jesus, he would look like a Black Jesus. Like I swear to God, he was very tall, long locks. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of
Team
looked.
Quran, man. Yo,
East
team. Yo,
African
Karan,
is.
why she doing this to you, man? Why she
I'm
doing you
not.
like this,
So like,
brother?
it was completely different from what I was used to, which was like the more like rugged,
Okay,
you
but
know.
Lance, there's you like that's the same reason a female cannot necessarily rape a man. Like a guy has to be attracted for the equipment to even start working. You know what I'm saying? Like a guy has to be attracted to a female for the equipment to even work. It don't work
That's
the
not
same
true.
way.
No,
Say
but
again?
what I'm
That's not true.
saying is,
To
I
the,
have
to the
heard.
point that
I have,
Launch Pro made, though, right? I can agree with Launch Pro that you
Hold
can't
on,
go.
Hold on, Trev said that's not true. Go ahead, Trev.
Hey, a woman can be ugly and get put in work. It's not true. We gotta be attracted.
Oh, but you just talking about
That's
you
not
trying to
true at
find a
all.
release, brother. We talking about a relationship. You talking about looking for
Oh
a
yeah, he's
little.
talking about relationship.
Everybody got it. Somebody they regret. Every dude I know got a little. You know. We don't talk about
But that's different.
situation.
Yeah.
But I'm
We talking
talking about in
relationship.
a relationship, Trev. Like you, I don't see a man being in a relationship with a woman he's unattracted to, and it function. There
I
has to
just
be
think,
some level of
I just think
attraction.
that
And
there
the
are
same thing
moments
too
where
for women, Nick. It's the same thing for women too,
you could
Nick.
grow to
Listen, yo,
love
I've seen some
somebody.
ugly dudes with some bad chicks, and because they got the gift of gab, they are funny. There's something else. They got money. There's
Right.
something else about
Don't change
dudes.
it for women. Don't change it for women because if they
It's a
find
double standard.
look, if they find they'll stay with a man because he has money.
But that's
That
dude. What?
hypergamy stuff. That purpose
Yo,
stuff.
what?
Y'all talking about.
Yo, Karan, what 90-year-old billionaire can buy a young dude?
A
None.
woman?
What
You said woman?
90-year-old female billionaire can
Oh
buy
yeah.
a
Oh hell yeah.
man?
She
It
could get a man.
happened before.
She could get a man.
Yo, think
Yeah,
about
she
the
get a man.
physicality of
Because
trying
it's
to be
about purpose.
intimate with the 90.
No.
It's not gonna
Okay,
happen.
look at Madonna. Look at Madonna.
You just gonna be there like, yo, I can't
Madonna is
do this,
like
bro. I
almost
can't.
70, if I'm not
How much?
mistaken.
Hey,
Her boyfriend is in his
Yo,
20s.
Trev know what I'm talking about.
hey,
Trev
Nick.
know what I'm talking
Hey,
about.
Nick. If I was a single man and I got that offer from a 90-year-old billionaire, I'm gonna have to fold her up, bro.
But Trev, you're not gonna be in a relationship bro, every day.
Bro.
Me. Want to love
Yo, Trev is like, yo, I'm looking at them dollar signs, brother. Them dollar signs go.
When you're dating for purpose, you're not dating for these things that I have on the screen. You're not dating for this. You're not marrying for this. You're not marrying for this. This goes out the window. Right? This goes out the window. So if you're on the purpose team, you don't care about this. You don't care about this stuff. This stuff don't matter.
I feel as though, I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel as though, you know, again, like dating for purpose, I guess I'm looking at it through the prism of one like I'm looking at it through the prism of arranged marriages, which are typically brought together by parents. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking at it through the prism of hypergamy, for example, where this person could look like a foot, but because he's rich, I'm gonna be with him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking at it from that angle. So I understand where you're coming from.
Right, yeah, but if you're Indian or if you're African and your parents say you need to marry that 6'9" ugly 400-pound monster down the block, guess what you're gonna have to do? You're gonna have to go down there.
Not how that
No,
works.
that's not arranged marriages. That's forced marriages. I just explained to you that that's not arranged marriages. That's forced marriages.
Yes.
That's forced marriages. Those aren't good.
Arranged marriages are very similar.
Arranged marriage. So you're saying that arranged marriage has elements of love marriages because now you're pointing back.
Both sides have to agree, Karan. Both families have to come together. If the girl says no, it's not happening. Like,
okay, so then
I'm gonna say this to you. Look. Let me read something real quick. Okay. Arranged marriages, they're not as unfortunate as you think. The idea of promising to spend one's entire life with another person is nothing short of daunting. But when the right pair cross paths, the result can be outstanding. That being said, it is important that both parties are wholly comfortable with each other and completely on board with the marriage. While most marriages are a result of ongoing relationship between two individuals, there is another type of marriage, which is called the arranged marriage. An arranged marriage can be as successful or unsuccessful as a love marriage. The major downfall to an arranged marriage is that in some cases, the individuals in question have had no prior meeting and know little, if anything, of each other, though those circumstances are quite rare. This individual actually cited a source from Static Brain. According to a 2012 study by Statistic Brain, the global divorce rate for arranged marriages was 6%, a significantly low number compared to the 55% of marriages in the world that are arranged. This low statistic shows the success rate of arranged marriages. Contrary to forced marriages, in which the individuals are at risk of being disowned should they disagree with the marriage. Arranged marriages are sought with the hope for a stable relationship
Karan is
over
not trying to
time.
hear it, boy. Karan is like,
I,
no.
Most
what it is, Nick? I don't want to diss my star player.
In most cases, the couple's families have known one another for a long while. For many individuals, arranged marriages can be extremely beneficial. And
Karan
it
trying to
goes
keep the
into
peace.
And it goes into, but here's the thing, like, here's a little pushback for you, Karan. Not only are there issues with arranged marriages, but there's also significant issues with love marriages as well. And that's the reason
No, we
why
know
there's
that.
such a
We
huge divorce
pointed
rate.
it out.
So, right. So, I mean,
No, but
you saying,
But the same reason why the people, well, honestly, to be real, we don't really know the actual success of an arranged. Just because you're married, that doesn't mean your marriage is great. Just because you're
No marriage is great, Karan. Not us. Even the ones that look good aren't great.
exactly.
We're only counting by how many people are
Okay,
not
but
getting
Karan,
divorced.
Are divorced. We're talking about two-parent
Karan,
households. We're
honestly,
talking about
healthy.
the propensity for your child to go to college and finish college. You know, we're talking about survival of the fittest. The strongest
Oh
will
God.
survive. And the strongest
hold
and the
on.
strongest I'm sorry, but those who are fit, like financially fit, I understand that, like people from single parent households can succeed, but you just pointed to a great a point worth paying attention to, which was the crime rate, right? Where the father is absent from the home, so we can't neglect those facets that really matter in society.
But hold on, but I think we need to be careful of our definitions, because I think that's the disconnect between you and Karan.
Mhm.
I think that the definitions, because Karan believes in love, right? That's important to him. He needs that to be present for marriage to even take place.
Wait, but no,
Right.
to date.
Right.
To date.
To
Not for
date.
necessarily marriage, but just date.
Okay, well that's where the discrepancy is, because
Wait.
Launch Pro, when you talk
hold on.
about arranging a marriage, you're talking about building legacy. You're talking
Yes.
about
Yeah.
Wait.
fortifying the community. So when Launch Pro is talking about arranged marriages, if you're just talking about love for dating purposes, that's a
What's
completely
the
different animal.
purpose?
That's a
What
completely
would be
different
the
animal.
purpose of loving someone and dating?
So
No, I'm
see,
saying that's the difference between what Karan is saying and what Launch Pro is saying, because they're budding. But I just noticed that Karan is just talking about, love and dating. You're talking about purpose. Purpose is more on Launch Pro's side. Launch Pro is talking about the purpose factor of an arranged marriage and what that means to the children, the community, the safety of the community and the children, and all these things, which is very
Correct.
important. But
Because I understand that we as a human collective are not just limited to procreation. Like we're a little more complex than that, than insects. You know what I'm saying? Or protozoa. Where like
So
we gotta reproduce. Like
Protozoa. Yo, what documentaries are you watching, Launch Pro?
What is protozoa?
Protozoa. Yeah.
protozoa is another microscopic organism, right?
Launch Pro
a single celled
be.
organism. But you get what I'm saying, though. Like,
Yo, what's that? What's that organism that can live in lava, Launch Pro? Oh man.
I don't think
There's
she knows that.
nematodes.
Let's let you teach
Nematodes
their
can live
anatomy.
in lava.
Is it nematodes? Yeah,
Neither
no.
one.
They can
Mhm.
live in lava, man. I'm like, what? They can live.
Yep.
Yo, they shot them up into space. They had them in the vacuum of space. They survived space. They
Mhm.
brought them down, throw them out, and them joints were still moving around. I'm like, yo, what kind of craziness is
Yeah,
this?
insane.
Yeah, that's
Now
why
they over there in
that's why we
Mars
could
trying to
predict that.
drill the stuff in Mars, trying to bring it to Earth.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, leave that
Yeah.
stuff over there.
No, but that's why we could predict that there's life elsewhere in the universe. Because
Yeah.
there
Those
are
things
organisms
must be
on Earth
little
that can
devils.
survive. Huh?
I said those
What'd you
things
say?
must be little devils.
Oh, I don't know, but yeah, there's things that could survive extreme
I don't think you
temperatures.
want it to be in your body.
Oh, nah.
your immune system is gonna have a listen, man.
But going back to the launch,
Yeah.
like I get it. I understand arranged marriages is my Michael Jordan. So if I ever debate somebody between monogamy and polygamy, I know I could wipe the floor with them because I could just pull out my superstar, and you ain't got nothing for that, you know. But we do have
But
to.
I mean, we
understand
can't
that.
do the debate between monogamy and polygamy because monogamy is not natural.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's set it up. We want to do that. I'm just letting you know you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win, brother.
Ron, we can do it, baby. We can do this.
Once you
Oh,
use
Bro,
the
you gonna lose that one, fam. You gonna lose
that's
that one.
why I love to
you're gonna lose that one, bro.
give context.
You gonna lose that one
When you
like
use words
bad.
like natural, Nick,
I'm
this is
setting
the
it
second
off. I'm
time I'm
setting
checking
it
you
off.
about that natural word.
I'm
This is the
fire
second
starting
time
tonight.
you're bringing up natural.
Say
Bro,
it
you
again.
gonna lose
Say
that
it
one
again.
badly. You
This is the second
you
time I'm
gonna lose
checking
that
you
one
about that
badly, bro.
natural word. That natural word is gonna get you in trouble
Oh yeah? Why is it gonna get me in trouble?
because when you say natural is things that occur in nature. That's it. That's natural.
Right.
There's nothing more to it. Artificial is natural.
So whoa. Back it
Yeah.
up. Back it up. Back it up. Artificial is
God.
natural?
Yo, listen, bro. I don't want to do this tonight. No, you're not gonna win, bro. Because all I'm gonna do is source you to death.
And I'm gonna source you
Not my
too.
opinion.
Yo, we draw from the same sources.
No, you're not. If you believe
Well,
natural
you got the
is
prompt,
like
so I can't
natural,
really put nothing on the screen. So you got that advantage.
okay. Yeah, you can put stuff on the screen. I think you hit. I'm
Oh, I
sure.
can?
But you're in the car though. You're
I
not on
don't
the.
think it has. Hold on, settings. Nah, I
I
don't think
don't
I
think
have
you can do
the.
it on the phone.
Yeah, I can't do it, Koron. So
Took himself out. But yeah, I think Sherry. Sherry's on the phone too. If
I'm
you're on
not
the laptop,
able to.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess if you're on a laptop, probably.
Nah, but wait, really quickly, Karan, to your point that you were trying to make about dating and loving, what would be the point of loving in dating if it's not for marriage or on the road to marriage?
Okay, so when I say dating for love, it's like I feel like the cheat code is, and I'm gonna put it back. That chart that I put up there,
Mhm.
like really understand this, right? Hold on. If you really understand this right here, that this is the process, and you can get attachment, and you can find that attachment with someone who you actually are. First, it starts with the lust, and then the attraction. Those two things have to be there. Luke is back. Those two things have to be there, and then the attachment is the oxytocin, the vasopressin, right? So that's just this is just a definition of what love is from a scientific perspective. Now you can have
Ron got things back on track, huh?
Yeah.
you could have a philosophical definition of love. You could believe love is eternal. I don't, I'm just telling you what's actually happening when people say they experience love. So all I'm saying is, if I'm going to date someone, first I have to be attracted to them, not just physically, even though the physical is important, but also their personality.
Right.
And how we do that is by courting. And yes, there's a purpose to dating. Like I'm trying to find someone to be with, but the basis of it is love.
No, and I get that part, right? I get
Yeah.
all of that. But the point is, at some point, you are looking to be. Some people go beyond this point and stay stuck in relationship or, dating for so long that it never reaches relationship, even though they feel these things. Just it's a simple conversation of who's going to say, I love you first, right? And then you get there. What would be the purpose of doing that without looking for relationship or marriage?
Sex.
being stuck
Well,
in love for that amount
Sex
of,
is usually the driving motivation for most
so then
people.
you need to keep it clear.
I think I might have a good answer for that. Let me see. 1 second. Yeah, yeah, I could talk. I'm gonna pull something up.
Yeah, I was just saying,
You got to think.
keeping the roads clear so that the dating, if you're dating just to be dating, right? Just to be having friends with benefits or whatever, let that be known. I'm not looking to love, like if the other person, and this is where the miscommunication always comes in. If you're not looking for relationship or for, the prospect of marriage, and then you're just looking for friends with benefits, you can stop the love factor. Literally, like I'm just having sex with this person. A lot of the times, when guys say that and they're actually engaging with a person who's looking for more, that's a problem. It's a very big problem. I wouldn't say that those things are not going to happen, because even though, this person is saying, oh, I'm just dating to be dating, naturally, if they're dealing with a woman who would be looking for this prospect, because I feel like the attraction, the lusting that I would even want to have sex with you, it would come from just those beginning stages. I don't know if guys are, maybe guys can separate that better than women can, but I don't really see that. And there's the problem.
But that's why they need to come to Koron Pierre's class. I'm gonna be charging $39.99.
Plug, man. You gotta love the plug.
Like master class. All I'm saying is, I hear what Sherry's saying. I hear what Launch and Sherry saying. I kind of agree with them. Only if we had the community and the culture to police that. Like, the problem with America is, like, we're like a free for all kind of society, unless you are a part of a niche community. Like, if you're Indian and there's a community of Indians in America, then maybe you could experience some of that stuff they got in India. But in America, that's just not how it works, man. I mean, look, another thing too, we did a show on mental health. People bug the fuck out here. Excuse my French. Now, your parents decide to pair you with someone who has psychological issues, right? And they seem fine, right? But because the culture is designed where we can't divorce, or divorce is taboo, in America, you can get divorced. It's not a big deal anymore. Back in the day, it used to be a thing to get divorced. Today, we don't really care. You could get married 8 times.
Right.
People treat you like however. But what I'm saying is, because we don't have the society or the culture to establish those arranged marriages, you have to be very, very careful with who you're pairing your kid with, because these kids, oh, Travis is back, because these kids could have certain issues that don't come up until the marriage happens. And now they're being abused and they're doing all these things. So yes, while yes, the arranged marriages has a great divorce rate in terms of only 6% of the people get divorced, at the same time, what is the quality of the marriage? Because at some point, especially when you're dating for love, if you go back to the chart, right, you can grow apart. And what happens when you grow apart and you just don't want to be there no more because of X, Y, and Z? So in those other cultures, people mask it. Like, they can't, it's not as open for them to experience that. So what is the quality of life too? That'll be another question. If I
think it's beyond just the individual experience. There is a duty and responsibility that extends outside of just how I feel in the moment. A lot of those nuclear organizations, whether it's religious or ethnic, they tend to have a defined purpose to why they are marrying into each other's families. They understand that it's not just about the individual. Oh, I fell in love with you. I love you. What's your family pedigree? These things matter. Now let's talk about family pedigree. Are there any illnesses? I know personally there's, I have Indian associates and they go into the whole genetic background of that particular family. You know what I'm saying? They go into the political aspect of the family. What are their beliefs? Are they involved in the politics of their country? What are their value systems? Are there any diseases that we should know about? And again, arranged marriages are typically arranged through families that have known each other for a significant amount of time.
I hear you,
So
Lunch. I thought you was done, Lunch. I'm sorry. If you're not done, I'm sorry. Yeah, go
no, go
ahead.
ahead. Go into your.
I got a source on the table, right? It talks about the education gap in marital status. So we do understand that back in the day, 1960, when we had communities, we had religion, like a lot of people were into religion and things like that. You had 72% over the age 25 of adults, or I'm sorry, 18 and older, sorry, were married back in 1960 on this chart right here. I could zoom in if you need me to. Oh, wait, hold on. What did I do? Whoa. I'm on the Edge browser. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So you see that? So so we see the marriage rate has declined, right? It's down to 50% since it last checked in 2016. So let me back up. Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, cool. So, but check this out. Look at the education gap in marriage. So this is why we need to actually set up systems, right? And definitely educate people, because if you look at the education gap in marriage, you see a difference between people who have bachelor's degrees, some college, and less high school. Look at the percentage of adults if you go back to 1990. So people with bachelor's degrees were married at a 69% clip back in 1990. It declined a little bit slightly, but it's at 65% in 2016, people with bachelor's degrees. So when we talk about love relationships or relationships based on love, typically, well, no, not typically, it's basically decision based. You have to make choices and decisions. The more educated you are, right, more than likely you'll make better decisions. So that's why these people are getting married at a 65% clip, right? You see some college was 67% back in 1990, and that took a really sharp drop down to 55. But look at the high school or less, 63% back in 1990, and now it's at 50%. So there is value to knowledge. And that's what I've been trying to say this entire stream. Like when you're aware of certain things, when it comes to love, marriages, or not forget marriage, when it comes to dating, right? You have certain standards because you know more. You have more than likely you have a greater success. That's what my whole relationship phase three-phase relationship theory is all about. You court effectively to hopefully find someone you can commit to, and then get married. So I just wanted to put this up on the screen. I got sources for days. I think the problem is we have a not only do we have a lack of culture, or not culture. We have culture. I meant to say we don't have real community that represents the black people or even just American people as a whole. We don't have that, right? And we don't have the information, or we're not as educated, or we just don't make good decisions for a lot of different reasons. And because of that, that's why we suffer. That's why we're suffering. You know what I'm saying? And I
I
could go
think that's true.
this reason, huh?
I think as far as the education piece, because what I notice a lot more is the level of stimulation. For a person who, and I'm not applying this to everybody across the board because some people are more advanced or have the knowledge, even though they didn't go to college. But for most, I will say that I cannot have a conversation and find attraction with somebody who has, you know, just has a high school diploma and has not had the luck of the draw for other resources of gaining information, because our conversation can go but so far. And so, to the person who has higher education, is always intriguing to both genders, that you can teach me something. That's attractive in itself. So, even when it comes to the love factor of that, I love that, or people can love that about a person. And there's a real purpose to being attached to someone who has a higher, has some level of stimulation or education, because that's a person who can network. That's a person who, okay, if we went bankrupt today, you know how to get it back up tomorrow. All of these different nooks and crannies of education and what it really brings to the table for the people. I've heard some people say, oh, that's just not for me. But they in there, that's fine if they know other routes of getting this information that's beneficial to their relationship or their future, because maybe they're an entrepreneur and blah blah blah, and that can also be attractive. But it can be just stagnation that kills the whole thing. You don't really have the marriage that can come to you the way that it needs to if you're not doing your best in that way, when it comes to your education or knowledge.
Right. Right. Yeah. And that's all I'm trying to say. Like, I feel like it's just a lack of knowledge and just information like that. And you could like actually take that over to a lot of other things too. And you see the differences, poverty rates and things of that nature. So we just need to, if we're dating, right? Because we don't live in a society where we have arranged marriages. So I have to promote and push love because I think it's a good starting point. Now, when we talk about marriage, you're gonna have to have some purpose. You're gonna have to have some other structure, right? It's not just gonna be just about love because love ain't paying the bills.
But even naturally,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that it's okay to also be a sojourner of the creation of a new culture. Like, not to bring up Kevin Samuels, but I will bring him up. He had a particular UVP, unique value proposition. He had a position, right? And he became kind of like a crusader for a specific message, right? So in that sense, I do believe that this platform could be used to, focus on bringing more awareness to the importance of dating with a purpose, rather than something that has proven time and time again to be unsuccessful by a large football field, which is dating for just love. You know what I'm saying? How about we date for a purpose, and that can be something that is advocated for as a new perspective, thus having an impact on the community.
That's a very effective way of looking at it, because when you look at the 45% of Black women who are single mothers, I'm sure they all dated for love.
Of course they did.
So like, and then, when you think of it, it's cool that you bring up Kevin Samuels, because a lot of the points that are made is, well, you should have thought about that pretty much before having a child. But dating for love got you caught up instead of dating for purpose, when you could have matched up with someone for years, for your future and for your children. So I would say that was
But was it the right person though? I mean, you have people loving the wrong person at the wrong time.
And why is that? Because of the 3 categories to love. That lust. Why is that?
And
but it's also they're not qualifying.
Huh?
They're not doing a good job at qualifying the opposite sex. And a lot of these relationships start when you're young too. When you're young, you ain't got no sense. Like it's like you 21.
So that's who you're talking to when you're talking about date for love. The young generation.
Well, I tell the young people to wait. Like I told my brother, I said, you need to focus on getting yourself together before you even think about, falling in love. I don't think young people should, if they are doing what they do, I don't think they should have serious relationships, and I don't think they should be having unprotected sex. I don't think there's a lot of things they shouldn't be doing, but because we don't have the culture and the things of that nature. But me as a parent, knowing these things, I will be instilling this into my kids and hopefully pushing them in the right direction and let them know, like, look, when you're 21, 22 years old, you should be about getting your bachelor's and your master's degree. Because if you do want love, people who have bachelor's degrees and higher degrees have greater success in marriage. They marry at a higher clip. You have access to more information. Go ahead.
Yeah. I will say that you're not wrong, right? But there was a part of a conversation I was having earlier with Neek where he was saying, basically young Black men don't really listen to Black men, right? They will more so listen to women. And the problem that Neek pointed out there is, when you're listening to them, you're going to become more, it's not even that you're going to become, you're like more sensitive and more like them. But the problem that I see with that, what you're saying is, those women who are giving that advice moved out of love anyway, right? So I feel like the problem will be when you're talking to that young category, demographic of people, they're not going to be listening to you telling them to wait or to not have unprotected sex or whatever. This is what they're doing. This is what is
That's what our
happening.
parents told us not to
Hey,
do
but
already.
Sherry, we
Right.
trying to
It
get
didn't
like
work
Meek
then.
now.
It ain't gonna work now.
The
Right.
goal, we can't save them all, but if
No,
we
but
could
it's not
get
even
one
about
person,
not saving them all. We gotta
It's about
go.
creating a culture, a movement.
Yes.
That's what I think it's about. And I mean, and for me at least, I think people need to be hearing something different
This
because
is the part. Wait, I'm sorry, real quick. I'm gonna cut you off.
Mhm.
Cut this part and put this on Instagram. Just this clip right here. What she just said, what you just said prior to. This is a great clip. But go ahead.
oh, trust me, I do mark down the clips. I got them. I didn't have a chance to edit them. I got mad clips. I
Yo,
got
you
mad
can
clips.
post some
This
clips
will
on
be a clip.
Instagram.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Absolutely. Like, I just think that we need to be talking about something new now, given the fact that dating for love is unsuccessful.
That
Are we
is
going
why.
to ignore the stats?
Wait, hold on. Dating for love is not unsuccessful. You have a lot of people who are unsuccessful, but you could be successful dating for love.
Yeah, but the stats prove otherwise.
Right. And this is why
Yeah,
Kevin
but
Samuels was so popular because of the narrative or culture he was creating. Basically, telling women that you should be doing the purposeful thing with your bodies. And men are turned on to what he was saying because that's what they believe the whole way anyway. Why would I take a woman who's looking at me as second choice? She's already given this away to someone else. And women need to become more accountable for their own bodies in this way. Same thing when he was talking about, you know, to men for the first 3 years. Why would you give all fuckboy energy? This is not the culture that we need to be coming from. This is not where we came from. Prior to the 60s, you know what I mean, or in the 60s, we were getting married at these rates. Where did we go? You got, even having conversations about men washing their asses or grooming themselves well, recalculating, redoing the culture to create what it should be looking like, recreate what it should be looking like. And when it comes to women too, holding both genders accountable for a proper marriage foundation.
Quran,
go ahead, Neek.
at the risk of increasing the rift between us, brother, I just want to ask, like, when you say about dating for love, right?
Yes.
I would have to ask, where's the successful model of that people can follow? Because the successful models for marriage is the ones that Launch propose, arranged marriages. That has been a highly successful model. I have yet to see a successful model for the amount of industries in America that's made billions of dollars over the dopamine hit that people get. Buying cars, dating for love, rom coms. It's egregious how they are weaponizing human hormones for that purpose. Like, I understand your position because I'll pat deep in my listening to really understand what the issue is. But what you're saying is all we have left, but it's not correct. All we have left is dating for love because we don't have a community to form the arranged marriages. All
Yep.
we have is dating for love, but that is not. It's not the best way forward. We need a radical solution because we have a radical problem. We have an extreme problem. Dating for love is trying to drink toxin for I don't know, cancer. Like it's not helping. It's not helping the
You
situation.
don't believe, y'all don't believe love and purpose can't be the same thing?
No.
It's not the same. Innately, it's not
It
the same.
can be. It can
It's,
be.
I think
but
Why not?
how can it be the same? It's innately different. How
It's
can it be
not
the
the
same?
same. One is
I
Okay,
actually agree
so
with both Karan and Trav.
dating for love. Love is from what Quran's positioning is. Love, that is a scientific truth, right?
Yes.
Love is not scientific. Like,
Well,
there's no way to
well.
quantify love. There's
No,
no.
No,
actually
well, I
there is.
mean, what do you
Actually
mean
it is.
by
No.
what do
Hold
you
up,
mean
hold
by
up.
that,
No,
Neek?
no, no. The
There's
truth
no
of the
way to
matter, no,
quantify
there is.
somebody's love for
There
you.
is. No. What it is that it's hard to conceive that love really is just a system of hormones working together. It's hard to conceive that,
Exactly.
but from a anatomical
Hmm.
biological perspective, really the concept of love is not really like this flowery, philosophical,
Okay,
idealistic
hold on,
kind of
Monstro.
thing.
Now I'm gonna have to little
I have a
pushback
question.
with you. So you're carrying a child. You're
Hmm.
carrying a child within your body, right?
Right.
Your connection or your quote unquote love for your child. There's no way Quran can match that because he don't even know how to quantify that. To
When
even
when you say max that, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
because you're saying there is a way to quantify love, but I'm saying you and Quran's position as far as the hormones are concerned is there is a way to quantify love. What I'm saying is
Wait,
that
quantify? I don't know about quantify, but describe, yes.
Just to describe what the
well,
process of love is.
if you can quantify hormones, then and the
To define
hormones is
it.
the substratum of love, you can quantify love. That's what I'm saying.
Defining. It's really a definition of what love is,
Yeah, but
right?
you can. But look at addicts. Look at how we trap the dopamine release in addicts. Then we can quantify somebody's level of addiction, right?
Right.
Based on the dopamine release and then the drops and the troughs and right.
Right.
That's quantifiable. But I'm saying LOVE, what love actually is.
Hold
How
on,
do
I
you
got an
quantify?
example. I got a question.
There's three
I got a
Oh,
phases.
go
question.
ahead, Trev. Trev
Mhm.
been trying to go ahead.
Oh, I got a question. Karan, when Lars
What's
had a
that?
baby, you're gonna love the baby, right?
That's a fact.
Okay, so I have a question. If you don't do your job as the father, your purpose as the father to provide and protect and teach your kid, do you love them?
If I don't do that, one could say I don't love
Right.
them.
You don't love them. So your purpose is to do that as a father, as parents. That's your job. If y'all don't do that, then you don't love them. You can say how you feel about them. You can say you
Yeah.
love them. But if you don't do your job as a parent, you don't love them. That's your purpose as a
quantification.
parent to do that for the kid.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
No,
love.
see, 'cause I see what Lance is doing. See, I know that I can't. I mean, I could beat up the arranged marriage if I wanted to, but I don't want to because I might need to use that one day.
Yo,
What I will say is that when we're talking about dating for purpose of love, dating for purpose, a good example would be hypergamy. Would be like a gold digger just getting with somebody because he has money. The purpose of them getting together is not based off any attraction, any of the stuff I had on the screen. She wants to improve her lifestyle. He has 7 figures. Listen, she's working at Walmart. She don't want to work there no more. So her purpose is to no longer work at Walmart.
okay, but
Let
hold
me
on,
go get this
Quran,
guy.
Quran.
That's not how
Hold
that
on, hold on,
works.
hold on, hold on. Wait,
But
time
that's
out,
a
time out,
purpose though.
time out. Can I get a
That's not
time
love
out?
based.
I
Can
think
I
y'all
get a flag on the
I think y'all
play?
forgetting what love is, man.
Can I get a flag on
Love
the
is
play
just not a
real quick?
feeling.
I
Can
know
I
Wait,
we
get him
can't flag it
offside?
because me
Can I
and
get a
Lance had this
travel man?
discussion. She agreed that
Love
hypergamy
is just not
is
a
part
feeling,
of
man.
dating for a purpose.
no.
Right,
There's
Lance?
different. Remember.
Hold
There's
on.
different forms. There's different forms of dating for a purpose. There's different prisms
Look,
to that.
y'all have to.
Hypergamy is, and I defined, what dating for a purpose actually means in the very
Right.
beginning. There's
And
different.
hypergamy was part
There's
of it.
different. There's different like categories or verticals to date of what dating for a purpose means, right?
Yes.
So the purposes could be hypergamy. It could be nation building. You know what I'm saying? Via arranged marriages. It could be dating for shoot. It could even be dating for genetic superiority for some people. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I
Ocho
want to
Cinco
be
said
with
it.
huh?
I said Ocho Cinco said it. He likes to date tall women because of that.
Because of, right. So that's what I mean by dating for a purpose. It's just that for me, I focused on
She
arranged
focused on
marriages
arranged
in
marriages.
particular.
The
But
silver
but
bullet.
but hold on, hold on, hold on. That silver bullet is more like aluminum because what I'm trying to say is that this right. Even if what Quran is saying is true, there is still a factor of what is organizing these hormonal responses. right? What's making the determination of how much of these hormones should be made? What is attraction? Like some of the hormones you had on the screen.
Yeah.
Why is this person attracted to that person not? What is the software? What is the algorithm with which this is being processed?
It's called
That is
sexual
big.
selection.
That's beyond. That's something else other than just hormones.
Listen,
For me,
aside from the
it's
science
sexual
of that,
selection. Go ahead.
the scripture, and I love some scripture, right? Because it be real sometimes, but like,
Well, hold on. I want
first,
Koron to address that before we
no,
move.
okay, go ahead.
No, all I was saying is it's sexual selection. It's something that species do. Like
No, I
for some
understand that,
reason,
Koron. I'm saying you're talking about the science of it. I'm saying what is deciding that should be released because of Launch Pro? What is you see Launch Pro? Boom, serotonin, all the tonins,
Yeah.
right? What made that decision?
Remember, we are creatures of senses. So your five senses is
Yeah.
what made those decisions. Like
Right,
how you
but
perceive.
I might not find a particular woman attractive, but he might. How
Yeah,
comes I can
right.
get the same dopamine rush as him?
because
Well,
it's
because
process of
it's all
sexual
based on
selection.
the syntax. Like, to be honest, it's based on information, like what somebody deems as attractive versus not.
Okay,
But
right.
the chemical responses once that decision is made, oh, he's attractive. The chemical responses that follow from that is what follows suit.
Pull up.
No, I understand that. That's what
1
follows suit.
Corinthians 13, 4 through the rest of it.
Okay.
Right? Because this is the
Hold on,
other
let me turn it.
side of the science. I understand fully what Koron is saying, but the
right,
only
let me go there.
detriment of what he is saying to me is that it can get stuck in dating. The transition to marriage is the part for me. But like I said, the
But
science of
Karan's
it
not
all, I
talking
know
about
is real.
Mars.
But
Karan's specifically talking about dating and love. He's not
I
talking
think
about transcendence.
ultimately, like Travis was saying that, oh, it could be the same thing. Like love and purpose could be the same thing. But quite frankly, my point was
They're
that
different.
they're completely different.
They're completely different.
The one is
On the dating
science
side,
based.
yeah.
Once we're talking about how the brain and
Yes.
how the brain informs chemical
Yeah.
processes in the body
Yeah.
versus social constructs, which consist of
I disagree.
hypergamy, nation building. Those are social constructs.
Yeah.
Those are not sciences. You understand what I'm saying? So, like,
I get it.
I disagree.
What do you
Okay.
disagree with,
I
Trev?
disagree.
What part you disagree with?
So like I'm a married man, right? I can sit here and tell my wife I love her. I can have feelings for my wife, all that, right? But if I'm out here cheating on my wife, I don't love her.
That's not
No
true.
matter all that talking
That's
and
not true,
that
bro.
is true, bro. You can't love,
That's not
bro.
true.
You cannot love. You cannot love your, bro.
Yo, don't do
You
that,
cannot love your,
Trev.
bro,
Don't do that, bro.
bro,
I
bro.
want to be there with
That's
you, but I don't know,
Hold
bro.
on. You cannot love your spouse if you're not loyal to him.
Dude,
That's not love, bro.
you're making a decision because you know if you
That's
do
it.
that, so let me ask you this. Hold on. Trev,
You're making a decision because you don't love her. If you love your spouse, you're not gonna cheat on her. So
hold on.
you can have all these
Trev. I
feelings and
get
all that. That's not love, bro.
I want to ask you, do you know, hold on. Are you saying right now, as you're married, as it's fit, you find no other woman attractive?
That don't mean I'm a cheat on her.
No, I'm not saying, hold on. I'm not saying that you're going to cheat. I'm just asking you, do you find any other women attractive?
Yeah, women's not going to just turn ugly because I'm married.
So therefore, the same chemical processes that led you to your wife is still there. It's you.
But the difference is, this the difference though. I'm not. But this the difference though.
You've made a decision. You've made a decision.
But this is the difference, Nick. But Nick, I'm not acting on it though.
I agree.
Just because I see a woman who's
hold on.
Okay, so I'm being loyal to my wife.
Glad you went back to that.
Hold on. What you said? I missed that. What you said? Trev, what you said? Was that last?
I said if you're not loyal to your wife, no matter what type of feeling you claim you have, you don't love her. So I can find a woman attractive. A woman's
But
gonna be
Nick,
attractive regardless.
That's not
That
exclusively
don't mean I gotta go try
true.
to sleep
That's
with
not
her.
Then
like
you can still be
Nick,
That's true.
dating.
That's a fact.
I'm not saying that
Nick,
you
look at
must
the
go
screen,
sleep.
Nick.
I'm not saying you must go sleep and that doesn't XYZ.
Nick,
What
look at
I'm
the screen, man.
Well, say it
Love
again.
is not
talk
just
about love.
attraction.
Love is all three of these.
But you can
Love-
lust it up. You can do all three of these that you didn't do that without
No,
your wife to
no,
another woman.
no.
You could be
You see the
married and
vaso.
all three of
No.
these present an opportunity.
You see the vaso.
Bro, you can't love your spouse and cheat on them, bro.
I'm not
The vaso
saying
You can't love your spouse and cheat on them.
there's a difference between love and loyalty, man. There's a difference between loyalty.
No, it's
is
not,
in-
bro. No, it's not.
Love is
No, it's
loyalty.
not.
Are you
It's
saying
not a
love is
difference,
That's
man.
the topic,
loyalty?
Launch. Write that down,
There,
Launch.
Yes.
okay, so let me ask you this. So,
Yes.
hold on. So there are
Yes.
men right now who are married to their wives and they abuse them, but they don't cheat on them. Is that
They
love?
don't love them. They don't love them either. If you can abuse a wife, you don't love her either. It's not. It's simple. It's not difficult, man.
I'm not
So
saying
Just
it's
like you can say you
difficult.
love,
Well,
bro. Just like you can say you love your children. You can say you love your children
Okay,
all you
hold
want.
on.
If
Let
you
me ask
ain't
you this.
busting
Let
your
me ask you
ass
this.
trying to
Let me-
provide for them,
Okay,
you don't love
hold on. Let me ask you this, right? Not yo, Trev, not that you would. I'm not putting this on you. Not that you would, right? But let's say you were caught in a hold on. Let's say you were caught in a moment of weakness, right? You had a one night stand. Not that you would do this, Trev, because I know you're very loyal to your lady. You had a one night stand with
I
this
don't
lady.
get weak.
Hold on.
I don't get weak.
Great, but this
Ain't no
you
excuse,
see
bro.
her. But hold on. Hear
You
me
don't
out.
love her.
Hear me out. You had a mistake. You made a slip up, right?
It's not a mistake, dog.
Hold
It's not a mistake, bro. She's not a mistake, bro.
yo,
She's not a mistake.
Man. Trev not trying to hear me.
My
We don't even want to hear it.
my penis did not accidentally slip into the coochie, bro.
I'm
It's
not saying.
100.
Okay, you intentionally did what you did, right? Whatever the case may be.
Then I don't love my wife. Then I don't love her.
Hold on? Would you tell her? Or
What?
would you
So
not?
she can
I mean,
kill
I don't
you?
love her. I'm already.
Say
Yeah,
again?
I'm already doing some dirty shit behind her back. I might as well not tell my little lie too. I might as well.
Yo,
I might as well. I done cheated on her.
Yo, me and Sherry had this conversation because it's like, would you, if you made a mistake of that gravity, that you love somebody, you
That's
somehow
not a
you
mistake,
fucked up.
man. You gotta stop saying it's a mistake.
All right,
It's
fine.
not a
You made a
mistake.
decision. You made a decision. I'm gonna put that word out there. You made a
Then you don't love
decision.
her.
You made a decision and you did what you did, right? Would you tell your spouse if you loved them? Never gonna see this person
No,
again ever in
man.
life. Never
No,
gonna
because
see
I
this
wouldn't
person.
love
Never gonna meet this person. Would you tell them you did
Bro,
what you did? Or would you
First of
just
all, I can't
continue
love
her.
on? Or would you just continue on and hold that
bro.
and deal with the guilt on your own instead of blowing up your spouse's
I'll
heart?
answer it, Nate. You want me to answer it?
Okay, first of all, you don't love her. First of all, you don't love her if you cheated on her.
Great.
Second of all,
Okay, but what would you do?
You might as well keep on. You might as well just keep on stroking. You already
Yo,
proved
I
yourself. You
love
ain't worth
Trav,
it.
man. Trav
You might
is
as
like
well keep on stroking.
I'm with Trav though. I love Trav.
Nah,
energy. I
man.
get him.
I don't know, man.
I
Yo,
just don't
because
understand, man.
but the
Trav,
thing is, y'all are willing to, especially Koron. You presented the complexities of the hormonal system in human
I
beings,
did.
but then
I'm
you're
objective.
subjecting it to an oversimplification of activity.
No.
Hold
That's
on.
what you're
Come
doing.
on,
That's
pull up the
literally
thing that
what's
I asked
happening.
you.
Like, yo,
I'm
it's
pull it
so
up, Sherry.
we're so
Hold on, let me just say this.
multidimensional. It's not even funny on a vast plane of things.
the
I'm
biblical.
gonna put it up. I'll put it on the screen, but I want to say this, Neek. Look, I hear you. I agree with Trav.
Yo,
100,000%.
Launch Pro, that's how he sets you up all the time, Launch Pro. I hear you.
Hold on,
I
let me
hear
answer
you.
your question. I want to answer your question. If in a whole nother universe, because it wouldn't happen in this universe.
I know you got to
Like-
say that, brother. You better put that disclaimer out there front.
She knows that.
That's right. That's right.
If I was in that situation, I would have to tell her. And let me tell you.
Okay, but why? Why would you have to tell her?
One thing I will give you is that I'm not going to go so far to say that if you cheat, you don't love her. I don't know if I want to go that far.
That's not true because
You
sometimes you can love somebody and still make a mistake or make a bad decision.
That's not, bro. It's not a mistake.
I just
bro.
got a bad
It's not a
decision,
mistake.
Trav. I cleaned
You
it
gotta
up.
stop
I
saying
cleaned
that,
it
bro.
up. I cleaned it up.
No. It's not a
I cleaned
mistake.
it up, Trav.
Not a mistake. It's not a
Yo,
mistake,
something
brother.
happened to Trev, man. Something happened to
Nah,
Trev, man. This is a trigger. This is
We
a
want
trigger.
to
we gotta cut
Sherry's
the
first.
bullshit, man. We gotta cut the bullshit, man. It's not a mistake.
Yo,
Let's move on
something
to
happened to
Sherry.
Trev,
It's not,
man.
man. I ain't nothing to me, man. I just like to cut the bullshit. I just like to cut the bullshit, man.
Oh my
Like people like,
lord.
man, it was a mistake.
Nah,
Yo.
okay.
Your
It
penis
was
and I
a
accidentally
decision. A
slipped.
bad decision. Is that better? A bad decision. There we go.
A
Bad
bad
decision.
Yo, we got three
And,
topics. Man, you
and,
take
there,
a
and there was
note.
a decision you made saying you don't love your spouse. That was a decision you made. I don't love my spouse.
Yo, he is staunch.
Ain't no way around it, bro.
Oh, there's ways around it,
Well, we
Trev.
cut
We got like three
yes.
topics.
There's ways,
Ain't no
baby.
way around it, bro.
There's ways,
We
bro.
got three topics.
Ain't no way
Yo,
around it.
Sherry, what's the passage again?
13.
13. All right, so we're gonna pull that
Yeah,
up.
4 through
Oh,
the
you want the
rest.
King James though, right?
Yeah, that's cool. Whatever. No, you don't have to do King James. You could do NIV. It's more easy for.
After Sherry's point, I would love to get to the next topic.
Oh, it is.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, but hold on. Before we get to the next topic, I do have another slide I want to share because I got, I keep my bullets on deck.
All right, cool.
So okay,
Go down to
we're here.
4.
4. I
Yeah.
mean,
Scroll up
I
a
feel like
little
I gotta
bit.
make it bigger.
All right, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So 4 to the end, right? So on the flip side of the science part of what love is, this is what's actually going on. So like, anyway, we'll just go. I don't need to give context. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It's not proud. A lot of people love this about people when they don't feel judgment or nothing, but they could just be in their most vulnerable state with the person, right? Then, it says it does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. But
What you said is always what?
Huh?
You said always what? You said it always what?
Yeah, it always protects, always
right.
trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. But when there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part and we prophesy in part. But when completeness comes, what is in part disappears. When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put the ways of childhood behind me. For now we see only a reflection as in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part. Then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. Go to the last part. And now these 3 remain: faith, hope, and love. But the greatest of these is love. If you tore this page out of the Bible alone, it is everything that the Bible is seeking to tell you, period. These are the things that we actually love about people and the things that we can come to like love about ourselves. I mean, about the world, seriously. So you got to be careful if you love worldly things, and you have to protect your love because it also talks about protection.
That's exactly why cheating does not negate love.
Thank you for that.
No, hold on. The reason why cheating does negate love is because it says it always protects, always perseveres, and it tells the truth. The reason why is because you wouldn't want to hurt someone. Love does not hurt. If you would hurt someone,
and you don't want to dishonor them either.
Right, exactly.
So, great stuff, man. I mean, this is why I love Sherry reading that. I love Sherry reading that.
I have garnered Trev's wrath tonight, boy.
I thank you for reading that because you helped me. Hold on, oops, my notes. Hey, oops, put that back. Hold on.
Yeah,
let me get my notes up out of there. I'm glad you shared that because that leads into my last little point that I want to point out. So when I'm talking about love, I'm not just talking about just love. Like this is the foundation to all strong relationships. All I'm saying is that I feel love is the best. I'm sorry if it's a little blurry.
What's the middle one?
Responsibility.
Responsibility. Right? So
go
I just
through them. Go through them, Koron.
I'm gonna go through them real brief because I could spend an hour on this. I'm not. All right, so we're gonna start off.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for 6 hours, Koron. Come on.
We're not. We understand that love is the foundation of any relationship, We have all experienced love where we feel we would do anything for a person. This is the beginning. The first kind of love identified by the Buddha. I don't want to even get into the Buddha. Couples. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, I lost my place
Hey,
because I
can I
don't
say
want to get
something real
into
quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Don't everything she read in that script, don't everything she read in that scripture go with the purpose of marriage and all that?
That is.
Yeah. Right. You're gonna have to. You're gonna need. You're gonna need later on.
Which
So all I'm
Yo,
saying is,
Trevor's not letting it go, man. He's
Also,
taking
to Karan's point, these are things that you can have at the beginning. But like I
Trevor's like,
said,
boom.
when you're dating, the process that we're doing here in America, you could get stuck there. Why would I give you all of this love for free? You cannot just sample the cow and not buy the cow.
right. Right.
That's a problem.
So
What do you mean? That's
That's our
happening all
problem.
the time. What do you mean you can't? This is happening right now. What
But
are you
that's what
talking
I'm
about?
saying. I'm not saying
so
that
to
that's
save
not what's
time,
happening. I'm saying that that is what's happening, but that's a problem. That is our problem
Oh,
right now.
yeah.
I'm not going to read the entire 3 paragraphs on love. I'm going to move to honor. So we kind of know what love is. Honor.
Kinda.
Great. Huh?
You said kinda? It was very specific.
we know what love is, Karan, not
I'm
kind of.
moving on to honor. The greatest way to live with honor in this world is to be what we pretend to be. That's from Socrates. To be honorable in relationships, we must be authentic. We must be who we pretend to be.
Wait, hold on. There's a lot of background noise. I can't hear.
That's from Trav. If
That's
you
my
can
fault,
mute
y'all.
We got to
yourself,
mute our
yeah.
My fault. My bad,
Right?
y'all.
Okay. So to be honorable in relationships, we must be authentic. We must be who we pretend to be. It is the different concept to respect, which is something we must develop over time by observing or receiving the value someone else has to offer. To honor is to consider your thoughts, actions, and speech will impact the other person with whom you have a significant relationship. By mindfully asserting our thoughts, actions, and speech, we can avoid causing pain and suffering, and we prioritize this over the desires of our own egos. So when I'm talking about love, I'm talking about these other principles. Let me move on to self-control. To be in a loving relationship, this goes to what Nick was talking about, the cheating, and to big up what Trav was saying. To be loving in relationship, we have to learn self-control. To practice self-control is to become the master of our minds and our emotions. To lack self-control is to be their puppet. If we react to every feeling, looking at a girl and wanting to have sex, an emotion without control, we can hurt the ones we love. Through mindfulness, we learn to slow down and put emotions and feelings in their perspective. Through mindful awareness, we learn self-control, the ability to reflect maturely on our thoughts and therefore our actions. We take responsibility and show strength and reliability. This in turn builds trust and allows a loving relationship to flourish, right? So that's self-control. Responsibility, right? What we think and say our actions and how we act has repercussions in the world and our personal relationship. If we act without thought, or if we react to situations, then we are liable to cause harmful effects. By learning to take responsibility, we can act maturely and we can respond rather than react, right? So that's responsibility. Truth. This is why I said that if I was in that situation, I would have to tell the truth. Because one of the things me and Launch Pro have in our relationship is we always tell the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter your feelings may be hurt, because that comes with love, right? This love also has you negative set of emotions, but like I said earlier, if you have more positive, Nick is like, oh no, but no, if you have,
No, I think there's a ratio. I'm not saying like you need to be an asshole. I'm saying like you can't just have somebody super passive. You need somebody who's gonna
no,
present
it's
a
not about
challenge.
passiveness. It's just about what's the vibe like normally. Like, is it toxic all the time?
No, I'm
Or
not
most
talking
of the
about
time?
toxicity. No, like
But
not
that's what I'm talking
toxicity.
about when I was talking about the negative emotions, because love is a set of emotions. Do you spend a lot of time just loving each other? That's a real question. And I think a lot of people need to maybe, revisit that in their own relationships. But okay, so let me talk about the pillar of truth. Unless we are dedicated to truth, we allow our relationships to be built on uncertainty. It should be self-evident that To lie to a loved one is to tell them that we are not to be trusted, which will have inevitable negative consequences for our relationship, right? So that's truth. Faith, right? Uh, let me see. A loving relationship is an act of faith. If we cannot commit to faith, we can have a fully hold on, I'm sorry. If we cannot commit to faith, we can have a truly fulfilling relationship. Faith is born of the commitment, love, and work that two people put into that relationship. If they are devoted to the other pillars, then faith can take root. If you truly trust someone, you put your entire faith in them. This is why the end of relationships can be like experiencing death, because faith has been betrayed, a given in life that has suddenly been removed. It is a truly devastating experience. Equally, faith maintained can be truly fulfilling experience. It is life's most singular, vital gamble. Okay, so that's faith. And vision, the last pillar that I'm going to talk about. Vision enables you to move. See, so vision is, I guess, can be like purpose too, but we're gonna get into it. Vision enables you to move forward. To have a vision is also an act of sacrifice. For we must sacrifice other choices in life in pursuit of a vision. When two people come together, they share their vision. They learn one another's passions, their true selves, and their calling. Perhaps even help one another discover these things. And so there is mutual self sacrifice as two people move forward together toward a shared vision. So all I'm saying is you start from love and you start to develop these other pillars. And these right here is the foundation to having strong relationships, right? And then, of course, you have to accept the person for who they are.
I like that that's on the bottom because that's what we deal with first in the dating pool.
Right. Fact.
Unconditional.
And this goes back to Neek's point. And this goes back to what Neek said a few weeks ago. It's why we should start dating seriously when we're young. Because you wait till you're about 35, you're going to have a lot of BS and a lot of settling.
I say, listen, you know what I say? Bro. I say past 25, because I know this is anecdotal and probably pseudo, but I say that the 25 is like a magical mark. Like, I feel like when especially men under 25, they ain't really trying to commit.
Hell no.
I don't think that's a great time to be. Listen, so look, you can get married young at 19 and deal with the trials and tribulations. Hey, maybe you can grow from that. All I'm talking about is building on that solid foundation. That's what I'm saying.
It takes the grooming. It takes the youthful grooming to do such a thing. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't say that you need
from the parents.
Huh?
From the parents, yeah.
Yeah, from
but
the
parents. This is why we're in such a messed up place as Black people. It's because there's nobody to groom. There's no elders.
There's nobody to groom.
There's no elders.
There's no groomers.
Look at what happened. Look at what happened to the gang situation in Chicago when they locked up all the elders in the community. It descended into chaos. Look at what happened in New York when they started pumping out RICO cases, right? Not that organized crime was necessarily a good thing, but it was in check. Now nothing is in check. Everything is wild.
Babies getting killed. You didn't have babies getting killed.
They don't even care. They don't even care. These kids don't even think about reaching their 21st birthday.
That's a fact.
They don't even think about that.
Yeah, that's a fact.
At 19, you were OG. What? 19, you were OG?
Do we have any final words on this topic? Or do you want to let's just move to the next one?
Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Yeah. Are you dating your parents?
Are you dating your parents? We didn't promote this one, right, Lance? But we just let's see what people got to say about
That's so crazy.
I try to make the two topics kind of related too. Because we was talking about arranged marriages and stuff like that, and it's like, parents getting involved. Now we want to know, are you dating your parents?
I'm interested in the answers to this question right here.
Is it a good or bad thing?
Lord have mercy.
Oh my God.
Father God.
For the most part, and for the my opinion about that is a lot of people are dating their parents, and it is a bad thing, because if we're looking at, again, the statistic of, between our counterparts and black women in general, 45% of them being single mom households, And then the
Yeah.
children that are coming out of that, look at who they're dating. They're dating their moms because these people are having babies by them and leaving. Look at Lil Baby and Jada Waiter. Look at, I mean, if we're looking at celebrities, sure, we could look at people who we know.
Jada Waiter.
Jada Waiter and him, you know, anybody who is a baby mama who's a celebrity
That
right
was
now.
the
And
name.
this is still these kids who are coming out of these single parent households. You know, that for me, yeah, I would say that we are dating our parents. Because to be honest, we're dating, you know, I mean, for a guy, from the guy's perspective, they're dating women and they're becoming single mothers again. How? That's because you're raised by a single woman. You know, I'm not really seeing a lot of women dating men who are a lot of single mother, I mean, children from single mother households dating two parent household children because they're not wielding them in that way. It's something that you would probably like, but you don't even know how to get or keep in that way. So I mean, that's what we can see on
That's
a
the cycle.
general, you know, on a general thing. But you know, as far as like even me, when I evaluate what I have gone through, I think that I have dated the same. I've dated my parent. Like, so
I respect it.
yeah.
Well, what say Unique? You have a lot to say, man. What's up?
I don't got much to say, brother. You know, just a humble man here. You know, trying to get to that.
I respect it.
I mean, as far as dating your parent, I think we date what we know, man. Like we, if it's sad, but you know, dating certain women, you already know what the mom is like before you even meet the mom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You get to know, you get an idea, you get a sense, and then you meet the mother, and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like even you two both come from two parent households. Look, what's the odds?
Who, Launch Pro and
Launch Pro and
Koron?
Koron.
Yeah.
Yo, me and Sherry was like, yo, that must be great. Two joints in the house. That must be wonderful, guys.
Yeah. So I mean,
That's why
like
our
just from
answer might be a little different from yours.
right. That's why
But
I
it's
was saying from
okay.
the outside looking in, this looks like a great dynamic. Also, that you know, you guys came from a two-parent households. This is not a lot of people in our community's story today, but that's
Yeah.
very good to, you know, have that. At least you guys know problem-solving skills. You guys know how communication works. You know how what the roles are in a marriage. All of these different things.
But
When you look at
imagine trying to become Quran or become Launch Pro without the tools that you were given at
you
such
need
a
the
young
hand
age.
of God.
This is what we're seeing in our community. These kids don't know nothing. They don't.
You know, facts.
Woo, they are lost, man. And I'm looking like that's why we be treating like savages. We look like it.
The numbers support that. Like when you look at the single parent households, you start looking at stats like that, even like just poverty, things like that, and you see what's actually going on out there. A lot of what you're saying is definitely factual.
I'm in
Of
it,
course,
Quran.
you have people that I feel you. You do have people that break the mold, like my friend William. He's single mother. He's from a single mother home, and his father was not there. I think his father, he probably seen his father less than a handful of times, and you know, but he transcended that. You know, he's married, got 3 kids,
Yeah.
big house, good
But you know, like
career.
something got to click for something got to click for you, man. Because if you don't know what you
Yeah,
don't know, you lost. But you got to see
yeah, that's a
something like,
fact.
yo, something about this is not right. I don't care if all my friends are in it. Like, yo, something just not sitting right, and then that creates the curiosity and the space for you to start searching. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But for a lot of these kids, that don't happen. They just follow the
No, I
group
don't. Yeah,
dynamics.
No, but the
yeah,
funny
yeah.
thing is,
They don't.
they do know because a lot of us do look at our parents and
Oh yeah,
say, nah,
Sherry be on this hard. I'll be like, yo, Sherry, you can't know what you don't know.
nah,
Like
no, but it's not that you
Sherry's
don't
like, yo, you
know.
do
It's
know. I'm
not,
like,
listen,
how if you don't know?
it's not that you don't know because listen, a lot of people
Oh
try to
God.
run in the opposite direction from their parents, right? Oh, you know, my parent did this and it's a negative way. I don't want to be like them. But they find themselves running in a full circle and they end up in the same position because they're not trying to pay attention. They're choosing to remain
They
ignorant.
don't know that they don't
No,
know.
yes, the thing
Yes.
is,
Sherry,
this is
I can
cynical.
ask you about programming certain kind of structures for a computer, and you can't give me an answer because that's not your field of expertise.
But
Because you don't know that you don't know anything about certain
But
programs.
even all right, but this is the thing. Here's the thing.
What's the thing?
If people take the time to stop looking at the tree right in front of them and back up and look at the whole forest, 9 times out
They
of 10,
don't even know that they that close to the tree to know that they
a lot of the
should
time
back
they're
up.
being told that. A lot of the time they're being told this. You know,
Told what?
this is why I don't
In the
have a
hood?
certain.
They're not being told that in the hood. I'll tell you that. They're not being told. They're being told to go to them corners, to go to
At
them blocks.
some point in their life, even their parents tell them, "I don't want you to be like me." But what do? End up being like them, right? Your parents will tell you. Your people who you're surrounded by will tell you. Teachers will tell you.
This
They
is why
say
I
it to
love
you all
Cher,
the
man.
time.
This is why I love you. This is why I love that optimism is
This
just,
is not
it will shine
optimism.
through
This is
any
factual
darkness. Yo,
statements.
I'm listening to mothers promote their lifestyle to their daughters at work. I'm listening. I'm seeing the cycle happening before. This is why I'm frustrated with it. And it's not about how you feel about it. It's about what I'm witnessing happening in our quote unquote Black community. That cycle that keeps on being recycled. And I'm just like, yo, you're passing that same ignorant rhetoric
I'm not
to a
talking about like that.
pristine hard drive.
I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about like, let's say a mother is with her daughter in conversation. The girl comes across a potential good guy, right? Oh, you don't need to be with him because he's trying to change you. That's a problem.
That's what I hear on a regular basis. Is what I'm trying to express.
Listen, that's exactly what they did. They're telling you the same stuff, so you're gonna end up just like them.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
that's literally what I'm saying. You're saying that they should know better somehow, like the mother
because
is telling
if
them.
They're really listening to what their mother is telling them, then
they're children. They don't have the faculty yet to. They don't have the fact. The brain is not developed to a point. Remember, when you have the child is with you. It's not like the child goes off and experiences something else and come back. The child is with you from birth until they decide to leave your house. That means from birth, you're already influencing them. Your energy, it's even stated that mother's energy, her hormonal balance influences the child during during the trimesters. Into birth. That means all of that energy is real. So now you have this child in the environment, and that toxic energy from the mother or the father or the parents are still present. That child's being inundated with all of this up until 10, 11. That's what's forming the issue. So that's the only reference frame they have to filter the experience called life. There's no, until you take that child out of that environment and introduce some new information.
That's exactly it. That's what I'm saying.
But
You're
that
saying
doesn't
it as if
happen
this
on
is
a
a
large
flat
scale.
level. They go to school.
And then where's the school? Our school system is horrible. What are you saying? The worst school system in the world.
Right, honestly, I'll look at
Jenny,
it from
let me finish.
Yeah, Sherry, you can finish. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to say, for instance, when I was a kid, I made a friend who I thought was a good person, right? Which she was. Went to her house, became really good friends with her. I saw her family dynamic, praying at the table, romantic. Everybody sitting on the couch watching movies together. They're all bundled up and stuff like that. That's opposed to what I saw in my own household. So it's not like a flat line of I only have my mom to listen to. This now, because I liked it and I saw that I was good and I framed it as being good, I am now in opposition of what my mother has told me.
But you're the anomaly. That doesn't happen to every single child. I'm not the anomaly.
You're describing this as if it has.
You tell me what your experience happened to every single child that's in the public school system.
Oh my God! Why you got to go the extreme?
Because what are you saying? That's not an extreme. That's a legit question.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying kids have outer experiences outside of their household that also wield their life. So whatever that kid decides to say that this is good and I like this, now their perspective about that thing has changed. No matter what their parents have said.
Right.
This is how we have defiance in the household.
To that environment. Which one is stronger?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
how does it not matter?
Because this is how you have defiance in the household. If I start to now disagree with my parent, it's because I found out that what you're saying no longer applies to me.
Right. Okay. I'm not disputing that you can't go learn, see some new things, and then change your mind. I agree with that. This is how people change, but it is not reflected in the numbers that are in prison and that die on the street. There
Right.
are
Okay,
people
and that
who, hold on, there are people who do exactly what you said and become successes. But what you're saying is not in mass to have any real significance to change the direction of the community.
Right.
Because the numbers are there. The jails are overfilled with our young
Right.
men. They're
Right.
dead in
Right.
the street. They killing each other. So what
Right.
you're saying, it does happen, but not
And
enough to
not only
change.
that, that also applies to, single parents as well. Sometimes you
yes.
have like, a single mom who raised the children by, herself, and then the cycle is repeated where then
Yep.
that child, becomes a single parent, and then, so it's definitely there
Yes.
is like this cyclical apple doesn't fall far from the tree
Launch
But
Pro.
aspect to
can I
things.
say
Launch
something
Pro.
about that?
Hmm.
Launch Pro.
Before you leave that
There's
topic.
5 girls
Okay.
at my job, right? That they're close to my job. All under the age, I want to say, of 18. Every single year, one of them had a child. All of them are baby
Okay,
mamas, and none of them are over 20.
because this
That's
is a
crazy.
lived experience though, and I can talk to what Launch Pro just said though. I only know but so much based off of what I framed in my mind to be a good experience, and now after that, I have no other material to go off of. So the reason why I could even say I can revert back full circle to being my parent actually is because after that information that I found was good, that I actually just observed and have no knowledge of how it actually came to be, then what do you go off of? Now you're asking and grasping at straws from like where you come from. You're
Hmm.
getting advice from your parent, where if it's the single mother household, you're getting advice from her again. You're getting advice from the people in your circle, which all of those people may also be unmarried, single mothers also. It's not that I didn't grow up or continue growing with that friend in that family. So it's not like I
Right.
have full access to knowing how that works. That's how that happens. You can only be impressed upon, but so far if you're not surrounded by
Right.
that circle.
And inundated. Yeah.
And there's your echo chamber. Like,
Right.
But
there
the
it
What
thing
is.
is
say
that
you,
there has to be.
Karan?
Go ahead,
Are,
sorry.
are you dating your parent,
Me?
Karan?
Who are you talking to?
I'm
Oh.
Ah,
interested to know
don't do
his
that to
perspective.
Quran. Quran, don't answer that question, sir. I strongly
You
advise
know what?
against it, sir.
Quran doesn't duck no smoke.
Oh,
If I don't know
Jesus.
the
This
answer, I
guy
say I
loves,
don't know the answer.
this
But
guy
if I
loves
have
all
something
the
to say, I'm
fire.
gonna say have something to say. I do want to apologize to the people on YouTube that tried to get in. My bad. I put the YouTube link in the description instead of the StreamYard link. My fault. Uh, but the right link is in the description. So if you want to jump in, you can. But in terms of am I dating my parents? Well, particularly my mom. I can't say that I'm dating my mother. I do have a study that says that men actually care more about their woman looking like their mother more than a woman necessarily cares about a man looking like a father. But I would say I do think I am conditioned by my parents' relationship because when I say I'm team monogamy, you got to understand like everybody uh in my lineage of like if I had to go from grandparents to great grandparents to great they all were married. I don't have any grandparents or great grandparents that I know of that wasn't married. So by
Mhm.
looking at all of that marriage, maybe it rubbed off on me. And that's what I want and I'm pushing hard for it and I always wanted it. But as far as dating my mother, I don't think I think I'm dating the concept of what my parents have. I want what they have. You know, they've been
Mhm.
married for as long as I've been alive. So I do think I want that,
Mhm.
but at the same time, in terms of like my fiance and my mother, I don't think that they're similar. They don't look the same.
Mhm.
Um,
I like Launch Pros.
they
Oh, she
Oh,
paying attention like a mud right now. She paying it, every
I don't know if they
syllable
have
is
the
being
same
measured.
personality traits. I don't know
Say
if
that
I could
again.
say that. I'm not sure if they have the same personality traits.
no.
Um, I don't think that I was thinking about my mother when I ever dated, to be honest.
Right.
But wait,
Um,
in general though, in general, does she have anything that is comparable to your mother?
No.
anything? I would say
No,
yes.
it's not. It's not. No. You're laughing as if it's an insult. It's not an insult. It's just
No, I would say no, but
No, I don't think
actually
it's
I
an
would give some slight
insult.
push. I would give some slight pushback to that because just the value system of how you were raised, in terms of not being outside like that. Like my mother, she met my dad when she was 17 years old, so they pretty much only been together.
Yeah.
Like in
That's
your
dope.
case, you say similar to you. Like you've only really been in like a couple of situations. You haven't been outside like that. So there are
Right.
certain qualities that I do appreciate that you have that does remind me of my mother. But would I say I went outside to find that? I don't think so. I think that I was dating for love, and
Ah,
I kind of
he brought it back full circle. Yo, I'm telling you, man, it's the marketing
messed
genius
up.
right here, man. We're watching the next Russell Simmons.
Yeah.
This dude is, yo,
nimble with
I
the
was waiting
word.
for it. I was like, yo, he's smiling too much. He coming
You,
back with it.
Karan used to be. He used to rap back in the day.
What?
He is.
Yo,
Yeah, he is a
you launch
lyricist
pro. I
on a
need
whole.
the videos. I
Come
I
on,
need the
listen.
bro.
I got
audio.
the
There's
video.
videos out there.
Listen. I got there's videos out there, but his brain operates
Mixtape.
on a different. Like, honest to
Ooh.
God,
Yo, let's
he-
get a love freestyle.
he's very
Ah,
nimble with the words and very precise with his thoughts. So like that's how he's always able to just tie everything together. Like
I know, man.
from
I know,
argument
I ain't
one.
gonna lie. Not to throw shade to my past self.
man.
I was a conspiracy theorist back in the day,
Yeah,
so
he
it's
was
like
a mega
Yeah.
a lot of
hero.
my raps is kind of like I can't even really listen to them.
It's like dark and
They were dope
gritty.
though, but it just
Oh, you
I
guys
was
into
in a whole
poetry?
different level of life.
You guys
Yeah,
into poetry?
yeah.
Yeah, I
He,
was a poet. Yeah.
Y'all be interested to see y'all library, man. See what y'all book lists look like. I'll be very interested.
oh, for
Might give some
sure.
You
insight.
know something funny? I was never into like reading poetry though. Like I never was like I did, but it wasn't like my thing. Like I just like to write, man.
Yeah,
I like to write too, but I don't know, like reading poetry. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a different type of reading, man. You have to flex your mind in a certain way to understand the author and
and
why he made those
Yeah.
word selections.
Yeah,
The
that's
word
the
selections are
You know
pivotal to
what
really
though?
understand.
Because I used to throw shows and open mics and things like that back in the day. I
yeah.
would watch it though. I'll watch a
Yeah.
show.
Yo, why don't we bring that back, guys? Yo, that would be dope right now.
That
We're in
will
such
be
a
dope.
tense environment, man. People need that, man. Spark hope
What?
again. A
That's a
little
fact.
just poetry, though that stuff was inspirational back in the day. Right now, the
Yeah,
environment is devoid of that, man.
yeah.
Everything is
That's true.
negative.
That's a great
Now,
idea. I would honestly love to do that because Karan and I, we did a couple of shows too, like the Urban Billboards, the Industry Takeover.
Mhm.
I used to bring my corporate contacts to the record labels. He brought his artist Rolodex. Like he knew so many hundreds.
Hey, don't forget Swagger on the mic. That was the
Swag on
hottest
the
open
Mic
mic
was the hottest
back in the day.
underground, open mic series, in the Bowery.
The
You
Lower
held it
East
in the
Side.
The
Bowery for the Lower East
Bowery,
Side.
yo,
Can I
back
ask
in
you
the
guys a
No,
personal
not at the
question?
Bowery. No, in the Lower East Side though.
Lower East
oh,
Side, yeah. Sure,
Ma-
Sherry.
Okay, I want Karan to agree
oh,
also.
I'm about to go
Did,
off camera
can
because
I
Sherry
can I
about to
ask you
get
a
into
personal
it.
question, Karan?
You go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I'm treading lightly. I'm trying. Okay,
Brace yourself.
she said that basically you guys have been dating since 2011.
Yeah.
No, but what she fails to mention is that we also had a period where we separated.
Yes, for 2 years.
So when did you guys restart dating?
2015.
2015.
Sherry, why you trying to
When
start stuff,
when
Sherry?
when did you guys get engaged?
2019.
2019, yeah.
Okay. What? But, so what took you so long to propose?
I'm getting off camera.
Honest to God, I think that
Yo.
Why is it too long?
Huh?
20
4 years is too long?
From 2015, okay, so I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna say it from my angle. 2015, I was 25. I had a lot of growing to do. So I'm gonna just speak. I'm gonna give my perspective, and then Karan could give his perspective because I can't really speak for him, but I'm gonna speak for myself and where I was. So
Cool.
2015, I'm 25 years old. I am in no space in time wanting to be tied down in that way, or proposed to, or even thinking on those frequencies, right? I would say from 2015, honestly, 2015 through to 2017, I was like all about my grind. In fact, since you're asking a personal question, in fact, I decided that we should kind of just separate at the time so that I could focus on business. And that's why we separated, like for that
Broke
time.
my heart, guys. She broke my heart.
And yeah,
Listen, man, I'm staying out of this conversation.
no, I
Sherry
mean,
wanted to
it's
smoke.
a
Sherry
part
got
of
all of it by herself.
we're probably gonna have our couples channel, so we're gonna be talking about that, but as far as like I was focused, I had my bakery business, you know what I'm saying? I'm in like all of these magazines. I was like, yeah, deuces. You know what I'm saying? Like I couldn't.
Why you do that today? Why you do that to that king?
There
Yo,
was there
yo,
was some level of
Trev.
immaturity on my end though, but again, I was young. He has me by 5 years, so like
You gotta put
uh
my whole age out there. Damn.
fact
Okay. I'm
factor
joking.
that into the equation as well, right? So in essence, like 2015,
5 years is not
when
bad.
yeah, 5 years isn't bad, but it's definitely a large enough gap to be in two different places, to be on two different pages. So essentially, if if Karan and I did not separate, we would have been married already, to
That's
be
a fact.
honest. And he's always said that, but I was just not there. So from 2015 to 2017, I was like on my grizzy.
Do you have any
And
regrets about that?
no, no. And
You don't have
also,
regret?
huh?
You don't have regret? You sure?
Regrets between 2015 and 2017? Me being on
No,
my
you
Sherry,
talking
why
grizzy?
you
about you talking
started
about
this, Sherry? This is
you talking
about
about
Or
love.
when you broke up.
you're talking about when we first, like our first separation?
Yes.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think I needed to grow because, like,
Okay.
Quran, I had to grow during that space, and I was not ready for that commitment. And I'll put myself out there. I was not fully like there mentally to assume the role of step parent. You know what I'm saying? Like Quran honestly frightened me in that way because he had a daughter, and it scared the daylights out of me. So I spent a number of years like being afraid of that whole prospect, and what does it entail for me to step into this role? You know what I'm saying? And really make the most of it and have the most positive impact. So in that sense, I was just not in the frame of mind to even get get tied down when I was spent like a lot of time was spent with me being fearful. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
That's
Of a man
understandable
who
too,
loved
though.
me unconditionally, like, and who loved me purely and through. But
Mhm.
my fear of dating someone with a child, you know what I'm saying, is
Right.
really what prevented me from a lot of things. To be honest, you know what I'm saying? So I think that once we got to a point where it was like, okay, I'm cultivating a relationship with his daughter. We're hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Like he would organize days for us to go out as a family to the movies. You know what I'm saying? So there was like that trajectory and that journey that had to happen between us.
When did you say that was okay? Did you have to agree to say that was okay?
As far as what?
Going out on family outings, it didn't make you uncomfortable.
It did. It did. It took me a while. Like, and this is why I love Koron so freaking much, because he is the most patient. He was so patient. This man was so patient with me and understanding, which like understanding beyond comprehension. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I was absolutely frightened, you know, just being young, being single, not having much experience with dating, you know, and then being told, no, you don't want to date someone with a child. It comes with a lot of drama. That aspect really contributed to a lot of my fear. And because of that, a lot of incongruous behavior, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As a result of that fear. And he was patient with me throughout the entire process. You know what I'm saying? So, in that sense, like once I finally said, okay, I'm ready to dive in. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like, okay, I'm ready to go scuba diving in this ocean. That's when he was like, okay, cool. Like, let's start organizing. You know what I'm saying? And then there were times where I would back out and I would be like, no, you know, I'm busy. Like I would run away.
But hold on, what do you see? What do you think made him overcome your admitted inconsistencies and persevere?
Yeah.
Love.
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
Nah.
We gonna need
That's an easy one. That's an easy one, Lars. I can't get
do love.
No.
You can't say that's an easy one, man. Like
no. Hold on.
no, but you have to be able to
identify. I think Koron knew exactly the woman that I was. He knew exactly my value, and it was worth the effort. Like it was worth the patience on that part. You know what I'm saying? It was completely worth it because he understood that I'm a woman of high value. You know what I'm saying? I'm a woman who's no nonsense. I don't like drama. You know what I'm saying? I like harmony.
Well, you put it back up.
All the things that's on here.
Yo, this guy knows how to sell a product, boy.
It represents what Launch Pro is all about. So these qualities right here. So it's not just the love. She's a woman of honor. You know, she
complete
can get
honesty,
but
complete
she does have
honesty.
self-control. She takes responsibility for sure. That's for damn sure. Truth, faith, and vision. All those things are important. So the love is what brought us together, and I feel the love is what keeps you together on top of the purpose. The purpose is also important too, but that love, man, that love is.
And we had to go through some things like, you know, for engagement. I honestly do not like when women say, oh, like if he doesn't engage in 1 to 2 years, I'm leaving. I'm not anticipating a woman to stay with the man.
No.
10 years. You know what I'm saying?
My first question or second question, follow-up question, Koron, when did you know you were gonna marry her?
I knew that from the first day I met her.
Yeah, we both knew that.
Okay.
Once I heard the story,
I knew that too. In fact, like when I met him, I said, and I didn't know him from a can of paint. That day that he had that large grin on his face, in 2011, we went into H&M, and he was walking ahead of me, and I was in the baby section of H&M, knowing he had a daughter, and I'm there looking for baby clothes for his child, and I'm like, this is gonna be my husband. I said that from Jump Street. You know what I'm saying? We both, and then the dream that we had, like it's levels to this. Like,
so you guys had a divine sign.
Yes.
That's what Sarah Jakes and her husband talks about. There's like a special that they did on Valentine's Day a few years ago. It was very delivering too, because they said first comes the connection, then the chemistry, then the divine sign. That's how
your
you
trap.
know.
What was your divine sign, man? What's your divine sign?
He said they had a dream.
You
We
said
both
they had a
had the
dream?
same dream. We both had the same dream. I invited him to perform at my fashion show because I was a publicist for a fashion house. And I threw a fashion show called Fallen Hearts Fashion Experience. You can still look it up. My images are on Getty Image as a 21-year-old doing this thing. And he
Yeah,
performed
she was
because
doing her
he was
thing.
a rapper back then. He, and he performed. And that night, I went home and mind you, like it's just a business rapport. You know what I'm saying? Even our first meeting was like, it wasn't on some, oh, I'm dating you kind of vibe, to be
Mhm.
honest. You
Definitely
know what I'm
wasn't.
saying? It was not. However, and even at the Fallen Hearts fashion experience, it was a business
Oh, you
transaction.
gonna tell him what you did at the fashion show? She thinks she was
I
slick at
tried
the.
to
Tell him.
hook him up with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I threw this girl his way or whatever because she was, the bottom line is that wasn't the aim. Even though the chemistry was there, and it's like a magnet kind of like
Yeah.
you just magnetize this person, but you still do things that are like
She knew I
incongruent with the
wanted her.
Testing the
vibe.
She's trying to throw
waters.
this. She's trying to throw this little baby girl at me, this 19-year-old girl, and I'm like,
Nah.
no. I'm there for her. She wouldn't even let me drop her home after the show. I was like, yo, you want me to drop you home? She's like, no. Like, all right.
Yeah, I was very
Yo,
much
you know what that
like,
is? She's trying to get you out of her system. She don't know why she think about you, dude. She's like,
I'm
God
gonna tell
damn.
you this though.
She's like,
That
I'm thinking
night
about Koron. Like, God damn it, man. I
I
gotta get
had
this
a
boy away
dream.
from me.
I dreamt that, I was I dreamt that I had a big belly in front of me and I was marrying him. That's the dream that I had.
How long from meeting this man did you have that dream?
So I met him in April. May 31st was the Fallen Hearts fashion experience. So within a month. That's when I had the dream. And he had the
Wow.
same
13.
exact dream that I was pregnant
What?
and we were married. We had the same
Hey,
exact
Nick.
dream.
She told me I was sexy first. She told me she made all the advances first. Cause I'm
I
a
said that
professional.
I love him first. You
She
know what
said
I'm
she loved me
saying?
Aw.
I
first.
mean,
She said
after
I was
all that
sexy.
patience, you better. After all that
She said she liked my
patience and
dreads and all
time.
this stuff.
Wow.
So
But
Karan had
the
him in the
point
dream about
of
being
the matter
pregnant.
is,
God
you know, all of that. But you know something?
damn.
Sometimes
God damn.
Yo,
everything does not like
yo,
nothing is.
Karan, you need a class on what to say, man. I know you told this woman some things, Karan. You're not saying it because there's the audience, but you need to host a special class as to what you said, brother. This guy's out here want to know. This
I
guy's
don't,
out here
I don't
taking
even
notes.
think
Like,
that
yo,
he said
Karan,
it.
what you
Like,
say to her, Karan?
I
No,
don't even think
I,
he know what he said.
Karan was a very mysterious. His locks used to hang in his face. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
Like
Lawrence, let me ask you this. Let me put you in the hot seat. Hold on. What during the courting phase of y'all at the beginning of your relationship, what was something Karan said to you or used to repeat to you that just had you like, yo, that would blow your mind and really keep him in your head?
What if it's not the things that he said?
It could be something he did, but I know that boy had some trick up his sleeve. He mad quiet right now.
I'm
nah,
gonna be
no
honest
tricks.
with you.
That's the key. It's
He,
never about tricks.
Lots of
he could
tools. Let's call them
have.
tools, Karan.
I'm gonna be honest with
Yo,
you.
yo, Nick, hold on, Nine. I
Hmm.
tried to not date her.
Yeah,
So
Explain.
yeah. It was.
I worked in reverse, bro. Like I knew that I wanted her to be my wife, but I felt like we had so much value with the whole business and just like a good friendship. I didn't want
Mess
to
it up.
mess it up. You know what I'm saying? And things happen organically. It
Mhm.
just flowed.
We
Even
were
though I
both
don't like using that
creatives,
word,
and
but
business
Oh,
is
so
what
I
really
see.
brought
I
us
see.
together.
I see what you. So
so
you use that as the catalyst to the relationship.
say it again.
You use the connection and the chemistry as the catalyst for the relationship, rather than going through the process of dating as a catalyst for the relationship.
I don't
No,
think it was
no,
an
I wouldn't.
I don't,
intentional usage. It just
right.
it just
It wasn't.
happened.
It's just that I really liked her. I was really interested in her.
Why are you trying to create something that like money out of this.
What are you
But
talking
it
about?
seems so
But
organic.
that's the problem. Like,
Yeah, it didn't start like that. It was just we
it just flowed naturally.
we were creative people. So like even when we came up with what was that thing called, babe?
The industry vote.
The industry vote. Like we would sit up there and like concoct event concepts, and then I'm like, yeah, let's get T-Mobile to sponsor it because you know I'm doing my PR thing, and I had all of these like corporate sponsors on deck. So we used to create like show concepts, you know what I'm saying, to implement in the music industry. And we would be on the phone for hours, for hours talking. You know what I'm saying? And then
nothing about romance, nothing about
yeah.
It's very interesting that you say that.
Hey, Koron low-key kind of toxic, yo. Koron was low-key kind of toxic.
Got a little sprinkle in there. I feel you, Trav. I feel you. This is Gucci right now.
I liked her, but I wasn't gonna date her. But you know, we was in business. I performed for her. I liked her though, but I was gonna friend zone her. Like Corona low-key kind of toxic back in the day. God damn.
I just wanted to like ruin our vibe with just like petty romance. See, I was on some kind of wait back in the day too.
You was on what?
I was younger. I was on the waiting, like delaying the process of physicality. And
because Koron used to be a player, so at the end of the day,
I know he was. I know that.
At the end of the day, I'm sorry, baby, but
I'm telling you, I
listen,
know.
at the end of the
He's
day,
trying to
Koron did
downplay
not.
it right now, but I see the energy.
Nah, but I think that his daughter changed him. Having a girl
That's
child
what I'm
probably
saying.
And it did. That's what he said. He said his daughter changed him.
Yo, Koron was
changed me. That and learning about the
Koron was Call of Duty with it, man. I'm telling you. He had a daughter and he was like, I gotta be right.
And he had the dreads too. And he had the dreads.
Yo, you know what I'm saying? The dreads, man. Yo,
was different.
He had the berries. Yo, you know what he's doing? He's being super humble
Hey,
because his audience.
Different, huh?
I'm telling you, man. Launch Pro ain't stand a chance. Launch Pro didn't have
Koron was, I'm gonna say it like this, like because we tell each other everything, so I know his entire past. Like,
we don't need to go over it, Launch. We don't need to go over it.
No, but it's more or less that I could understand why he did not. I think he was fearful of messing up such a great thing, or potentially messing up such a great thing based on his past.
That's so crazy that you say that. I totally understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Listen, it was an organic situation.
I
was always somebody who wanted love. I just didn't find no woman worthy of it.
Right.
So Launch Pro came, and then Launch Pro, she changed my whole mind.
But yo, you don't get to that part, Koron, unless you have womanized. You don't get to that part unless you have womanized, man. I know this, man. Yo, Koron, I know this, bro.
That doesn't have to be true.
That is 100. Yo, you see how Koron is not responding. Koron is very opinionated. He would have pushed back if I was lying. Look at his face. Look at his face.
Listen, I don't
out there in the ocean, the Atlantic, the Indian.
I was a young brother that was looking for love. And this didn't
That sounds like I'm not a player. I just crush a lot, right? It sounds a whole lot like that, don't it? Yo, Koron was out there, boy. He seen Launch. He was like, yo, he probably tried something on Launch, and Launch was like, boy, get out of here. He was like, oh, that's different. That's different. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. And you got your shit.
And he sound like how you say, I'm just be chilling. Koron used to say that. I just be chilling.
I know, he gotta say that, man. He got an audience. He's trying to become a congressman or something, man. He gotta watch.
What'd you say, Koron?
Launch made the first moves. He was the first one.
I would definitely say that I was like the aggressor because he was just very much like
on Facebook
laid back.
Yo, Launch Pro, you put him on his heels, and he was like, wait a minute, hold on.
Which goes back to this aspect of like even the idea of like the submissive woman versus the masculine woman or whatever the case is. Like, to be honest, that's kind of another reason why I don't subscribe to those ideals either, because I understand I don't totally subscribe to those ideals because I I did not necessarily function as like this submissive, like, oh, he must chase me and he must make the first move in it,
But no lie, Launch,
I wasn't.
your demeanor gives off submissive.
Okay, I'll take that.
Like I say, she's traditional in some ways.
Hey,
I know. I'm gonna leave it alone, Trav. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone.
hey,
I'll
Nick.
take that.
Karan got in this with
But
Lance.
ultimately, Terry, to be honest, like, as far as the engagement or whatever, like, it happened at the right time. Like,
That's the key with us.
2019 was like the best time
We
for it
never
to happen.
pushed anything
No.
because we had to rebuild again. Like coming back together after you leave someone, you have to really.
How long was the separation though?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
I
Even
mean,
though
were y'all still communicating during the separation?
yeah, we did. We
Oh,
still
yeah,
did business together.
Hey, yo, see, there was a phase where she wanted me back, and I was like, no. And there was a phase where I wanted her back.
My man. That's how
Oh, it was both ways. It was
Yeah,
both ways. It was both ways. There was a phase where I wanted her back, and she was like,
Hey,
no.
Nick.
Yeah.
yeah. So that whole like back and forth.
Hey, he tried to pull that dreadhead Karan. This on Lunch Pro. Lunch got a hold of him. My boy came back with a crew cut.
He came back clean.
My boy came back with a crew cut after Lunch got done with his ass.
I remember
That
that.
dreadhead Karan wasn't going to work on Lunch.
It was a very painful experience, at that point.
God, man, I had to grow up because I was trying to be a rapper.
I would have loved to known you guys during this process, man. That'd have been a spectacle, man. That'd been something.
It was fun. It was fun. It was a lot of publicity stunts. We did a lot together. Like we were at the Wix Lounge all the time working, like we were really like young dreamers, you know what I'm saying? And really,
I used to I did the fake followers on social media. I did all of that.
Petty. He went petty. He went low.
I was the man in the streets back in the day.
Boost marketing at the time for
you're talking about marketing. Okay.
Yeah, boost marketing. Yeah.
Back in the day, the fake followers. I mean, it's still kind of popping too, but I'm not into that anymore.
They got bots.
Right. Right. I have bots to do that. But yeah, like, but yeah, like that's pretty much it. I
was just gonna say thank you guys for sharing. That was really cool.
Yeah,
I know Sherry got all up in your personal business and stuff.
They could have said no.
Bringing up old wounds and stuff like yo.
Not at all.
It's like a learning moment. It's a teaching moment for them. It's a learning moment for me.
Not at all. 4 years was perfect, to be honest. Like,
a chance. You never know who you're gonna stumble across.
I didn't want to get married anytime sooner. I can't hear you
clearly at all.
Trav, you gotta mute out. You got mad background.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was saying was you gotta give dating for love a chance.
Master. This guy's a master, man. Masterful.
Never know.
So wait, do you think Lunch Pro? You think that you guys came together for love, or do you think that it was any purpose involved?
That was love, man. That was divine intervention. You get a story? That was divine.
All right, so my perspective might be different from Karan's. So honestly, Koron and I used to talk about establishing a spiritual center because we were very much into law of attraction. And we actually wanted to create a temple of sorts that focused on law of attraction philosophies to teach the masses this. That was something that we actually wanted to do. And we sculpted it out in our heads. We'll have a compound and it will look like this. And, it's like a retreat kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
I've heard this before. Yes.
There was a lot of things that our connection was built on wealth building. or the journey to wealth building for the like at the very base of it. And I think I curated that because I couldn't date somebody who wasn't an entrepreneur. Because in my head, I needed to obtain wealth. I was on a wealth acquisition journey, and the person that I was with needed to align with that, right? So, how we connected, we did not connect for love. Like that's not how it manifested. I had just gotten out of a relationship. As a matter of fact, I think we both got out of our relationships at the same time, which is just kind of which is even kind of scary. Well, actually no. No, it was his was a year before, I believe, and mine was a year later but in the same month. So my thing was, or was it the same year? Anyway, the bottom
I
line
think it
is
was the
this.
same year. It was the same time. It was.
It was the same year and the same time, yeah. So I wasn't looking for love personally at that
Yeah,
point,
me either.
you know? And so I was just wanting to, I was focusing on building. So the foundation for us connecting was the vibe automatically kind of funneled into this kinship, friendship, business building kind of thing because we were two creatives in the same industry. So with that being said, it manifested into, like, this is some, like, literally the thoughts in my head, we're here on the phone for hours talking about, we're here creating events, we're like a power duo.
Right.
We came up with the name Power Duo before we were even in a relationship, I believe. We were not even official yet. And we call ourselves the Power Duo. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think we wasn't official. You're right. Yeah.
We was not official at that point. So,
we weren't.
with that being said, it was everything kind of just aligned to what I personally wanted, which was I needed a partner who was wealth building with me. It's just that I didn't recognize it as such. It was not easily identifiable at the start of our relationship. So I can't even really say that, oh, like I started dating Koron for love. Like that's not how things unfolded for us.
Yeah.
I hear you, babe. But the slight pushback is we have purpose. Don't get that twisted. We have purpose.
We have purpose. Well, for sure.
But what I'm saying is it was the love, because I'm telling you, if it wasn't the love, we would not be together right now.
I think the funny part about that, and what I've heard so many times on the man's perspective, men will say that it is not easy to just give away or love someone, right? That it is that there's so many things that need to happen in an altogether kind of perspective, altogether now, that they would love this person. From a female's perspective, I think that there are things that also need to happen that promote love. Now, it is on purpose, more so when I hear from a woman's perspective about how they came to love someone. You didn't just go in loving someone. It'll be certain things that you do. If you are a man of your word and you do what you say you're going to do, and whatever that is for launch, her explaining that she needed to be aligned with somebody for business. If you're doing and executing those things, yeah, love is going to grow from that. It doesn't mean that I can love you straight away from the beginning. And there has to be something.
But Sherry, what brought us back together was love. It wasn't no purpose.
Yeah, you guys already had some pre-existence.
We already had pre-existing history.
Yeah, I get that.
Left me for that business, because she left me for the business, like she told you.
Come on. Ooh, this is getting too deep, boy.
So back in 2015, it was a love that brought us together.
Okay, but what was that? Because you said, she was saying that there were times where you wanted her back and she was like, nah. And there was times where she wanted you back. So then what was that? What defining moment? Right, that made y'all, okay, let's put the guns down. Huh?
I'm going to tell you what it was for me, man.
Okay.
I hate it. I hated being outside. I hate the single life. I hated the pool of women that was available.
This guy was a pimp back then. I'm
No, it
telling
wasn't
you,
nothing but
man.
that.
You know this, yo. You know
He
this.
was
Huh?
not
I
a
was
pimp.
very
Yes,
happy.
he was. You don't listen. A guy
I
who's
never
not
wanted
getting it like
Lunch Pro to
that
go.
don't talk like that.
You said
Guys
what,
I
who
was
Karan?
never. I never wanted Lunch
guys who
Pro to
ain't
go.
getting it like that don't talk like that. I know this.
So niggas gonna try to expose me. Like, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, I
Where we
know
at,
that,
man?
bro. Yo, we here, bro. We here.
No, but what I'm saying is, I never wanted Launch to go anyway. So part of the reason why I was telling her no is because I felt hurt, like she left me.
Understandably,
But
of course.
but I wanted her back under my terms when I was ready, because I
Right.
wasn't ready to. I had too much ego and pride,
As
like
it's
nah,
supposed
you left. But once that ego and pride wear off,
He
you
was like,
find
I can't
yourself in a
talk to these
dark
chicks
room
for no
thinking
more
like,
than
damn.
5 minutes. Like he like, I can't talk to
You
Shorty
find
for
yourself in
5
a dark
minutes.
room, like,
Yeah.
and then I start talking about her every day in front of everybody. They're like,
Mm-hmm.
yo, man, you always talking about her, man. You just need to get back with her. Like, what's that about? You still love her.
Mm-mm.
So
I'm
who
like,
who
dang.
initiated it? Who
Yeah,
initiated the final comeback?
He did.
He was like,
technically it was
yo.
me, but no, but
Ah!
yeah,
It is
No,
you.
you
It is
did.
you.
No, what it was, you know what
it
this
was
man
me,
did?
but it was
You want
her
to know
What
what
he
too.
this
did,
man
what he
did?
did, Lawrence, for he ain't gonna tell
But
the truth. What he did,
okay,
Lawrence, bro.
so this is what he did. And it just so happened that with his intention, the universe just conspired in a way for certain circumstances to happen in which I needed him. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh, he created that.
basically,
Okay.
Nah, I didn't create that.
I agree.
Oh, he
but
could no, no,
but
no,
he a
no.
little magical like that though.
Yeah, I'm
So
telling you, man.
The
I'm telling
love.
you.
listen,
He need a
I'm
It's the
class.
telling
magic.
this. February of 2015, this man tells me, "Oh, I'm going to a millionaire mindset meeting. You want to come
Oh
with me?
yeah, where I got scammed out of 10,000. But anyway, go ahead. It's a whole nother
You
story.
want to
Go
come
ahead.
with me?" I said, what are the particulars? Oh, well, I'm getting a hotel room in Long Island. I believe it was in Long
Yeah,
Oh
but
my
Island.
it was kind of
god.
And
deep too.
we could share a room together. I could do a double bed.
Woo!
And I said, of course I said no. I was like, you know what?
No, you
No.
say yes at first. No, don't do it. And
No,
then
I
he
said
what?
yes
said.
at first. Okay,
And
so
then
I
you
said
said
yes
no.
at first, but then I changed my mind.
Yeah,
I
that
Why
was
you
the
changed my
change your
game.
mind.
mind, Lawrence, bro? Why you change
But
your
we were
mind?
still talking.
Why you
So,
change your mind though?
because I
Because it's
felt it.
Quran. That's why it's Quran.
Because I said, you know what? I'm not going to no hotel room with this man. Like
Right.
that's more or less what it was. And so, just playing hard to get. But we were still talking, and then May of that year, you know what I'm saying? That's when May of that year, he was my rock. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Oh,
even gonna
okay.
get
You're
into the
skipping
details.
mad stuff. I
Oh,
already know
hold
you're
on, wait,
skipping
wait,
stuff.
no. You
Okay,
ain't
she
got to get
can't
into
tell
details.
everything.
No,
No,
I
You ain't
don't
got to
need
get
the
into
I'm not
detail.
details.
I
skipping.
ain't looking for the
I'm not
details.
skipping details at all.
I want to
I just
know
want to ask this question, Lodge. Who made the first move in May?
exactly. There we go.
I did
Okay,
What
there
at
you
did
go.
you?
that
Case
point.
closed. Problem solved.
At that
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all
Yeah,
you
I
wanted.
definitely did.
Get
Yeah.
that man his flowers. Get that man his flowers.
Peter
Yeah,
Pan.
yeah, but I knew no, because you know what it is that like, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and I tell him all the time, he doesn't believe in astrology, and I am moving away from that as well. But he is a Cancer crab, and crabs like to hold on to things.
Woo
You know what I'm
woo.
saying?
Let's
And
go,
they just
Cancer.
they listen, they creep up on you, and their claws. It's like you in their claws, and you don't even know that you're in their claws. So like, Karan has a habit of just coming back into my life somehow, and then suddenly it's like my life with him is just going on 100 miles per hour, and I don't know how I even got on the ride to begin with. Like, that's how he is.
Well,
No, you
that's
know how
my
you got on
kind
the
of
ride.
dude right here, man.
You
That's
know how
what
she
I'm
got on the ride.
talking about.
Come on, come
That is
on.
a skill launch, bro.
You
That is not.
know
That is a
exactly.
skill.
I always said that about him. I said
Remember,
he just comes back into
lunch.
my life, and it's like, nah,
What happened? I went to Vegas for my birthday.
Mhm.
When
yeah.
I came back, what happened?
Well,
You don't
before you
remember?
left to Vegas, I was very sad.
Yeah, you see the smirk on Koron right now? Yeah.
I like when before you went to Vegas, I was very sad. I said I love you. That was the first time that I believe I told you that I love you again. But then when you came back from Vegas, I don't remember what happened after that.
After that is when we actually officially got back together.
Oh yeah, like he went to Vegas. Yeah, I guess he went to Vegas, went to some strip clubs, and then came back and was like, you know what, I'm tired of this.
Let me tell you
He's
something.
like, yo, that's it, girl.
When's
That's
your birthday,
it.
Vegas
Koron?
reminded me that being single, it sucks, man.
Yo, you
It
so
Right.
really sucks.
His birthday's July 18th.
Oh, okay. July
Yeah,
10th.
the,
Mhm.
sing-
It
the
really
single
sucks, man.
life is trash. It is trash.
It's
Past a
trash.
certain point, it's trash. Like,
June Kansas is better though.
Are you
I don't know about that, but
My birthday was yesterday.
no, but I agree with
oh,
Karan.
happy belated.
Thank you.
birthday? I had
Thank
no
you.
idea.
No. It's all good. I don't be like blasting on social media and stuff like that.
Got
But
you.
Happy belated.
thank you. I was gonna say no, it doesn't even matter. Go ahead.
But no, I agree with Karan, man. Past a certain point, you realize, man, it's like, but once again, not to throw Karan under the bus, but like that comes with being exposed to a lot. Then you realize the shallowness of it. If you're not being exposed to it, then
Trash.
you don't know. You just
Well,
think,
you
oh,
know, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, Karana has been exposed to a lot.
I know you don't have to.
Hey, whoa,
I'm
whoa,
looking
whoa,
at
whoa. Let me
dude.
stop
I'm
putting me out there.
looking
I've
at
been exposed
dude.
to a
I
lot.
see
I
it.
mean, no, but but my thing is what is the frailty in that? You know, like I don't
What's the
I don't
what?
Listen,
see it
man.
as I
Hold on.
don't
What's
see
the
it
what?
as a negative thing. What's the frailty in
I'm not
having
saying it. I'm
experience?
not saying it's a negative thing, Launch. What I'm saying is that, like,
No, not you. I'm just looking at him. He always scrunches his face like a little prune whenever I say that.
I feel like
because
I'm
it's not
being,
something to be proud of. When you realize what that is, it's not something to be proud of. That's why I think that's where that cringe comes from. Even for me, like, I look at the I'm like, yeah, but it was nothing. It was nothing. It was empty. It was too empty. It looks appealing to the guy who's not getting it. The guys who ain't getting it, oh my God, I wish. To the guy who is like, it's just another, But them 5-hour conversations you talking about, I'll take that over any new. Like, okay, because there's value in that. You and him are building something. That can't the unlimited amount of whatever can't replace that.
Right.
There's no other extra new that can replace that. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I think I don't know Karan on that level, but his reactions, I'm guessing that's where his cringe comes from. Because it's not he come to the point where it was fun, but it's not something to be proud of. And that's what makes you probably stand out to him. Because it's like, it is something about a woman who hits you in that spot that makes you like, yo, I can't even, I need you. Like, I fuck with you. Like, ain't no, the baddest chick can't do it. All of the uniform can't do it. Something about this particular one, you just be like, nah, son, you ain't going nowhere, shorty. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna
You know what
figure
that
it out.
is?
That for lunch when she was talking about how hard he was cheesing when they first caught back up.
I'm
You
telling
know,
you,
Like the
Neek,
apple of my eye, baby.
was that?
it's called love, man.
Yo.
Yeah, I
Let's
get
get back
Yeah,
to
I
it, man.
love
Love wins all
Karan.
the time. Love is
He's a
undefeated.
love bug.
Yo,
I'm
I'm
not even
telling
gonna
you,
lie to
man.
you. He is a love bug. So
Love is
That's
undefeated,
the
bro.
cancer in him. Now that I know, it makes so
yes,
much sense.
right.
It bites you in the butt.
Okay, so I'm an
You
Aries.
can't
What
beat
does
it.
that say?
And I'm
Oh my
Pisces.
I don't know
gosh.
about none about that.
No.
And I listen, Neek,
Pisces
you
is
already you listen. I already you come with the heat like Aries.
facts.
Yo, Aries
Stubborn
and Virgos.
freaking crap.
What do you mean we come with the heat?
But like honestly, I'm gonna just say like this, and I know Karan is like, oh, here she goes again, but because he doesn't subscribe to any of this, but I just it's just fun to me. But my whole thing is, I feel as though you are just a very strong personality.
Yeah.
When you're angry, you are angry for sure.
It takes a
I
lot
think
to get there, though, Lawrence.
I
It
don't
takes
think
a
Neek is
whole
exactly.
lot.
angry. I don't think
Huh?
Neeks get angry like that. I don't think Neek
It take
easily
a
gets
whole.
angry.
You gotta touch something I love in a
I
negative way for me to
he
get there.
can get angry, and I would not ever want to see it.
I don't like it.
Right. That's what I'm sensing. I'm
Yeah.
sensing that because you're super passionate, very passionate about your points. You know what I'm saying? Um, you just come across with that type of energy, bro. Like you just come with the heat. Like I
Because
don't know
I'll
how
go
to
too
describe
far.
it.
That's why I'm happy go lucky, because if you get me there, I will go too far. And
Right.
I have lines drawn around certain things that I don't mind dying for. And if
Right.
you cross them lines, you have to suffer the
See, it's
consequences of that.
those type of passions that I would not want to survive a punch from this man.
Nah, but
But it would take him a lot to
it
get to
takes a
that.
lot, man. Nobody has gotten me there. Nobody I've come across so far has gotten me there, man. It take a lot.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I have the right people around me to
Mhm.
be the cushions. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
beautiful. That's a beautiful thing.
You need some people around you, maybe of a little darker tendency,
Right.
you know what I mean? Yeah, all right then. We ain't gotta go into detail.
Right.
I feel you, man. So look, man, we approaching this 3 hours, three. Nick trying to get it
Courage.
to 4. I know the tricks, but look, any final thoughts on the
Yo, we
dating?
straight way off topic today, Karan. We all over the place today, man.
How
Like,
we did, but
Great.
it
it
was
was
This is
good.
beautiful.
great,
It was
though.
beautiful. Especially, y'all divulging so much, man. I think for the viewers, I hope they watch this, because what y'all shared is really powerful,
I'm
man.
not
Like
gonna
that.
front. I think that Karan is dating his mother because when she came on that day, she has the same energy as Launch Bro. And
No,
that's
you
just
know,
what
in the
experience.
middle.
Wait a
It could be,
minute. You might be.
it could be
You know
something that I
what?
might even,
You're not
I
Cognizant
never,
Yo,
of.
it wasn't,
I
Cognizant
think
of.
so. I think you got a
yo.
yeah, it
point.
wasn't purposeful. I didn't
Fact
like,
is
oh, you just,
hella charismatic also.
Yeah.
yeah.
I,
I don't think I
like,
was checking on things off a box, but I do see similarities.
Yeah.
Karan is someone who needs. I call him high maintenance. I
Hmm.
call him a high maintenance man. He requires, and so do I. So it works together, right?
Yeah. Okay.
He requires affirmation. He requires love,
That's
like
Yo, that's
Amen.
all
demonstrative,
cancers.
demonstrative, like emphatic expressions of love. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? We have a very like
Is
that's
that
my
physical touch?
partner.
Is that the love language?
I wouldn't even say that it's
Nothing
like
like
confined
that?
to love languages. I just think it's just your overall chemistry. You
I
know,
gotta redo that
I
love
just
language thing. I gotta redo it. I think I might have changed.
You think that's a love language thing? You think, or do you think like innately got? Because we got egos, man, and we love getting our
That's the
ego
stroking
stroked.
of the
Like
ego.
we like getting our ego stroked, man.
Oh yeah, that's my first. By the way, we got like 4,000 views on that video. I did a video on how to stroke a man's ego.
right. That's the thing.
Yes.
Like it. I did a really good job.
That's his thing. You know, like I will say that the relationship, the type of dynamic that we have, it's very uh I don't think that it would work for other people
Mhm.
for the simple fact
It's
of
not
like
supposed to. This is for us.
it's very gushy, very like touchy feely, gushy, almost
There's
like
nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that? Ain't nothing wrong with some
She gets
gush.
mad. She gets mad
She didn't
though.
say
Like
anything was
if I
She
don't
wrong.
gets
cuddle
mad
her.
at the gush.
No, if I don't cuddle her,
Oh,
problem.
hold on. Wait a minute. Is there a softer side of Launch Pro? Wait a minute. Oh, we didn't know this.
what?
Hold
Cuddle
on.
mine. It's gonna
Excuse
be a
me
I
now.
problem.
am a giant baby. Like
Oh,
what?
nah, don't put this on the kid. The kid just got here.
I'm telling you, man. If I don't do it, bro, it's a problem.
I
No, but to be
understand.
honest, okay, and then
Aw.
he's the same way though. He is the same way. Like
I
it's
like it.
very
Nah.
I'm not the type to say, "Oh, I don't want to do it," but sometimes, you just fall asleep because I be up late, and I go to sleep way later than she does.
Right.
Yeah.
I just get into bed, I'm out.
it's a mutual thing. Like I said, it's mute. You're trying to pass it on me, and that's not the case.
I think it's you, Lawrence, Pro. I think that,
We literally sleep interlock like
Yeah, we
octopi.
do, we do. But
Like
I'm
it
just
Yeah.
is
saying,
like
I don't
like
do it.
legs,
octopi. She used the
legs and
proper
arms, like just
pluralization. Yeah. Octopi.
Wait, but okay,
The
wait, real quick
proper.
too, Launch Pro. Do you think that you're dating your father?
Yes.
We didn't get to that. That's what I
Yeah.
want to get to.
I didn't even answer that question,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
yes,
In what ways does he resemble characteristics of your father?
my dad is 6'4".
Yeah, definitely the height.
The height, like Koron is
Oh, you're 6'4"
extremely tall.
too?
I'm 6'2".
He's 6'2".
Oh, I'm
You know what
6'4". Okay. Oh, so we some tall people. I didn't even
I'm saying?
know we was tall people out here. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then not only that, but he's very paternal. So
Mhm.
it's not even to say, like, it's weird. He's like he's not a father figure, but he's just very like paternal, very like protective. My father was extremely protective over me. You know what I'm saying? Karan, I feel fine. Like on the street, I am good. You know what I'm saying? He grabs my hand when we cross the street. You know, he does things for me. It's very paternal, like
Open the
it
door, the car door.
opens the door, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been sick throughout this whole pregnancy. He's picking me up out of the bed
Listen,
every day religiously, you know what I'm saying?
listen,
So
Lawrence, I don't even understand what I see this. Like, I don't even understand how single, like, they be pregnant outside. No man walking around, raining,
I don't know how
snowing,
to listen.
waiting at the bus stops
You
for like
ain't gotta tell
hour.
me
I'm
that.
just
And
like, yo, what
yo,
the?
I
I
look at
could,
them like they're
I couldn't.
superheroes because I couldn't do it. I
That's
could not do it.
insanity. Like, I
Yeah,
could
Ash has
never.
not taken public transportation besides Uber and Lyft,
Yeah,
and
for
I
years,
can't tell you when's the last
for
time.
years, because he will not allow
He's
me
driven
to.
everywhere.
I'll share this one tidbit, right? It's personal, but there was a woman I did get pregnant a while ago, right? We were in a relationship and she was pregnant. Unfortunately, she had a miscarriage in like the second trimester. But
Oh,
Wow.
that woman never took the bus or train as long as never. And then she was like,
Wow,
"Oh
I
no!" I'm
respect
like,
it.
"No, no, there's no way. Wait, stay at work. I'm gonna come get you. Like I'm
right.
picking you up. I'm
I
dropping
don't
you
even
off."
like launch to take walks.
Yeah. He doesn't
He
even
gets
want
mad
like
at me.
I'm gonna say that he doesn't even want me to take walks. So in those he doesn't believe that I should be walking. It's door to door.
No,
You need to
not
do door
walks.
to door
Period.
service.
Let's be clear. She wants to walk like a mile,
Yeah, to
half
get
a
to
mile.
somewhere.
I'm not talking about just a walk. She wants to walk like to like the nearest mall by us. You know, it's like a mile
But
or like
why?
you know,
Just to walk for walking sake, or
Yeah,
is it like
because to
for?
be
Yes,
honest, like it
nature
was
is
walking sake.
beautiful.
nature. I'm a nature girl. I was always an outdoorsy kind of girl. I like listening
Yeah.
to the birds and smelling the air.
Listen, I feel you, but the moment you decide to become a mother and a wife, and he's a
Mhm.
it's no longer about our individual wants. That's the major thing. We
Well,
forget about that.
I am hearing, I trust me, I'm completely understanding that because even with travel, like,
Yeah.
even with travel, like we've bucked heads numerous times about it, but he's like, no, like you're not traveling by yourself, and and I
Yeah,
abide.
she
You know
wants
what
to
I'm
go
saying?
to
So
Thailand and places like that. She don't know nobody there. I'm like, listen, at least go with a friend.
yeah,
Nah. Nope. 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 Go.
he's not with it,
I
and
agree
I
with
fall in
him.
line. You know what I'm saying? So
Are you
it's more
saying
like,
no to going with friends?
Listen,
no,
I'll
he's
say this.
okay.
Listen,
Oh,
my homegirl said she was going to Mexico during the worst times when people were getting kidnapped and stuff. I was like, yo, the list of things I gave her, she wouldn't even think about. Where's the U.S. embassy? Where's the nearest? First of all, where's the nearest embassy? Where's the hospitals? Where's this? Where's the police stations? Where she didn't even think about this, and they
Are
kidnapping and
you in
cutting
the
heads off.
hood? Are you in the
Are
ghetto?
you in the
Where you
hood?
know?
Where's the location? What's the local organizations like over there? Who are the local advocates that you could probably find? She didn't even think about none of this. And you going into one of the, I'm like, are you
look
kidding
at
me?
that. And that's
Are
what
you
I'm
kidding
talking
me?
about. Like the mindset is there. Like that's
Yeah.
something that my dad would. Karan is very much, and then even just how he interacts with his daughter, like that reminds me of my dad. You know what I'm saying? And me. Like he's there. Like during the pandemic when everybody was on lockdown, he's there holding meetings with his daughter, like religiously, and book meetings and daddy daughter talk, and all of these things, they remind me of my dad because I was daddy's girl. You know what I'm saying? Intellectually, like he just reminds me, and even like the little traits that get on my nerves. It's like the same thing as my dad. So
Hold on,
you
does he
know,
pull pranks? Does he do the prank thing?
yes,
Is he
he
a
does. He
prankster?
makes fun of me just as how my father does, like because my reactions are hilarious to him. So my dad, my
I don't
dad
do
does the
pranks,
same
but
thing
I do mess with her. Like
Yo,
a
I
but
lot,
feel
just
sorry. You be
just to
talking
see
about
my
cast the
reaction.
wide net, Karan, but I feel sorry for whatever woman gets involved with me, man, because the pranks are going to be elaborate. They're going to be sophisticated. They might even be scientific. You hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, you
you
Like,
get that right woman,
I
Nick,
sent,
you gonna
I sent,
understand.
yo, pranks are like really cool though. Like, there's this family that I follow on TikTok, and the father is always pranking his wife. He does these what do you call it? Confetti busters or confetti poppers.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh,
Yeah, all the time, and they like, yo, that's so peaceful, so much laughter, so much. It's
It
just
yeah,
so
yo,
good.
is.
but yo, see that is what's most important to me at this stage of my life, man. Not new cooch, not new women. It's like, yo, building those memories.
Yeah,
Your marriage is gonna survive. You got too much positive and too much equity built into
too
your
much,
relationship.
too
you
much
got it, Nick.
attachment, too much.
You are on the love side now, Nick.
No, 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 no.
Yes.
Yo, Large Pro,
I
he
knew
trying to
it. It
steal
might
me
take
away
3
from the
hours, but we're gonna
corporation.
do
He over there offering benefits and retirement packages. I'm gonna have to switch sides. God damn it, Karan, you might have
it.
to.
Yeah,
I might win. You might have win my support tonight, brother.
yeah, man. And we
So,
definitely gonna have that monogamy polygamy debate
yo.
one of these nights.
Yo, Trav wanted my neck, boy. Trav
So wait,
was
We
like,
gonna have
"What?
that.
Nah, you hate her. You don't love her. You hate her. Like, what, bro? There are people who love and make mistakes.
It's
yo,
not a mistake. Stop. Please.
Yeah,
Stop. Don't trigger me too, man. I bring out my inner Trav. I summon my
Yo, but it's
I
okay.
mean, here's Barry.
Can you make a bad decision and still love somebody? Is that even possible? I think it's
a
possible. I
bad
think people do that
decision.
all the time.
A bad decision is different from a mistake.
I agree.
Because
So that's why I rephrased it. Bad decision. Can you make a bad decision and still love who you love?
yes, you can.
possibly it's possible.
I think
I
that,
agree. You can. Of course, you can.
but you may be the only person left loving.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean, I'm not saying it doesn't have consequences, but I'm saying like Travis trying to say that he's positing that if you make a bad misdecision, that means automatically you don't love somebody. That I don't
Yeah,
see
I
it
can't
working
say
like
that.
that.
Yeah, no,
I
I
can't
get
say
That's
that.
that
yeah.
either.
Yeah,
But you
you get
be
to be
left
objective, I wouldn't go that far.
one.
That's
But I
that's a
don't
little
believe it's a
extreme.
mistake.
It's on
I say it's a
extreme
little
side.
because people can, work that out if they really work at it.
Yeah, you
They
do.
could
It
work that out.
happens all the time.
It's
Hmm.
possible. It's possible to work that out.
It
Do
is
I recommend
absolutely.
it? No. Do
I
I
highly.
when I say take someone back if they did it? I wouldn't do it. So
Whoo,
because
Large Pro, you hearing stuff
Launch Pro,
now?
listen, me and Launch Pro, we on the same 100,000% page.
That's my twin,
100,000.
man.
Let me
Oh
tell
man,
you
We
something.
y'all guys are beautiful,
We
man. That's so
know that that's
beautiful.
the end of the the relationship's over. There's no
cheating,
way,
like
there's
for
no
example,
redeeming for
cheating.
us.
You have to understand something, right? Like, and we're not just saying this because we're extremists. When you have, I think the devastation
Yeah,
that
it
would
would be
happen
ridiculous. It would be absolute. But
if
that's what's gonna keep y'all
that actually
together, though.
happened. It's
Hmm.
the levels of like
Look, listen, Nick,
complete
I'm telling you right now, we
obliteration.
be the biggest hypocrites in the world.
Yeah, because we're
No-
like, but after a while, right? So like going back to that slide that you entertain, like with what is love? And
Mhm.
Oh,
there's
you
a
want that
lust,
back up there?
there's the attraction, and then there's the attachment.
Yeah.
Things happen, circumstances, experiences happen that tend to fortify and almost reinforce, and anabolically increase the intensity of those three aspects, right?
Mhm.
But then the lust tends to wear off. Like the lust tends to wear off, and then your relationship is more
Very true.
so the attachment, like this attachment piece for some
Growing
reason
old together.
tends to really take center fold. So when I think about it, and like with the attachment, again, different experiences that you undergo, overcoming, like going through something and then overcoming it, whether it's together or external factors at play
Right.
that might get us down, or depression. Like I go through mental health, for example, right? Phases of mental health. He's there to be my rock during complete crisis. You know what I'm saying? Those things actually reinforce attachment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely,
Um,
definitely.
and trust especially. So
But
it's like if he was to do something that
I don't think he could. I don't even think he physically could because of his commitment to you. Like there is that
right.
that has happened to me before. Like opportunity presented itself, and I physically couldn't because all I was thinking about was the woman that I was in love with at the time.
So hold on, Nick. You are the superstar because you on some Russell Westbrook type level. You got them in the hotel room waiting for you. 'Cause you said it. I
I'm
presented
sorry, sir.
itself.
Your connection, I can't. Your connection is a little. Hold on, let me
'Cause
just
they
check
don't
your
just
Wi-Fi.
let you like Russell
Are
Westbrook or James Harden.
you on
Hey.
4G? Is he on 4G? Because the
Hey
connection
man,
right now is a
listen,
little
man.
struggle
Look,
right now.
hey, I see you, brother. I see you. It don't just happen like that.
Listen. Okay, if
Don't
we keeping it
unless you
100,
got it
right?
like that.
We keeping it 100, right?
Unless you got it like that, because you are 6'4", you probably look like an NBA player. They probably think you or the NFL.
Let me stop.
I'm
But
just, hey, I don't
hold
know.
on,
Go ahead.
we keeping it 100, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
That's
not
what
born
you look
here.
like.
I
Go ahead.
wasn't born here. The most impressionable years of my life was spent in the islands with a community, an actual community we wish to have in America. I'm from Dominica. The way I was raised would be more conducive to what we would want to happen in the Black community here. Respect, honor, traditions, all of these things, right? We didn't talk to women a certain kind of way back home, right? When I came here was the first time I saw kids disrespecting adults, women being referred to as the B word, and all these other things.
Man.
I never subscribed to that because it's not how I initially was raised, right? I didn't understand that initially, like we talking about junior high school level. I didn't understand that, being a man, quote unquote, in this ecosystem meant how many fights, how many girls you had, all of it. Being a man was doing your chores back in the islands, being productive in the community back in that was being a man. Right up here, it's promiscuity, it's this, that.
Yeah.
So I did join the bandwagon in high school. Not gonna lie, I was on a basketball team, feeling myself in shape. I joined a bandwagon, but it was never fulfilling. You know what I'm saying? It was never, it was like, all right, yeah, but oh Yannick, you did I like cool. You know what I'm saying? So I got to learn, which a lot of guys don't see until they get over that physical element of attraction.
Right.
That part for me was already separated. So I got to learn human behavior. Woman's dynamic when it came to men, men's dynamic when it came to women. And a friend of mine, he's African, similar experience. Me and him got really close because we have the same mind. And our challenge became getting the women who were out of our level. Like the women who you wouldn't normally go after because they're so out of your reach. But the thing that we realized is like it's the same dynamic, no matter what level. It's very unique people that you come across that I would say like Launch Pro, like a Sherry, who present a different outside of the physical. It's not physical with them. It's mental, it's engaging, it's challenging, it's growth. And then you forget about the physical and you're just in that. And like I told, like when I told a friend of mine who's very much on the other side of the fence, still dibbling and dabbling, I told him the story about my ex, where she invited me to the crib and, and we just laid in bed talking. Like he's like, "What you mean?" I'm like, "I forgot about all of that. The conversation was mind blowing. We was talking about this, laughing and joking.
Mhm.
She's from the Bronx. She's talking about what happened on the stoop and this, that, and the third, and the stuff that used to happen on the block and stuff. And it was just so engaging. The physical aspect vanished. So that's why I say I understand where you are, because I feel like that's a phase every guy has to go through. You got to get over that physical. If you cannot pass that physical element of what a woman is, and you can't get over that to really get you're done.
May I ask you a question?
That's why a lot of these NBA guys or like guys like Kevin Hart, they wasn't getting women like that. But then when they get a little money, a
Dude,
little fame, they lose their mind because they never seen, anything. So
but it's all the same, man. After a point, it's all. I thought it was gonna be a difference, man. Like you date a lawyer, date a doctor, you think it would be like, but it's the same. You'd be like,
Nick,
oh, huh?
have you
go
ever
ahead,
dated?
Cherry. Say that
Go ahead,
again.
Sherry.
I said, have you ever dated your mother?
Who, me?
Yes.
The woman that I fell in
Hmm.
love with was definitely very much like that, man. But I've mentioned her to you before. The one who's I learned from her father, like she was very much traditional, just like my mom's, and that's why I think that was the hardest heartbreak. That was the biggest heartbreak I've ever suffered in life, man. What? I was down, brother. I was down. It was sad, Karan. It was sad, bro. Like
I've been there, brother.
I was like, God,
Yeah.
like, yo, why does it hurt? Like, just break my leg. Don't let this happen. Just break a leg. Fuck it. That'll
Hey
hurt less.
man, I'm
That'll
gonna
hurt
tell you why.
less.
I'm gonna tell you why it hurts, man. Let me just tell you in a visual form why that hurts. Because I'm always gonna go back to the science, and we just keep losing, right? This is it, man. It's yeah, man.
Yo,
This right here, when you lose this,
that dopamine,
especially this
brother, and
right here,
oxytocin. Oh.
when you lose that, brother,
Yo, do you know you
Yo, it was
can
like
know when you
withdrawals,
can
bro. It was like withdrawals. Like I was on heroin or some shit. Man. That shit was insane.
yeah, facts.
I was like, I
you
never want to
can
feel this
know
again. Like I
yeah,
never want to feel
that's
this
the
shit
worst
again.
feeling, heartbreak. That crap hurts.
What?
But you can know exactly when you're losing the attachment piece. Oh my gosh. Like
Mm.
But
to
I knew
check
when I
out,
was losing it, but I did not know how to stop it. That's the crazy part. I was like, yo, this shit is falling apart, man. How do I fix it? I couldn't fix it.
you can't unless you're gonna be able to revisit the lust part again. It's like a circle. I mean, like
No,
you know when some people
It
need to
wasn't a lack of attraction, Sherry. It had nothing to do with that. It was
no,
just
no, no. I'm not saying that, but like I'm saying if you could do a circle, let's just say you start losing the attachment piece, go back to square one. Because that's what always happens. The thing
you
that I
need
really
two to
liked about
fight. You need two. And
Yeah,
she wasn't with it. You
you
need
need
you
both
to.
you do,
parties.
but
And she
you
wasn't.
do. You do, but I
I
will
was a
say that
dark character back then, man. It was hard to love me. So I understood, man. Me and her had a conversation. We kind of like, we
right.
talked about everything and left.
One
'Cause
thing that I liked about this conversation, I like that Koron and Launch Pro want to hear what the other has to say about each other because that keeps things fresh and light all the time. I think I've experienced this too to know that that really does work and keep the relationship tight like glue. So, what is it that I told you guys in the last episode that we did, what is it that you like about me, right? Those things just going back and forth about that, it keeps it together nice and fresh. It keeps the
oh, about
attraction
you?
and yeah, well, the couple doing this to each other.
Oh, like, okay, got you. What do you
Right.
like about
So
me?
it keeps
Okay.
the attachment piece
Yeah,
intact at all
Play,
times.
playing games like this right here. This is
Ooh, okay.
it's called
Yeah. Tell the
Let's
people at
go.
that.
You
yeah.
need to
We are
talk
not
about
really
that. Get some
strangers.
sponsorship rolling. Shoot.
Oh,
Yes.
what do you, Launch Pro and Karan, like about Sherry? This is a very interesting conversation. What do y'all
Shit.
Oh,
like about Sherry?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. So, matter of fact, Karan could kind of say, I fall in love with women. I fall in love with women's personalities right? I fell in love with Sherry already.
Oh yeah, Sherry definitely got personality, boy. Jesus Christ.
I literally said to Karan, so
Yeah, that's how they talk about you behind closed doors, Sherry. Come on.
I'm
Nice,
really,
okay, 'cause-
like, I literally came to him. Did I not? Like, was it last week? And I said,
It was
Karan,
last week, yeah.
I want to develop a relationship with Sherry and I want to know what your thoughts are. Like, that's what, And I told him, I said, because she's this, that, and the third. And I really, um,
Are you taking
and
notes?
Always,
he,
man. Always
he was
taking
like, you know what, Ash? I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to encourage you to, which is what I was looking for. Again, like, he's paternal. So I kind of look for his validation in a way sometimes.
Why is that
Um,
hard to say? Say it, man. That's your man. That's the knight in shining armor right there.
right. I don't think he fully understands that though. So his word does mean a lot to me, right? So I asked him, I said, what is your perspective? Because I know Karan is more or less like, compartmentalize your friendships and your relationships. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them interlock. Like, that's how he like governs his life.
It's hard to do that with Sherry. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's
Well,
hard to do that with
I
Sherry.
told her, I said that organic. Like, I
Right.
always go with what feels good because
Right.
I just moved up here. I've been up here with Lunch for a couple of years now, and in Westchester, and I made a lot of friends already.
Cool. New
'Cause
Rochelle?
I just
No,
no,
Bronxville.
Oh
yeah,
no, I want to move to New Rochelle, man. That's nice out there.
yeah, but it's yeah. I mean,
Hold on, what's wrong with New
nice.
Rochelle? She just laughed at it. What's wrong with New Rochelle?
Nah, New Rochelle got its good parts and bad
New
parts.
Show's got his price. I'm always out there.
Nah,
New Show
I
is
mean,
right
yeah,
down the
that's why
block.
we go to the
Oh,
movies
okay,
at.
okay.
Almost.
It's nice.
There's
But
dope out there.
yeah, but I make friends. I make friends everywhere I go. So it's like, it's like
That's the cancer in you.
But
Right.
you're what?
yeah,
Originally from Brooklyn?
I'm from Brooklyn.
Born and raised. But,
Born and raised.
Yeah.
as far as Sherry is concerned, like, I definitely value, I called her salt of the earth. She's just a salt of the earth kind of person.
Yes.
And I
Yo, see,
said, I vibe with her. Like, for some reason, like, I'm really vibing with her. But then because of the fact that Karan knows my past with women, you know what I'm saying? Where I'm like head over heels. And then because I'm such a giving person, I have gotten burned in the past. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a little more cautious, you know what I'm saying? But with her, I was like, oh my God, like, why do I feel like it's gonna
no,
be a forever
Sherry's a
friend?
genuine.
You know what
She's
I'm
a
saying?
genuine person. She,
Genuine as
genuine
hell.
shit. Right. You know what I mean? Even if she's wrong, she's genuine about being wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
if she'll sit there and she'll think about it, she'll come back, oh, you know what? After I thought about it, like some people you have in your circle, when the conversation is over, that's all the analysis they give it. They don't sit on it. Those
Yes.
are people you got to keep on, you got to keep them on the
That's a
fray.
fact.
The
Right.
people who listen, hear you, y'all have a disagreement. Fuck it. The next day, they like, you know what? I thought about it. This is what I think. This is what I think. What do you think? Those
Yeah.
are people you keep close by because then they help to sharpen your thought processes.
Right. Like
Right.
successful and unsuccessful.
Really,
And
Don't we not
really,
go
self-reflection,
there?
it's
We
like,
not go
really, you're Sherry, you're not
self-reflection,
gonna.
self-reflection and self-discernment, you know what I'm saying, is like very, very important characteristics to have. Like,
I
so
agree.
I peeped that in her and I was like, yo, and then I told Karan, I was like, Karan, Sherry's like, do you understand that like we have literally been on these shows week after week and we're spending hours talking? Like,
Yeah,
people
it's
do
true.
this in
More hours than I
relationships.
want to. At this
Hours
more hours.
talking.
I
You
blame
know
me
what?
for
That
it.
is a
Go
clear
ahead.
indicator that we need to stop.
Yeah. That's a
But on some real, you're able to understand somebody's personality and like what they stand for by
No, that's right.
having
That's
these
right.
long ass conversations. And it doesn't always happen this way. So that's how I was
Yeah.
able to
Right.
kind of like detect those qualities in Sherry.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
It's
so
organic,
sweet.
and
I
that's
love
a
lunch.
beautiful
That's
thing.
so nice. Thank you,
Yeah, that's a
guys.
But
yeah,
y'all
that's
just
a beautiful
missed what
thing.
Sherry just did because Sherry tried to be on the low with it when she was saying successful and unsuccessful. That was the 8-hour conversation about
See,
successful.
I didn't want to go there because then that might turn into this.
No,
Might
no, no,
turn
it's not
into
going. I promise that's not gonna happen, man. Because I was done with Sherry. I already told Sherry I'm mad. We're not even gonna get into that. Maybe that's a talk for a whole other day, man. But I
yeah,
was
yeah. We
Is
can
be
take
happy
that.
with that.
definitely. But yes,
So,
no, I really love coming on you guys' show. Like
Yeah, it's
it's
a great
very, very,
platform, man.
very captivating too. Like you guys' perspectives. Launch Pro is so equal balanced, right? So is Karan too. But I'm gonna give you guys your flowers separately. Launch Pro, the way that I be thinking, she really throws a curveball sometimes, and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even think it
What?
was gonna go that way. I didn't even think it was gonna go that way.
Pedro
She said
Martinez with
something
it,
like, and
like
she'll take a second, go find some research, and come back to combat whatever it was that maybe Neek said or that I said or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God. And she's so
yeah,
gentle
she's
about
sharp.
it too, because that's the power part. Like, when you think that she's gonna come and maybe spice it up, she still says it with a level tone.
she's
I'm like,
corporate
oh my gosh,
savage,
you know
man.
what?
She's corporate
I be
savage.
like, she's so right. Oh my gosh. And then when it comes to Karan too, like his perspectives, your perspectives are so good too, because it's like when the day that you told Unique to cast a wider net, and he was so like, oh nah, yo, Karan's bugging with that. I'm like, nah. I knew automatically, like he says these things with love. The fact that he said that he was a life coach, or are you still a life coach,
I kind of like
Karan?
I am technically, but I like to do the content thing more because
Right.
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
are,
But
you
I
know,
like that
I
though,
work with
because you
people,
do
but
offer a lot of life coaching material, especially when it comes to like some things that we can conceptualize and maybe even pull into our own
yeah,
psyche of ways of thinking. So that's really good. But I do
yeah,
like what you said, Launch Pro, earlier when you're saying using this platform to create a culture, right? Because a
yeah.
lot of what we are seeing today about, the first part of the conversation with love or dating for purpose, we need to set a standard to go by, whether we want to date for love and what that means, or whether it is that you want to date for purpose or have purpose first and then come love, or love then come purpose, whatever it
Right.
is, set in the tone. A certain language has to be formulated. This is why too, like I think when I was first watching Kevin Samuels, I'm like, what do these acronyms mean? And I had to keep watching them, and he kept repeating it, a rhetoric of some sort that got into people's mind that promotes a whole culture. When he starts talking about a high value man and what that actually means in his terms, or the need to be right and all of these extra things or whatever. So he would constantly keep saying that, promoting a culture. Not that I think that it was abusive to women who maybe have took a route that wasn't conducive to the lifestyle that they were looking for, but to what can you do? Even if that is your situation, you need to change your attitude and ways of thinking that you could possibly attain the lifestyle that you're looking for. So for me, that is what I got from his show and his platform. I already thought a lot of the things that he was saying prior to. It was just a shock for me to see it coming out of a man's mouth.
Yo, facts. Yo,
That
So
was
do
it.
you think I need to be like as brash as he is to get some
I don't
I
people
think
don't
that you
to.
need
You
to be,
can
and
be.
that
I
was
don't think you can be, Karan. That's not your style, man. Kevin Samuels is a blunt instrument. Like he is an
right.
articulate blunt instrument, and it was a necessary shock to the system to wake people up. Your personality is more charismatic than that. Not saying Kevin Samuels didn't have charisma, but it's a different style of charisma. You understand?
But I like the good cop, bad cop thing that you guys do. Launch Pro and you, whenever y'all come up with y'all couples platform or whatever it was that you guys want to do, that good cop, bad cop can play. It really can. Like I follow this other channel and
Nah,
they
man,
have.
they be rotating, man. Karan then pick up the bad cop and then rotate back and then dish it. Yo, you know what I noticed? This is what I noticed. I feel like they strategize against us because they have these little miniature arguments within themselves, and then we reveal our position and they attack our position. I'll be like, yo, we just got drawn out
Yo,
into the line
he
of
really
fire, man.
does
He's a
feel like this. He be
professional.
like, nah, Launch Pro gonna come for me on this one, right? Yo, he
I
really
already know what it is.
Karan gonna eat me up on this one too. Like, yo. That's
Yeah,
funny.
well, today I gave her the silver, even though she acted like she knew about the arranged marriages. I
I
was the one
did,
that told her.
babe. I did. It's okay.
All right,
I really do like arranged marriage though. Like the concept of, and how it actually flows is not like abusive where, you know, the woman just must accept.
Mm-mm.
She has the right to say no
Right.
and whatever and keep going. Like one of my close friends, she's African. She went through a couple of people who she said no to. She was basically on the run from guys proposing to, you know, her family first. And then the one that came along, thank God she waited for. She's she's got the life that she wanted. Her kids got the life that they wanted. You know, the quality of marriage, the question that you bring up there, I think that the only thing, I think it could be more gushy, as you guys put it. But that's my opinion from the outside. It works for them, you know,
Mhm.
or I'm not even going to say that it works for them. For her, it works. I don't know his
Mhm.
perspective really, really.
it sounds like she loves him, though. If you ask me,
Mhm.
it
No,
sounds
yeah,
like
she does, because she makes sure that, you know, a lot of
yeah,
things happen. She makes sure that she cooks the food that he likes. She makes sure that the kids is well taken care of. They go and do family outings together.
yeah.
You know, there are things. It's like I said, from my perspective, it just seems so professional.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
one of the things about arranged marriages is typically I get like you have it now because I did some research on it. Yes, now a lot of them are based on choices,
Hmm.
but like it's not really based on choice. It's based on what your family because you're typically you're marrying, especially like when you talk about aristocracy, like you're marrying into a family
Right.
with the goal of expanding the empire, typically, right?
Hmm.
So
Mhm.
when you're in that type of circumstance, there is no choice. You gotta listen. If the dude is a toad, if he looks like you know what I mean, like you're gonna have to do it. There's no choice. Like so the real love versus arrange is arrange is based on your culture, you know,
Yeah.
whatever your religious system is, you have to deal and you pull into that to keep you guys together versus what I'm saying is, you know, we start off with the lust and the attraction and then hopefully we could develop an attachment
Hmm.
and then but also like the pillars and just being educated and I know we don't have societal structures here in America, but
I would
there
Let me,
are
say
people
too,
that are doing it.
I
but let me
like
ask
that
you
you have the
this:
pillar. That
is modernization good for families? Because based on what
no.
you're saying, based on what Launch Pro's saying, is because modernization is what led us to be super independent. Back in the day, let's go back 1800s and even before that. It it didn't matter if he was cute or not. Ain't no such things as
Gotcha.
toads. It what mattered is that can our kingdoms work together?
Right,
Let's stop the fighting with this marriage.
right.
Your prince,
Gotcha.
my prince. Let's
Yeah,
stop all this
that's how,
nonsense
yep.
and let's have trade. Let's have barter. Let's unite
That's a
our
fact.
militaries so that we can both expand our kingdoms. And then
Yes.
to
Hmm.
do it if he cute, or he cute, or she. Because
Yeah.
sometimes the princess wasn't attractive either, but the prince still had to marry that.
That's a
Mhm.
fact.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but that's
He
So
how a
had to.
whole bunch of mistresses and bastard children came about too.
Mhm.
yeah, you had, of course, you had the chambermaids, the concubines, and all this other stuff, but the kingdom still worked. It's
Yeah,
functional because it's not a perfect system, but it's good enough to provide enough protection where children don't have to be traumatized as they growing up.
that's true. What I did want to say though, and I like I said, because I like the point that Launch Pro said, and then also what you posted tonight as far as the pillars. If we could take that and even, you know, the science behind what love is and create some sort of programming, because you are the king of marketing, right?
Mhm.
Create some
The
sort of
Yeah.
programming that you can
guru.
spew, not spew, but excuse me, say as a rhetoric that is also a constant all the time. Using that, there's a culture that can be created by a standard of using that. So whether it is that, you know, you being the love bug that you are, saying use love, or you know, once you get to this point, these are the things that you are looking to build, you know, that can be started from the unconditional acceptance. This is what you're going to be doing with it. That's cool. But then, the purpose of doing these things, let's not get lost in the source of, exhausting this person's love for free. The purpose of getting a marriage, like she said, like Launch said, getting into a relationship with someone who has a like mind like you when it comes to entrepreneurship, or that you may want to do genetic, keep the genetic genes tall, make tall children, whatever it is that you are looking for as a goal, right? You could attain that, but make sure your roadmap, the pillars are, because you're setting them on a standard for foundation. So I
Can I
think
can
that
I be devil's
that's
advocate for half a second?
always.
I agree with the concept, but it's too late, because
Oh
what I'm
gosh.
saying is that, right, communities are already set. Jewish community, all these communities are already set, and now they're advancing. We're at the begin. We're not even at the start line. So now you're saying we got to create the mindsets that will create the families, that will create the community, right? How many generations is that going to take? Not to mention that we have women in our community considered genetic modification children. Like, that shit blew my mind. I didn't even know about this. I know about genetic modification, but I didn't know people are actually in our community considering having a what they call them. It's
Designer babies.
like to genetically create tall education. I mean,
Yeah,
Lab
yeah, they're working on
babies.
IQ,
that. Yeah, I know you're talking
all
about.
of them.
Yeah.
Right. They're considering that rather than having a husband. You understand what I'm saying? How do you even we're not even on the
So that was
starting
my
line with this.
conversation with you earlier, Neek. What? All right. So you, yeah, Karan.
Yes.
I keep saying to Yannick when he has these types of conversations, what will men do? What will you do? Right? Because I pose this question to everybody. I don't care, even if it was the woman. If the woman is having a complaint with the male species, right, or the male
The male
counterparts, what
species.
will you do? What will you do? Like, all right, you can have
There's
all this
nothing.
conversation,
That's
whether it's
why it's a
positive.
it's a bad situation. So
No, it's
sometimes
not. You're
it's
making it
not a
too
bad
glamorous
situation.
on that side. No, because
No, I'm
you're
looking.
this.
I'm judging by the sum of its parts. I'm not.
But
I'm okay.
listen. It is about an individual behavior when you're dealing one on one, right? So yes, this is why I always tell you I go back and forth between macro and micro. It's very, very important to do that because cool. On a general perspective, yeah, it looks very bad. It looks like 45% of black women are single mothers and the mentalities that come along with that. And then mentalities that come along with the independent woman. I don't need this, I don't need that. Yeah, all of that on a general perspective. But when we're breaking it down to an individual perspective, taking the time to have certain conversations and work out the ideas and stuff that go along with that, sure, you are able to find the mindset and find what's going on. Sometimes you have to take the mask off. A lot of these women are hiding behind a mask. When you could take the mask off, we talked about this too. You said that sometimes when you take the mask off, you get disappointed by what's behind the mask. Instead of just being disappointed, right? If you are choosing to shop in this market, you want something out of this
But you
market. You don't
don't
have to
know
shop in
where
this
it
market.
is. It's all like you were saying earlier. Everybody, and Karan said too, America, everybody gets to be and do whatever the hell they want. You don't know.
That may be
I know what I'm
true. That
getting
may
if
be
I go.
true.
I know what I'm getting if I go into the 7 Days Adventist community. I know what I'm getting if I'm. But if you at Barnes, you're looking for a woman who reads. So you go to Barnes and Nobles and you're chilling. So what she reads, she's also influenced by everything else that's out there because there's no boundaries, there's no lines, there's no lines of longitude and latitude in America, and that's how it's
But that's the
designed.
thing.
So
So you
therefore,
have
you
to
can't
live by
say
your
that
own.
where you're in the market. The market is
No,
America.
you have to have a standard for yourself and
But
stop
Yeah,
okay,
but
accepting
but
Nick,
if
shit.
you
If
there's
you
a
have
don't
a
like
woman
the way
that thinks
shit
like you,
tastes,
man.
say it again.
exactly.
There's a
Say it
woman
again.
that thinks like you. There's a
I
woman out
agree,
there that
but
thinks
okay,
like
the
you.
the y'all are missing the discussion we were having was this, right? So black women have a very high price tag, right? When it comes, oh, he has to make, this is the framework. He has to make 6 figures. He has to this, that, and third, be 6 feet tall, all that good stuff that, we were discussing before. Cool. But to achieve that, right, is work. And then to get through the layers of traumas that some of the women that I've come across and some of my friends have come across, it takes time and effort and patience and da da da. And then when you finally get there, you're like, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, oh damn. You know, like it didn't reward you as much as you thought when, and we're not talking about sexually. We're talking about somebody you're planning to actually build something with. It wasn't what you anticipated it to be, given the amount of effort you put into it, and it falls to
I
pieces.
hear you.
So it's not
Unfortunately,
like, say it again.
as a grown man in your 30s, 40s, you're not in your early 20s anymore. It is going to cost some money and effort.
Yeah, but I agree it should. I'm not saying it shouldn't. But the thing was like the market. You don't really know
I
where
get it.
to shop. Like you're just throwing your line in the best place you think you can, and hey, let's see if this one's good. Throw it back, throw out again. Like, and then you're trying to,
Mhm.
I hear
and
you.
I
But that's
and
why
that's
you
why
can't put all your eggs in one basket either.
I
And
agree.
like, you know, maybe Starbucks coffee dates, man.
But not to be funny, you
Yo,
didn't even play devil's advocate to what I was proposing to Karan. I'm just putting that out there. But
hold on, hold on. Which one? Because we had like three of them. Which one?
nah, because I was saying about creating a specific type of standard via um some sort of rhetoric that can continue to be talked
Oh, but
about.
yeah, my pushback was that it, even double backing on what I said about it being too late, is that how macro micro. You were talking about
It wasn't too
going
late.
back
It
from
wasn't too
macro and
late for Kevin
micro.
Samuels. It wasn't too
Right.
late.
I
Exactly.
totally get where
No,
you're coming from,
he
Sherry, as far as just having I totally get it because this is something that
Necessary.
you're illuminating and that I do find is needed.
it is
Um,
needed.
I do understand that Quran also has just like from a relationship aspect, he has the what was it? The seven dangers of what
It's
is
a
it,
dating
baby?
assessment. You could
Huh?
just call it the dating assessment.
Right. So he has the dating assessment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is like a stratification on how to filter, the right man.
Yes.
Um for
Creating a standard.
your huh?
Creating a standard.
Right,
Right.
creating a standard, right?
So I feel like,
But
like some of those points have to be repeated constantly.
hey, and this is and girl, like you're right there with me because I understand what you mean as far as just being able to have key messaging. So in
Right.
PR, like that's something that's very important. Like you have to have your UVP. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like what
Yeah.
is your primary key messaging throughout that when people look at you, they're able to identify, oh, he
Right.
stands for this. Just
Hmm.
as how like with Kevin Samuels, he
That's
stood
excellent
for
marketing. Like,
yeah,
But he
because
was
he
in
keeps
sales. That guy was in sales for
repeating
years.
repeating the same messaging but also with the methodology behind it,
right.
and you're
Exactly.
delivering it in different ways. You're delivering the same key messaging in different ways using different variables, but it's still the same key messaging, and in that you're able to affect change. That's where the
Yeah.
impact comes in.
I
You
feel
know what
like
I'm
that's
saying?
what would take off this channel. Like, bro,
No,
this,
but I'm
this
not. I hope you don't think I'm saying like they shouldn't do what they're doing. I think what they're doing is absolutely necessary.
yes.
But we have to exist in this global market, like it's no longer the industrial age. We're in a global market now.
And
The
that's
rest
fine.
of the world is moving on without our community that's
So
not
what
even
are you
established
what are you
at
asking
an
us
ex.
to do, Yannick?
I'm
What do you
saying
ask?
the solution. What I'm saying is the solution to this problem needs to be as radical as the issues.
Uh-huh.
And
The
I think
solution
I
needs to be
think
as
that the
radical.
solution, I think
And the
Karan and
point
I,
itself is radical,
we
man.
gotta have a
Look at me like
think
I was
tank
crazy.
session because I really do think that we're not talking enough about dating for a purpose. Rather, like having a culture or a
You got to
movement
get rid of dating. You forget
that
dating.
rejects.
Now that's
You're
too
not gonna
far
get rid of
ahead,
dating.
Yannick. Like
Say
people
it
are
again.
dating.
Was that?
We're not gonna get rid of dating, brother.
No, what I'm saying is that if you want to radically shift the momentum of this, you got to just pair people together. It got to be transactional at this point.
But
Yo,
who's gonna
no,
pair
real
people together?
seriously. It has to become transactional. You're a lawyer, you're a doctor, you have the best you have this amount of genes, da da
That's not
da.
what America is
But
based
You
Yo,
know,
on.
I
that's
know
what
it's
you know what
that's
not,
would
what
be
but
that
really
that's
wait,
cool?
well,
extreme.
hold
That's
up. So
radical.
even outside of like the traditional I don't know if it's Orthodox Jews where they like do arranged marriages,
Hmm.
or is it unorthodox? I'm
The
not too sure.
Hasidics, what?
The
Yeah, I
Hasidics,
mean,
okay. But you do have like the non-Hasidic Jews who are just like regular people like you and I. And guess what? They have matchmaking services.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
So
there
What?
is.
You just lost me
that's
with that
exactly
one.
what I was gonna. Sorry,
but
what?
remember, you got to qualify. Like these people
But
have a very long tradition, and they've been through some traumatic things. But what they have above us is culture. There's a
Wait,
here's
the
some here's
standard in
something
their
non-religious Jews
community.
are the
interesting.
ones that.
Karan,
The,
I think that might be a business venture for you in the future, hun.
What?
Mm,
wait, what?
Matchmaking.
matchmaking. So well, here's what I was just about to say
Man,
because I've thought
Yo,
about this a
yo,
lot.
Karan, like I don't want to deal with all these personalities and these
Listen,
demands. I
nah,
don't want to deal with
that
nah. I
would be
just
right up his alley though. But I was gonna say I
It
but
think
would
the
we
be right
spread
up
Jewish
it
his
so
people,
alley.
much.
the Jewish people, the ones that's not religious, they're the ones that's intermarrying and doing all that stuff. Look at
Yeah,
Drake. I'm
yeah.
Drake,
just saying,
man,
like,
Does Drake really count? Like he
he's
is
half
so
Jewish.
removed from that it's not. I mean, he has I
His
guess the
mother's
bloodline you would say, but he's so removed from that.
How
Look,
about this though?
how
Remember,
you Jewish
remember.
and you make the videos that he makes.
Shari, what
Like,
what were you saying?
I was trying to say, remember when they had like speed dating in a controlled environment, like
Mhm.
a restaurant or whatever. I
Mhm.
think it would be really cool because I thought about this so many times and actually pitched it, and I got some good feedback. If we
Mhm.
had like a podcast episode where we talked about basically what I'm proposing,
Mhm.
we talk, have a discussion, and then have a speed dating kind of thing afterward, that would be super cool.
I agree.
yeah.
I
There's a
agree.
couple channels that
That's
do
helping
that
to
stuff.
pair up, right? And people are in the atmosphere for this specific thing. You're listening
Mhm.
to what it is that you should be looking for in a mate. If this is what it
Mhm.
is that you're looking for, clear cut, dry and simple. If you're here just to be dating, just for friends with benefits, that's out in the open too. But that's not, something that we're promoting.
your
But
shit, Karan want to go to bed.
I mean, I
No,
think.
but look, if we do that, they gotta wait 4 to 6 months.
Yo,
Yo,
I think
Karan,
that's a
you
radical
got to sell
idea.
me on that a little bit more because I mean, I did hear everything that you said about that.
ain't gonna happen, Karan.
No, and
Ain't gonna happen.
my pushback about it is people have experienced sex already.
Mhm.
It's not like you're dealing with virgins or people. A lot of the time, like I said, in our community, we have 45% women who are single mothers. They already have kids. So, what guy is actually
So
waiting
you
for
already
that
have sex.
person?
That means you could wait 4 to 6 months to have it.
No, and I'm not
Mhm.
saying that for the
Yo,
woman, but
Karan is
what
a
guy?
believer, man.
I mean, I'm not saying that there are no guys, but there are a lot of guys who are not unwilling to wait for the person who has had a child already 4 to 6 months. They're like, you already did it.
Well,
That's the
those guys
that's the
more than
perception.
likely are those guys more than likely are the wrong guy.
Okay.
That's not necessarily the case, Karan. That just doesn't
I'm
make
just
any
saying.
logical sense to any red-blooded man that you made a decision that
Hey,
resulted
hey,
in a child.
a brother. Look, it goes
Could
both
be.
ways because you could
Yeah.
wait and still not work out. All I'm saying is you're giving yourself the best odds. This world is a scary world.
It
Yeah.
To
is.
be out here shacking up with people, listen, bro. If I was
We're
single,
not talking about shacking up. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
no,
dating
no,
one
because no,
person.
because there's some guys out here that are sharks, brother. So your
Yeah.
logic is you see somebody who you like, you have to have sex with them, or else they're gonna go away.
Nah, nah, that's not what I said. Did anybody? That's not
Well,
what I.
Sherry kind of
That's
alluded
not
to
what I
that,
was saying.
that men don't want to, they don't want to wait.
Yeah. I was
I'm
alluding to
saying,
that.
like, you judge the person based on their character, their intentions with you, right? If a man is hounding you, and every conversation somehow is sexual, right? Every single conversation is it always the emphasis on sex. You know that's not the type of guy you want.
Well, I think just to
But
create.
also hold on,
Mhm.
but Nick, another thing real quick too, like if you tell a man, listen, I want to waste some time to have sex because I'm STD free. So I want to make sure that this relationship that we're developing
I
will be
embrace
free
that.
from the bullshit.
I embrace
So
that.
I
That's
think if you
beautiful.
tell a man, if you was to go to tell a man that, he might be more
That's
understanding to where you're
I get
coming
it.
And I do agree
Yes,
with you.
I
Like, to
support
be
that
honest,
100%.
I have exercised this on a few of occasions, but I'm saying, for if this was something true, I do think that you should, tell them that, and they need to be able to have the mindset to be open to that.
Listen,
Because, to be honest, it don't even be the men who want to have sex with the women 4 to 6 months right away. It's the women too who
that's
want
a
to have sex right
100%
away. So there's a certain mentality or mental shift that has to happen prior to you
listen.
setting that preface.
But for the women who are actually actively looking, right, trying to get a guy, the emphasis is on what the hell a man is. That will clear up so much misunderstanding
No,
as
it
to
won't.
what
No,
you're
it
dealing.
won't. Because even
Hold
Kevin
on.
Samuels couldn't do it.
Hold on. What a man is. A woman understanding the function of a man, the functionality of a man, and then who the man that's in front of them is, the specifics of their childhood and growing up, and the things that are just unique to that particular man will give you a good reference frame on how to predict his. But that's how this, and vice versa. That's how dudes analyze women.
That is not how today's women do that. First and
But
foremost,
I'm
what I
saying that
think,
is what's been done. That's how dudes are picking women.
yes, and I
And you
understand that.
don't do it conversely to make sure you're making it. Like guys will date, da, 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 and then they'll go choose the most completely different from all the women he's been dating type of woman and put a ring
Right.
on it.
But what I think
And
is the
because
problem
that's,
with that is that women don't value themselves first. So how do you know how to evaluate a man?
but hold on, what do you?
I agree with that.
Today, that is what is happening. Like, are you testing the market?
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I understand. There's some validity there, right? But I'm talking about the women who are fine with themselves, who are confident, and they just don't have they weren't taught how to vet because that's not supposed to be their job to
They
begin with.
gotta
Well,
follow
your
the
first
Koron
part is
Pierre
wrong.
channel, man.
Right, that's true.
Yo, I can't get this marketing genius over here. He's trying to go to bed, man. We holding him up.
Yo, you
We're
silly.
Listen,
definitely gonna have to explore this conversation more.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Like, in terms of, I hear what you're saying, and it's like I know I gotta write this dating assessment now because I feel like Sherry said, Kevin Samuels kept coming back with the same thing. And I'm gonna continue saying the same thing over and over, and I'm gonna make it practical. So I would love to
Yeah.
help start a trend because I feel like there's a lot of YouTube cult type people out here that just jump on these waves and they just follow. So if I could help create a wave where there's people that's actually, doing the 4 to 6 months, they actually, doing their
Exactly.
dating assessment. A lot of people aren't even really qualified to date. You got people that are already in relationships out there playing crazy games.
I
You
think I
got
think you
people,
got to draw the focus that people are actually doing 4 months. They don't even realize that they're not having sex until 4 months in. They just, when you say it, it sounds strange, but in actuality, that is what's actually happening.
Oh man, listen.
I don't know about all the time though,
Listen.
shit.
Oh my, I was just talking
I
about
mean,
I
Sherry.
think
we're
they
talking
meeting
about
in
we're
the
talking
club and
about we're talking
getting
about
it
women
on.
who are intentionally dating. I'm not talking about thoughts out here.
But it does,
Oh,
like
okay.
the thing is you can't tell because like the person's level of attraction, how do you predict that, man? You going along and conversation chemistry is kicking in within 2 months or within a month and a half, y'all find yourself in a situation where y'all are alone and the looks and the
Boundaries,
physical
brother.
you
Prolong
know what
it.
I'm
Yeah,
saying?
boundaries, exactly.
But yeah,
Boundaries,
you can
brother.
say boundaries, but what happens when y'all have that moment?
No, you
That
don't put yourself in that position.
you can
Yes,
say that, but you
boundaries.
can't
No, it's not
guarantee
that
that.
you can say that.
You
It's a
can say
truth.
that. That is
You
the
know
truth,
I
but
can
Boundaries
say
how
is
do
that.
you guarantee that amongst human beings who are not perfect?
That's
How do you
true. But
guarantee
at
that?
the same time, if
Sherry,
a person
tell
is
me how you
intentionally
guarantee
dating,
that.
You
If a
I
person
just
is,
want
guarantee
to know how
that?
you
You
if a
guarantee
guarantee
that.
that by
person is
setting the
intent,
intention. This is how
yes,
Say it again?
you
exactly.
guarantee that by setting the intention and being disciplined. Because at the end of the
From the
day,
door,
nothing.
you ask questions like, "Yo, is this a smash and pass? Are you looking for a girlfriend? Are you looking for a friend? What exactly are you looking for?"
As you're getting to know this person,
But this is
that's
why
usually
I harp on character. Because if their character is flawed, we don't even got to worry about 4 to 6 months. They out the door.
Yes,
Because there's
Yeah,
no
but
point
for
in
the most part, yes.
continuing somebody with flawed character. That's
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 true.
already a
That's true.
dub.
But how fast can you know someone's character?
exactly.
Based on what
Take
Sometimes,
time.
based on what Launch
sometimes
Pro
it
and
takes
and
time.
what's and Karan just said. We're asking questions, and normally people don't,
Yeah,
people
but
try
you
to
have
put
to
their best
test
foot
the you
forward.
have to test the
But
answers to those questions.
that comes with the conversations and the
No, it's not
communication.
just conversation.
And it also comes with time and experience. Sometimes characters is not necessarily discerned from what someone says, but how
Mhm.
they move
I
in
Yeah.
specific
That's what I'm
situations as well.
saying. You have
So
to set the baseline.
all of that information, I think, can be determined over a even if it's not
Yeah.
6 months, 4 months minimum. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like you don't
Yeah,
have
4 months,
to jump
depending
in
on
the
when your
sack
last
with
test
somebody.
was.
Let me tell you something. As far
Yeah,
as like some
do
people
4.
have schizophrenia, man, and they're still balancing, whether or not they won't even tell you the first 90 days that they have schizophrenia. You know
Mhm.
what I'm
That's a
saying?
fact.
Like, would you really want to be with somebody with schizophrenia or body dysmorphia or obsessive compulsive disorder, which you can't even identify unless you're with that person each and every day because they mask it?
Right.
Certain things take time to evolve. And I think that people are just like not really understanding that. And so they're jumping into these relationships and jumping out thereafter
And
and
that can
leaving
hurt that
children behind.
You
yeah.
know that
Yeah.
that is definitely true. People do have those mental disorders, and it's very some of them. 'Cause especially the older you get, the more you're equipped to master these things. This is very true. I got to reassess.
And it's more
It's a game.
palpable and it's more palpable now. Like you think that okay, mental illness is not really a prevalent thing, but it really is. I
It
mean, there's
is.
a lot of
No,
people
it's worse now. You're
struggling
right.
with, you
It
know what I'm
was.
saying?
Couples
With
edition. Yo, you need to
You
get
see
paid
this
for this,
game right
Karan.
here, Nick?
Hmm?
They got a game for single people. I think I'm gonna put it. I might
I
do a
think you should.
video
What is
Yeah,
that
on it.
called?
It's called We Are
tag
Really
them.
Not Strangers.
We're really not
It
We Are
says
strangers.
Really
we
Not
are
Strangers.
really not strangers. Hold on.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yo,
Let's
brother, I
see.
can send you the link, man. I'm a affiliate, man.
I'm
All
You
right.
affiliate.
get it on that. You gonna buy it. But yo, so yeah, I think playing games like that though, like there's a lot you can do, man. Like that game right there,
Is that a
you will
group
uncover
game?
a huh?
Is it a group game? Can it be a group game?
I'm not sure if they got it for groups. I know it's
Now
like
Sherry's trying to
people
make
one on
us
one.
link up and all of that. She been wanting us
Yo,
all
shut
in
up.
one spot. She wants us all in one spot.
Yo, be
Oh,
Nah, it's
that
quiet.
not
would be
a,
cool. That would be cute.
Yeah,
that would be cool, but that's not a group game. That's just like
101.
you talking to somebody,
Mm.
you
Right.
pull out the cards. It's
Yeah,
gonna be hard to hide from that game. I'm telling you.
yeah.
That
Yeah,
right
because
there is
Karan
gonna
and I
bring out
did it,
out.
and to be honest, like we
We didn't even finish
some
it.
yeah, some questions, man. Like
Well, y'all got me interested now,
it was
boy.
like,
I
what
like
the
this. This is my
hell?
speed. This
I
is
Bro,
didn't
they
even
definitely
asked
my
some
think
good
speed.
of
questions, man.
Other
to answer
questions?
that question. There were things that we didn't even know about each other
What
because
Mm.
of
question?
that.
Give me one question. What like one was a difficult question? Give me one. Just one.
Man, hold on.
You
Let
could
me pull
you
it
could
out.
pick it out of the deck, man. But it was like it was certain things that you just wouldn't necessarily
But here's
think
a
because
good
you think
one.
you know everybody. You know what I'm saying? You think
And
you
there's
know the
different
person that
levels.
you.
There's different levels. You got 1, 2, and 3.
Ah,
So the
wow.
more,
3 must
so
be
this she's
intense.
still on level 1, right? So on
That's on
level
Amazon?
Mhm.
I got
Karan got it. He's an
target.
affiliate. He's gonna tell you.
I got a
Oh
link.
yeah, yeah. Send me the link. Yeah, he did say he was gonna send me the link.
Look at his
I'll send
hand.
you the link, brother.
Yeah.
That's great, man. But
I'm about to
look,
buy that. I like stuff like that.
it says how do I show you I'm upset without telling you I'm upset?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then we both answer the question, and it's to help bring clarity. Like so,
Launch, no, because she said that your face gets scrunched up like a prune when she does when.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that you're not mad, but like it was one of your
I
And
like
like.
how you
he
guys be
becomes,
throwing him under the bus,
listen,
man.
I'm able to know at this point, like, where I don't think that was the toughest question because, to
no,
be
it's just
honest,
it's
like,
random. I just pulled it out the box. I wasn't looking to see.
right, I just know when he's upset. Like, I just know.
Mhm.
But and
But
that's
that's
my
But
a good
point.
thing. That's a
Yeah.
great thing. Some people don't know in their relationships.
but
Mm.
that it takes time. Like, see, and this is it really
Nah,
takes
it.
time to understand that. You know what I'm
Hold
saying?
on,
Because
hold
I
on,
ain't
hold
even
on,
gonna
hold
front.
on.
I
You
don't
can't
even want
play
to
this
be.
game in one night. It's a lot of cards, bro.
Yeah.
But the thing is, okay, I agree it takes time for certain things, Lawrence, right? But
hmm
even like when me and Karan, we were joking around about our past.
hmm
We're the experience that we have that with the general can now be used in the specific because there's patterns there that we've noticed. That's how we've come to push ourselves away from that and look for something with more meaning.
hmm
Body language is a mother. The study of body language,
That's a
holy,
fact.
it is amazing how much people tell you without even opening their mouth. It's when I started
I
studying.
am a staunch believer of that.
Yeah, when you start studying body language and you realize how many people are lying to you. You
Nonverbal,
be like, oh
absolutely.
shit. You
I
realize how
know
many
when
people are
somebody's lying to me because I've studied that thanks to my
what?
father. He
Yo,
curated that and sharpened my knife with
micro
me. Like
expressions,
analyzing.
switch.
Yeah,
Yeah. What?
yeah. But
Word
but
choice.
Word choice, word
what I
choice.
will say is that in some cases it could be in some cases though some people could be so understated. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? Like a Quran. Like very understated. You will bypass certain things if you're not really I would bypass certain things if I didn't really have a fine-tuned understanding
But
of
that's why
him.
he's dangerous. That's why Koran dangerous. You know what I'm saying, man? That's a dangerous man right there. You understand?
And
He's
I look.
quiet as
You
a
want me to
mouse.
put them pillars back on the screen, man? I live by them pillars, bro.
Put the
I
pillars
live
back
Yeah.
on
by
the
them
screen.
pillars.
But he's
You say
but yeah, but let me tell you something. I actually advocate 4 months minimum, man. Like you could do that. Like the first month you're
very
just getting
simple,
to know somebody. You know what I'm
right?
saying?
The
Like
first month is a given. Like
varnish
with
and
most
the first
people in
month
class,
passes by so fast. Like
Yes, it
yeah.
does.
it's
Listen,
just
I
First
gotta
year class
reassess.
would
Okay,
go a
maybe I'm a
month.
little too cemented in that, but I gotta reassess because
I mean, but
I
the
agree with
dating
you.
part helps to carry that. If there's no dating or whatever, then it could feel long. And then to be honest, there's
Good
nothing
point, Shelly.
happening. Like nothing's going on. So like
So
if the
Nick, you
person
you you
Hey,
wouldn't if a woman tell
hey,
you, "Oh no, it's too soon. Wait a month." That's something that's unrealistic.
No. I don't think that's unrealistic, man. Yo, Karan, I never approach a relationship from the sexual perspective. I try to create interest, and of course, there's subtle sexual humors that I would employ, but there's
Right.
never anything that would make a woman feel like she's obligated to do X, Y, Z. That's not the purpose of my like the way I choose to approach that situation. It's all about yo, let me see. Like, let's see what we have in common. Let's see if we could build in the same direction. Let's see if we
Mhm.
have what it
I
takes to
have a question.
withstand the throes of life. Yeah,
That's
I have a question. So
mhm.
when a man and a woman have sex, what's the possibilities of the results of them having sex?
huh?
a child.
So why not wait until you're married before you have sex? Why we can't wait?
oh that see, Trav going to a
Oh
whole nother level
man.
in life.
What?
God
Yo,
damn,
Travis
man.
man,
on the next
listen,
level.
I
you.
respect it though, Trav.
I mean,
I
shoot,
respect it.
If Karan and Launch waited till they got
Yo,
married, forget that they're pregnant right now. But if they waited till they got married, that would be a 5-year relationship.
Yo, but
Who is
Trev, I
waiting
agree with
5
you. There's
years?
nothing wrong with it, man. Like if the man is a virgin, the woman is a virgin, and they're gonna be their first experiences after marriage, I think that's a beautiful thing. I would never shame that.
5 years
I would
though.
never. No, I don't think it should be wait 5 years. That's
That's
But I'm talking
going
if
about
to
when
you
you
be
decide that
fire.
don't know
you're a
about
virgin.
sex, then 5 years is nothing.
Well,
I
okay,
don't think
fine.
virgins they should do that. I think the
Say
I
whole
again?
think we
point.
should promote that more though.
I respect where Chav's coming
Yeah.
from. I do think that there's a value to developing sexual compatibility because, and I'm forget the virgin example. I think that like if you seeing someone and you trying to get married, I think you should know as much as possible before you make that long term commitment. Because most
But you
people
can
ain't.
never know, Quran. You Quran right now as a man is
I said as much
developing.
as possible. As much as possible. Not
But
everything. I said
where's the limit though? Okay, but where do you put the flag as I know as much as possible at? Where would you say that? You and Launch Pro, right? You met her. Where did you plant the flag? Like, yo, I know as much as possible. Now I'm good. Like, where's that point? Or is it a feel thing?
one of the things I know, and I'm gonna put it back up on the screen.
Running demeanor.
All right. These pillars right here. When you have all of these pillars there,
Mm-hmm.
that's when you know that you got
Okay, fair enough.
a strong relationship.
Fair
Right.
enough.
That's one thing I would say. The second thing I'm gonna say is that going back to sexual compatibility, I understand, and I know Sherry will vouch for it too. The Bible days is like, you don't have sex until you marry, right?
Mhm.
That's a very religious view, and I respect it. I'm not knocking Trav's perspective. I just don't think that we talk about realistic. Y'all killing me for the 4 to 6 months. If I get my say you gotta wait till you marry, y'all gonna go crazy.
Listen, man, my kidneys will stop working.
So what's the difference in waiting 4 months and having a one night stand and there's no real commitment with it? What's the difference?
Well, that's a
I'ma tell you
big
the
difference.
I'm gonna tell you the difference.
What's the difference?
One night stand is no commitment. So what I'm saying is within 6 months of knowing somebody, you could establish a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, which is not marriage, but it is.
That's fake. That's fake.
I would look, man. That's your perspective.
You either single or you married. For real.
Trav, we
Like, real life, you either
need
single or you
Jesus.
married.
We need Jesus,
Hey, wait,
Trav.
Travis.
Mm-hmm.
Did you wait until you got married to have sex?
Yes, he did.
With my wife, yeah. With my wife, yes.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I could tell. Yes, he did.
How long? How long?
My whole life, no.
How long
Well,
did
my
you wait
wife,
till
yes.
you got married? How long till you guys got married? From the time you guys dated to the time you got married?
4 to 6 months.
Well, me personally, even before I dated her, I went abstinent on my own, so I went like 2 years total.
Okay.
That's
So,
stuff.
but from the time you started dating her to the time that you guys got married, how long was that?
A year.
Okay.
A year and some change. Yeah. Like, this is my thing. Like, we keep trying to.
Did you know her from like before?
No,
did y'all
really.
have like a friendship or something before y'all got embarked on dating?
Yeah, we knew each other before that. Yeah. Because she turned me down. Like, my first time to date her, she turned me down. But this is my thing, right? We want to put a little fake this and that to still do some BS. Like, it's really no difference if you have a one night stand or you quote unquote wait to the 4th month with no real commitment to have sex. You might as well just have a one night stand. It's still the same thing.
True. I see what
like,
you're
there's
saying.
no commitment.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
No.
It's
I
really
disagree with that. There is a difference after a one night stand. If you don't wear condoms, because I know people ain't wearing no condoms. Now you have a baby after that one night stand, right?
And I know
Now
people
you
like
got,
that.
and now you don't want to have an abortion because that's against your faith, that's against your religion, right?
Okay.
So now you bringing a child into this world with someone you don't even know, right?
Okay.
The difference with the 4 to 6 months is what I tell people is they should have safe sex. That's what I'm pushing and promoting. So when we're doing the 4 to 6 months, the first thing we doing is this STD test. We got to see these results. It's like
Mm-hmm.
Ti said, the rapper Ti, he said like when he went to the feds, they had this thing called a paperwork party. You gotta present your paperwork to prove you're not a snitch. The same thing with the relationship. You gotta pull out that we gotta see these test results because why? I'm not going to commit to someone who's burning or who's going through what they're going through. We got to make sure.
Okay, so I got a rebuttal to that.
Oh boy.
Don't it take time don't it take a while for something to show up when you got something?
And in
That's
that time frame, right?
Mhm.
That's typically when you'll be
Time
able to
frame.
discern
Yeah.
if somebody got something or not.
Yeah, that's what the doctors. That's what's on the.
Okay,
You go to any doctor
and
recommends.
let's bring the child back. Now let's bring the child back into it. Okay, you said they don't want to have an abortion to a child with somebody they don't know, whatever. So if you wait to the 4th month and then she get pregnant and they just
No.
break
Remember,
up without there's no real commitment.
I'm promoting safe
Yeah.
sex.
No,
So
I've
we wear
never
condoms.
seen Trav this hype.
Ain't nothing's 100%, bro. Like you can put a
Because-
condom on all you want, it's not 100%.
You got Plan B. You got birth control. There's ways to prevent pregnancy, brother. I disagree with it. It's 2022.
You said
If you
that's
get pregnant, if you get pregnant in 2022, you want the baby.
Yeah.
Period.
so people.
no-
So I got a question. So people should be safe as possible, right?
Yes. Gotta
People should be
safe as
safe.
possible.
So what's more safer than not having sex?
I agree
And
with that,
abstinence,
but
that's a
we're
fact.
talking about human. First off, marriage is a social construct, sir. That's something
Yo,
that we
Trav,
made up.
he's not against what you're saying. He's just giving another layer for
I'm
people
just-
who don't.
Yeah, I just think that there's it's a little extreme to wait 2 years, 3 years, however long it takes people to get married. I think that's
4
a
to
little.
6 months.
You have to have sexual
Is
compatibility.
it,
With the last
is
thing
it
you wanna
extreme
do-
because we don't teach it that's the right way?
I think it's extreme, but I think it's extreme for non-religious people because that
Right.
aspect of like abstinence and saving yourself until marriage is like a religious concept. So for those people who are not religious, it's not like universally applicable.
Yeah.
I think
No.
that's
Okay, so
the main difference.
let's take religion out of it. Do we want a child to be born? If we want to put a chance of a child to be born in a single parent household on purpose?
No, we don't want to do that. That's
No,
why.
and that's the reason why
Okay,
there's
so-
condoms with 99% efficacy.
But it's not 100. The only 100% you can have is not having sex.
But here's the thing.
Like why take
also-
the risk?
But then here's the thing also. If you actually use protection, right? And you still got pregnant, it's now up to you, not a religious decision, but a moral decision of whether or not you want to carry on with that pregnancy or not. And that's really up to the two people. So in that
Other
case, if
people
that's the
okay?
situation, then it's called a termination.
To block it. What's that
Okay,
called?
so watch this. So why take the chance of having to make a decision on whether to kill a child or not because you could not have sex?
But
No,
for
no.
those who, but
Ovulation, sir.
Trav, because it feels good, Trav. That's
Wait, what
why.
happened?
It's
come on, we
pleasure.
already have ovulation. We
Thank
already
you,
passed
bro.
that.
Thank
We already passed that. What I'm saying
Me.
to you is that if you get pregnant, if a woman decides to, like engage, we're talking about non-religious folk here, right? Where the intention was to have safe sex to avoid pregnancy. And we understand that condoms are 99% effective, but they're not 100%. So
Yeah.
that 1% margin for error, okay? You
That's
could take a
margin,
you could
boy.
take a plan B. Now, if the
Okay,
plan
but
B
listen-
don't work, now if the plan B is not the same as termination, by the way. So for those who are just not scientifically literate, I
Yeah.
could break down plan B for you. I'm not gonna do it.
Abortion.
So with that being said, as far as like, there's just certain things that would actually prevent childbirth from happening if the intention is not to get pregnant.
Birth control thing that goes up there.
Okay, now, like I said, we can take religion out of it. Forget about religion. Take the chance of possibly creating a baby with somebody you are not married to and have no commitment with, possibly creating a single parent household, which can affect the child for their life. Don't you think it's unselfish for us to just, because we can't control our urges, to possibly create a life that might live in that situation?
Listen,
I agree.
I actually agree with what you're saying, Trav, because at the end of the day, if we're looking at sex from a biological perspective, it is to procreate. So from that aspect, if we're going to be really concrete with our approach, then we can say, you know what? Sex is not just for entertainment and enjoyment. It's actually to procreate. And if that is the personal conviction, then you would just toss sex out the gate. If that's your own personal conviction, well, sex is to procreate. So therefore, I'm not going to engage.
The problem, Lance Pro, is that creating children feels really, really, really good.
Huh?
I said creating children feels really, really, really good.
Most days you have.
And I understand it.
Yo, listen, it's a 5-day window for a woman to get pregnant, bro. The rest of the days, in between the cycle, she's not getting pregnant. No matter how many times you shoot up the club. So if you,
I ain't rolling the dice. I ain't gonna roll the dice neither.
It's not all about just children either, though. Can I just clarify something? That is variant. That is variant. So we understand that, it could be a woman could ovulate 5 to 7 days, right?
Yeah. But it's not always just about the children either.
A woman could also just ovulate for 3 days and then she gets into another ovulation cycle shortly after that. That also happens, right? So
there are women.
But we also understand, and those are for women who have fertility issues. So they're not able to track, their ovulation cycle.
We're talking about the ones that can. We're not talking about
right. So as far as
you don't know as a dude, you're just coming into some new. You're coming into a new woman.
I think
that's
ultimately
also another reason to wait.
In this culture, I don't think that it is. If I could be completely realistic, I am someone who believes in bite-sized change. And I do not think that it is palpable in 2022 to say abstinence is the way to go.
No,
until you're married. I just don't.
That's why stuff is messed up.
I just don't.
I mean,
see.
more so people who have some experience and who are older could do that because they've already had some experience in it, especially if you've already experienced having sex. Telling a person who is a young adult who's already
Koron, you're gonna have so much content to edit later.
Sexual compatibility is the key. If you already had sex already and you want to get into another relationship and now you go into marriage and you waiting to have sex and now you having sex with this person that you can't develop compatibility with, that's going to lead to some crazy stuff, man. I'm telling you right now. That's going to lead to...
Marriage is supposed to be a fulfilling experience, right?
And you need to have sex before you get married, man, to know.
And you said, Neek, right, that sex is enjoyable. Producing children is enjoyable, right? The act of producing children is enjoyable. So in a marriage, that's ideally what you want to do. But then you don't have sex with someone, and then you find out that the man is impotent, or you find out that the man suffers from erectile dysfunction, or you find out that the man is unable to, facilitate to your sexual desires, or the woman is just completely
or his size is 3.5 inches.
There's a complete disconnect, right? That would actually impede upon copulation in the first place, procreation rather. You know what I'm saying? Like those things
No,
actually matter.
I understand, but we're failing to consider the element that we're swimming in, man. Like the water is polluted. The water is polluted. And what I mean is that America does not facilitate that type of thinking if it's not already established. So us being
See, this is what I understand.
a people. No, hold on, Trav, because I got you. I feel you. I'm on your side.
No, you're not.
I'm on Trav's side, man. Like I feel him, but what I'm saying is that his situation would be ideal. It would prevent some of the problems a lot of the problems we have in our community. It's just that the water we're swimming in is hypersexualized, overstimulated. It is materialistically driven. Therefore, the fabric and the moral compass that Trav is talking about, it cannot survive in that element. It can't. You would have to change the environment, but you have a isolated community of like Jews. Huh?
Neat. You,
Was that? I missed that,
What
Koron.
can't survive? The 4 to 6 months or waiting to marriage?
I'm saying what
You're the environment.
Trav is proposing, right? I agree with him. Like, yes, that is the right way to do it. We go down the path of that. That cannot survive in the current climate that we're already existing in. It can't. The marketing. Think about the over sexualization of the women's bodies in our community alone. That's nowhere. It's you'd have to change that whole culture, build a new culture, and then start from there again.
I'm not trying to
see. This is my problem.
I know.
This is my problem.
I personally think
so as men, right?
The culture
let
that.
Let me tell you real quick, Lord.
Let's try to get it out.
See, as men, right? We'll say we want a woman with a low body count or no body count at all, but yet we can't commit to him before having sex. We don't make
Once
sense.
again, Trav, I agree with you, sir.
We know the issues is single parenthood.
You playing the fence. You're playing the fence, Neek.
I'm Team Trav tonight.
Well, we say single parenthood is a problem, right? We don't have structured family homes, but because we can't keep our thing in our pants, we don't want to stop having sex. So we try to figure out a way to sneakily have sex without actually having real commitment. So we'll say like 5 months or whatever, and then make it seem like it's different than having a one night stand. It's the same thing.
That's what we do.
If you're not committed and married, it's the same shit.
Nah, man.
It's really the same shit.
Brother. No, it's a social it's a paper, dog, and a ring. Like there's no.
It's deeper than a paper.
No. Hold on.
It's deeper than that.
I gotta give you a punch back, brother.
No need, because I could be with somebody 20 years and not marry them. What's the difference between me and someone who has the paper?
I'm saying, if we're talking about marriage,
there is a
outside
difference.
the religious connotation, what's the difference?
I'm saying
here's the difference.
Lifestyle. Like, think about it. You could leave that person to hang to dry. Let's say you get into, God forbid, the person gets into a terrible accident, life or death situation. No parents are alive, nothing. How do I can't say anything to put you on life support or pull the plug or anything. You're in jeopardy.
That's the legal aspect.
Yes, the legal aspect is everything.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Whoa. The legal aspect is not everything.
Well, it's not everything, but it's the piece when you're not talking about religion.
I'm for marriage. All I'm saying is that commitment is a necessary.
I could be with my wife for 20 years. If I die and she don't get no insurance money to bury me or none of that, I screwed her over. If we not married, you know what I'm saying? Like we not married.
Common law marriage. If you're together for more than 7 years in the same house, that's common law marriage. But anyway, look. I agree that I want marriage. I support marriage. I'm not challenging the concept of marriage. All I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying is the social construct is and going there is because he said that a commitment is nothing compared to marriage. I do think marriage is a higher step. However, what I am saying is that you have to have some sort of commitment before marriage, just to see if this person's even worth it. Because just dating someone is not going to be enough.
Mhm.
I could date for a certain period of time, 2 months, 3 months, even 4 to 6 months. That don't mean I know I want to marry you. I got to see how you are in some sort of commitment. It's like levels to this. Before I sign my life away,
Okay, that don't mean you gotta have sex though, bro.
no, we
You
gotta
don't
have
have to have
sex.
sex.
Nah, because sexual
What'd you say,
You
Quran?
said I
compatibility,
don't
brother.
want anybody to
Like
have
we
any
had like
sex.
sex, like we had like sex don't affect us mentally as well,
Yo,
but
Trav,
it
Will.
can I
also
look at
affect
it
our
at
choices
least?
in the future.
Trav, can I look at it? Can I at least look at it?
Can you look at it? I'm
Yeah.
just saying, man. I
You
like sex
gotta
just as
have
much as the next
sexual
man, but reality is
compatibility.
reality, bro.
You gotta have sexual compatibility, brother.
No, you
I'm
don't,
trying to. Oh man,
bro. You
that's
can create, you
the
can develop that. Y'all can
another show
develop that
topic.
over time. Like we
My
don't like when
Not everyone's gonna be sexually compatible, bro.
my
But that's another
well, you know
topic.
what? I definitely think we need to pick this up on a separate show topic,
Yeah,
because this
facts.
Facts.
has to be further explored
Karan, I just
for,
want you to let you know it's
for
five
sure.
hours, brother. We
Yeah,
passed
we
five
Yeah,
we
hour
was we was
threshold.
on we were
As
on
I
this
said,
show
we passed the 5 hour
for
threshold.
five
So
We was
hours.
good, and then
Right
we
now,
just went
yeah, I'm about
left.
to take my black ass to bed.
I need
Yo,
my Coco to come
that's
to
Sherry's
bed.
fault. That's Sherry's fault
Um,
this time.
Coco.
yeah,
yes,
we got like
Coco.
5 topics
Yes,
after tonight's show, so this is good.
yes.
Yeah,
Y'all
I
have a good night, man.
enjoyed
I'm
this
about to go to
show,
bed.
guys. All
All right,
right,
Trav,
Trav,
later.
thank you so
Good
much,
night.
man. Sherry, thank you so much. Neek, thank you so
Thank
much,
you. Good
man. Thank
night.
you, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Great night, guys. Great night.
Great show.
Great show, guys.